Chapter 576. Still, I will definitely do my best. Men must last. I hope that everyone's monthly votes will last as well. Thank you all. Hearing that the other party wanted to bring Fang Juan and the clear Qi robe away as well, the expressions of Zhang Kuan, He Ning and the others all changed. However gentle and conservative they were, they would also be hard-pressed to agree to such a request. It was equivalent to surrendering unconditionally. Zhang Kuan said in a heavy tone, "This is a little too much." That white-clothed man interrupted him, "I am not discussing this with you. You just need to obey." Numerous rays of light shot out from the acupoints of his entire body, emitting infinite radiance as the clear Qi Grand Formation trembled slightly. That green-clothed swordsman Jianghu did not draw his sword as he just said nonchalantly, "As I said earlier, we have no intention of interfering in the matters of your world. We also have no intention of participating in the conflict between your sections. However, on the other hand, destroying your Dao tradition is just a casual matter, no big deal at all. Everything will depend on your performance or whether we want it or not." While powerful enemies were before them, two experts of the second level of the martial saint realm, just standing there caused the clear Qi Grand Formation to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. However, those of Broad Creed Mountain did not show any intention of submitting as they silently faced the two people up above. A Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner smiled coldly, "You are still placing your hopes on Yen Di of the East Sea? I advise you to give up on this." The place where that Yen Zhaoge last disappeared was within the seal of the East Sea. While it is most likely that he is dead, the power of that seal is definitely unable to destroy the treasures that he took away. Experts of the higher worlds having specially come here, how could they have missed out on the East Sea? An expert of the fourth level of the Martial Saint Realm and two experts of the third level of the Martial Saint Realm descending to the Eight Extremities world together. If Yen Di dares to act impudently, only death awaits him. Hearing his words, the faces of Zhang Kuan and the others instantly turned pale. This verified the worst-case scenario within their hearts. The truth left them in despair. There was no need for the other party to deceive them. With the Sacred Sun Clan explaining the situation of the Eight Extremities world in detail, the people of the Radiant Light sect would naturally be fully prepared upon descending from the world beyond worlds. While that expert of the fourth level of the Martial Saint Realm would have his strength suppressed to the peak of the third level of the Martial Saint Realm, he would still definitely be more powerful than ordinary experts of the third level of the Martial Saint Realm. With three such experts descending upon the Eight Extremities world together, they would truly be able to sweep through all beneath the heavens without any doubt. Huang Su glanced at that Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner who had just spoken. The other party realized that he shouldn't have told Broad Creed Mountain about the situation in detail. Broad Creed Mountain did not know about this, still holding on to the hope of struggling within their hearts. Thus, they would resist Jianghu and the other two here, going with the flow to directly flatten Broad Creed Mountain. Now that Zhang Kuan and the others' final hope had been dashed, it was possible that they would surrender. Jianghu and Zhang Kuan would not make a move. In a world like this, someone who has just entered the Martial Saint realm is able to contend against third-level Martial Saints? I don't believe it. The white-clothed man said mildly, "A pity that Senior Apprentice Uncle ordered me to come here. Otherwise, I would really want to go to the East Sea to take a look." Jianghu said, "I heard that the person we are looking for, that youth called Yen Zhaoge, is his son, his strength also far surpassing martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Perhaps this is true? It's just that I don't know if it is because this father and son have unique constitutions and great fortune, or if there are some other profundities within this Broad Creed Mountain's legacy." The white-clothed man Yang Zhanhua said, "Since that is so, let's bring back the scriptures in this sect's martial vault as well. I want to see what exactly is special about them." Hearing his words, Zhang Kuan, He Ning and the others sucked in a deep breath, glaring furiously at the two. Yang Zhanhua glanced casually at those of Broad Creed Mountain. It looks like they don't want to listen obediently. Since that is so, let's just exterminate them directly, wasting so much breath on them. Saying thus, he raised his palm, all-encompassing radiance congregating within it before descending towards the peak of Broad Creed Mountain. Zhang Kuan's expression was bitter. Could it be that the legacy of our ancestors is going to be destroyed at our hands today? He Ning sighed, "Now that things have come to this, there is no other way." Saying thus, she waved her hands, Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe, landing on the body of this white-haired old woman. At this time, she naturally could not care about protecting Fang Juan. Handing over the sacred artifact, handing over the clan's longtime elders, handing over the clan's scriptures, allowing the other party to search the mountain. If she agreed to these things, a clan would be no different from being exterminated. Bolstered by the clear chi robe, He Ning's short figure instantly grew tall, but faced against that martial Saint Yang Jianhua of the Radiant Light sect, she still appeared small and weak. Fortunately, the radiance of the clear chi grand formation descended, causing her to actually surge once more. Yang Jianhua, however, seemed not to care in the slightest as he simply descended with a palm, the heavens and the earth turning completely pitch black as all the light was congregated within his palm. The patterns of the clear chi grand formation were still unceasingly breaking apart. In virtually just an instant, fresh blood spurted out of He Ning's mouth, the bones of her entire body emitting cracking sounds. Those of Broad Creed Mountain were all shocked. A casual palm from the other party was already hard for them to withstand. Looking at Yang Jianhua, who had made a move, then looking at Jinjie, who was standing by the side without any intention of making a move at all, the faces of those of Broad Creed Mountain were pale as paper, devoid of any blood at all. Looking at such powerful experts of the Radiant Light sect, those of the Sacred Sun clan felt rather complex emotions. However, seeing their old enemy now heading for extermination, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners felt delighted to the extreme. The stifled anger that they had suffered at Broad Creed Mountain in recent years was finally vented. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Huang Su's mouth. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Broad Creed Mountain in this world. Looking at those of Broad Creed Mountain who were about to collapse, Jinjie smiled nonchalantly, refusing a toast, wanting to drink a forfeit. Who can you blame for that? Yang Jianhua's interest waned somewhat. Your palm arts are not bad, your cultivation arts are also not bad, your foundation's rather good. Still, it is not worth it for you to come along with me. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the East Sea to meet that Yen Di. As he said this, Yang Jianhua's expression suddenly changed slightly. Beside him, Jinjie's smile also retracted somewhat. A voice suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. You are still not qualified to battle with my father. The shaking clear chi grand formation seemed to have suddenly gained its backbone at this moment as numerous patterns of light condensed together, transforming into a path of radiance that extended towards the northeast. A few figures appeared at the end of the path of light. The one at the front was precisely Yen Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone and Fu Enshu both followed behind Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he looked at the other party. Even 3 martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would require quite a bit of time to open the seal of the East Sea. I will deal with you guys first. Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept across the people of the Sacred Sun clan. While they were clearly standing behind Yang Jianhua and Jinjie, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, Huang Su included, all felt a chill in their hearts. Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept past them, finally coming to rest on Jinjie and Yang Jianhua. Reckless brat. Jinjie raised his brows slightly, chuckling. You are Yen Zhaoge? Yang Jianhua asked quietly. Who did you say was not qualified? Yen Zhaoge appraised him, spreading his hands apart as he smiled. Sorry, I indeed said something wrong. Let me correct myself. Not waiting for the other party's expression to change, Yen Zhaoge's smile turned cold. It should be. Even you are not qualified to battle with me, let alone my father. Chapter 577. Seeking monthly votes. Yang Jianhua praised Yen Zhaoge all over, his expression not changing much, but everyone in the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain could feel that the sky had turned gloomy and cold. He tilted his head slightly, asking Huang Su, He is that Yen Zhaoge, right? Huang Su nodded, That's right. He is Yen Zhaoge. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to survive being swept into the barrier of the East Sea without having reached the martial saint realm. Who would have thought that he would actually appear here now? It's good that he's alive. He's the one we're looking for. Yang Jianhua lightly said, You brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I won't kill you, but I'll smash your mouth first. Saying thus, Yang Jianhua ignored those of Broad Creed Mountain, directly striking out with a palm towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge could only feel as though the heavens and earth before him had instantly turned completely white as he was unable to see anything else. As his cultivation and strength continued to increase, it had been a long time since he had encountered such a situation where he almost lost his senses. Just this move alone was enough to show that Yang Jianhua's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The dim radiant sect's methods that year. Oh, could it be that the Sacred Sun clan's backer in the world beyond worlds was the Radiant Light sect that originated from the same source as the dim darkness sect yet was their mortal enemy? Yen Zhaoge pondered, his expression not changing even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Beside him, the Northern Ocean clone strode forward, his body lighting up with an ice-blue radiance which transformed into a light armor, manifesting the true form of the imperious cold martial armor. The vast ice sea expanded. Between the ebb and flow of the tides, ice dragons emerged from the sea. The ferocious Kunping rose from the frozen sea, sweeping up boundless power and the group of ice sea dragons to meet the boundless light in Yang Zhanhua's palm. The two sides clashed head-on. The Kunping was shattered and the light was extinguished. Yang Zhanhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this where your confidence comes from? You were able to survive the seal of the East Sea because he saved you? Jinjie looked rather surprisedly at the Northern Ocean clone. Your cultivation base is indeed not weak. There are few figures like you in the lower worlds. Experts of the first level of the Martial Saint realm who wielded a sacred artifact would be able to contend with experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm. However, Yang Zhanhua was of the direct lineage of the Radiant Light sect, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood as his cultivation base was extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even unarmed, there were not many first-level martial saints who would be able to resist him just by relying on a low-grade sacred artifact. The Sacred Sun clans Huang Su, Broad Creed Mountains Zhang Kuan, He Ning and the others also felt shocked. While Yang Zhanhua's earlier attack on the mountain had merely been a small demonstration, it had still caused the hearts of the Eight Extremities world martial practitioners to sink. As they saw it, even Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang who possessed the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword would probably be unable to stand against this Yang Zhanhua who had come from the world beyond worlds. Unfortunately, that's all. After feeling slightly surprised, Yang Zhanhua's expression returned to normal. Boundless golden light rose from his head, and a golden crown floated in the air. Boundless light shrouded the surroundings like a blazing sun. Feeling the vast, vigorous energy fluctuations within, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain sunk to rock bottom. Sacred artifact. Bolstered by the power of the golden crown, Yang Zhanhua's aura instantly surged madly, suppressing the Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor. Standing behind Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu was also frowning. It is not just that his cultivation base is high. Yan Zhaoge's face showed no surprise. It is just like how those above the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm would be hard-pressed to descend from the world beyond worlds. Even if they did, their strength would be suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint realm, unable to descend, with mid-grade sacred artifacts. Still, low-grade sacred artifacts can. Looking at Yang Zhanhua, he suddenly laughed. A pity that it is useless. I said that you are not qualified, but you are still unconvinced. Let me let you know why you are not qualified then. Before his words had landed, the roars of numerous dragons resounded as a glorious palace suddenly appeared before the Northern Ocean Martial Saint, blocking the path of Yang Zhanhua and his accompanying sacred artifact, the Dawn Sun Crown. The great gate of the palace opened. Feeling the chi of true dragons that resembled a vast ocean within, Yang Zhanhua was rather shocked. Why are there so many dragons here? Streams of radiance were emitted from the myriad dragon palace, enveloping Yang Zhanhua and temporarily suppressing him and the Dawn Sun Crown. Yang Zhanhua roared furiously, his entire body emitting light as he wanted to charge out of the area enveloped by the radiance of the myriad dragon palace. He was indeed powerful as he rampaged left and right, the myriad dragon palace up above shaking unceasingly as if it might be overturned at any moment. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy and calm as he watched all this, yet he was inwardly comprehending the concept of the other party's martial arts. Jin Jie's expression darkened. While he saw that Yang Zhanhua would be able to break free very soon, the scene before him still caused him to lose all face. As those of the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain watched on, Jin Jie shook his head, striding forward as his entire person instantly turned sharp and incomparably sharp. While it was not as majestic and tyrannical as Yang Zhanhua's, the feeling that Jin Jie emanated was even more ferocious and sharp. The sword by his waist left its sheath, transforming into a streak of jade light that shot straight towards Yan Zhaoge. Jin Jie did not go to help Yang Zhanhua lest the other party might not appreciate it. Still, he did not hesitate in taking down Yan Zhaoge at all. However, while his sword was fast, the Northern Ocean clone was even faster as garbed in the imperious cold martial armor. He blocked before Jin Jie. A pity that my sword was damaged earlier, having been left in the world beyond worlds to recuperate. Jin Jie frowned. Still, he was extremely powerful as well, completely not inferior to Yang Zhanhua in the least. With a high-grade spirit artifact in hand, he too unleashed an extremely powerful force, sword light expanding as it enveloped the Northern Ocean clone. As he calmed down and clashed, Jie gradually discovered that something was wrong. The Northern Ocean clone before him was taciturn and silent. While his cultivation in the martial Tao was shocking and displayed to the point of perfection, there was always a somewhat stiff feeling to him. As Jie observed carefully, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It shouldn't be, right? At this moment, the spectators, be they of the Sacred Sun Clan or Broad Creed Mountain, were all shocked. Two experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm who had come from the world beyond worlds were actually unable to take down Yan Zhaoge immediately. This inevitably surpassed their expectations. That palace, what treasure is that? Why is that martial saint helping Yan Zhaoge? That sacred artifact looks like the rumored imperious cold martial armor of the past glacial dragon martial saint. Yet this person is not the glacial dragon martial saint. What exactly is this? Everyone felt shocked and uncertain. The chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, now strode forward on air towards Yan Zhaoge. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "You really know how to pick a time." Huang Su said, "You, however, don't know how to pick a time. If I were you, I wouldn't have appeared." Jie had yet to fall into a disadvantageous position. While Yang Zhanhua was trapped, he looked like he would be able to extricate himself soon. Victory was still firmly within their grasp as Broad Creed Mountain seemed unable to truly have a chance of turning things around. Making use of this chance to take down Yan Zhaoge, they would be able to gain merit while also not letting the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds underestimate their Sacred Sun Clan too much. Huang Su had indeed made a good plan. The only problem was whether he had the ability to take down Yan Zhaoge. A dense black clump of light appeared within Huang Su's hands. As he raised it high into the air, the surrounding space instantly shook. The sacred artifact that had originally belonged to Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. As Huang Su's axe chopped downwards, cracks instantly appeared amidst space as it descended above Yan Zhaoge's head. Seeing this, not only did Yan Zhaoge not evade, he instead laughed lightly. Purple light flickered within his hand as a dark green bamboo cane suddenly appeared. The bamboo cane had 5 segments, being 5 feet long in total. No spiritual chi emanated from it at all, no miraculousness whatsoever, as it seemed just like an ordinary bamboo pole. However, Yan Zhaoge raised the bamboo cane, smashing it down towards Huang Su's head. The dark green bamboo cane collided with the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. In the end, the sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, actually shook. Huang Su was taken aback. A sacred artifact had been shaken by a 5-foot-long bamboo cane? The Heaven-Cleaving Axe halted in midair, yet Yan Zhaoge's movements did not pause in the slightest as he immediately struck out a second time, continuing to strike towards Huang Su. Huang Su was greatly shocked, radiance flickering on his body as his robe lit up with radiance, the 9 bright golden suns on his robe rising simultaneously. Pa! A muffled boom resounded as the 9 suns simultaneously plummeted. A high-grade spirit artifact had been destroyed by a single cane of Yan Zhaoge's. Huang Su was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. No matter how Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan fight, this is still a matter of the 8 extremities world. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Now that you've found an outsider to flip the table, you're telling me that you don't intend to follow the original rules? That's fine too. Being able to find someone can also be considered a kind of ability. If you flip the table, I'll burn down the house. You and the person you found can all forget about leaving. Chapter 578. Having been missing for a long time, Yan Zhaoge had suddenly reappeared, accompanied by a martial saint and protected by a supreme treasure of the Myriad Dragon Palace. This had truly surpassed the predictions of those of the Sacred Sun Clan. However, Huang Su still decided to make a move. Since he dared to make a move, he naturally had full confidence. Although he had lost the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe was also a sacred weapon. Although it had been heavily injured and had yet to fully recuperate, its vitality had already recovered, and Huang Su had gradually familiarized himself with this sacred weapon. Whether it was that unfamiliar martial saint or the strange palace, they were currently being held back by the 2 martial saints of the Radiant Light sect. Those within Broad Creed Mountain were blocked, unable to leave. If that foreign martial saint dared to give the imperious cold martial armor to Jie, he himself would not be able to stand against Jie. With the Heaven-Cleaving Axe in hand, Huang Su was naturally confident of taking down Yan Zhaoge of the martial Grandmaster realm. Therefore he had made a move. While this might arouse the dissatisfaction of Yang Zhanhua and Jie, the Sacred Sun Clan still had to put up a good performance, otherwise they would inevitably be looked down upon by others. And so, Huang Su made his move and then he was stunned. The Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners by the side were all stunned as well. Even Jinjie, who was currently clashing with the Northern Ocean clone, was momentarily dazed. A saint weapon was forced to retreat by a bamboo cane? Was that still a bamboo cane? Could it be some kind of special treasure? Is that why I can't see anything special from the outside? But no matter how he looked at it, apart from the faint purple glow, it was just an ordinary dark green bamboo joint. There was no spiritual chi leaking out, nor was there the slightest manifestation of any unique energy. Even when it came into contact with the heaven-cleaving axe and repelled the heaven-cleaving axe in that instant, he could not feel anything special. But it was precisely this unremarkable bamboo cane that had repelled the sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, and had even shattered the high-grade spirit artifact, the Nine-Sun robe, that Huang Su carried with him with a single cane strike. The Nine-Sun robe, the accompanying high-grade spirit artifact of the chief of the Sacred Sun clan. The Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler was generally held in the hands of the clan's strongest expert, not necessarily for the sole use of the clan's chief. And this Nine-Sun robe was equivalent to the status symbol of the Sacred Sun clan's chief. But now, it had been destroyed by a seemingly ordinary bamboo stick in an instant. Huang Su was dumbstruck, and he felt his vision go black as he almost fell from midair. This kid is so weird. Looking at the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand and then at the Northern Ocean clone before him, Jin Jie felt a chill within his heart. This martial saint does not have his own independent thoughts, instead being a clone refined by this kid. A great grandmaster martial artist refined a martial sage into a doppelganger. Sucking in a deep breath, appraising Yan Zhaoge earnestly for the first time, Jin Jie was even more shocked. His true age is not much older than his outward appearance. At such a young age, an essence talisman martial grandmaster? He composed himself, his sword light expanding, waves surging all the way to 10,000 feet as he attacked towards Yan Zhaoge. Kid, let's see if your bamboo branch can break the sword in my hand. The Northern Ocean clone laughed coldly, a dazzling golden spear suddenly appearing within his hands, its shaft covered entirely in dragon scales. With a thrust of the spear, the dragons roared. Having obtained so many dragon corpses in the dragon tomb and also having the Northern Ocean clone as a martial saint, Yan Zhaoge's artifact forging arts could be displayed to the fullest. Sacred artifacts were hard to forge, but forging high-grade spirit artifacts within a short period of time was nothing more than a walk in the park. This spear of the Northern Ocean clones was not a high-grade spirit artifact, instead being the model of a sacred artifact. While it had yet to enter the martial saint realm, it possessed incomparable power. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor and wielding a spear, the Northern Ocean martial saint's strength far surpassed when he had been barehanded earlier. With a Kunping descending wings, the jade-green sword light that spanned tens of thousands of feet was directly extinguished, the spear pointed straight at Jin Jie's forehead. Shocked, Jin Jie retracted his sword to defend, barely managing to block the spear. At the same time, after having repelled the heaven-cleaving axe once more, Yan Zhaoge swung his dark green bamboo cane in a circle in midair, striking towards the sword in Jin Jie's hand. Jin Jie's immense strength as a martial saint was suppressed by the Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor as he was hard-pressed to exert it. He could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge's cane directly broke the high-grade spirit artifact sword in his hand into two. As I see it, it can be broken. Yan Zhaoge laughed. This bamboo cane of mine is not that useful in beating people. Still, it should still be of some use against various treasures. His words not only angered Huang Su to the point that his vision darkened once more, even Jin Jie felt stifled to the point of wanting to vomit blood. It should still be of some use? Beating a sacred artifact into retreat, beating a high-grade spirit artifact directly to the point of collapse. Jin Jie sucked in a deep breath, swiveling his head to look at Huang Su as he roared fiercely, "Give me that axe." Huang Su could no longer hold anything back now as he hurriedly agreed. However, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone came over once more, the dragon scale spear in his hand sweeping horizontally between the two. Jin Jie's gaze turned cold. Do you really think that a first-level martial saint can block us? Jade-green light surged madly about his entire body, transforming into a sword aura that resembled jade, condensing into a tangible form as it was sturdy and sharp, seemingly indestructible. The sword aura rampaged through the horizon, space condensing wherever the jade light passed before shattering. However, he discovered that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not attack as he instead stood unmoving where he was, streams of light also circulating from the acupoints of his entire body. An icy sea of 5,000 kilometers condensed above the northern ocean clone's head, numerous ice dragons bobbing within it. An incomparably huge Kunpeng rushed out from the deep sea, transforming into a great peng. However, with a flash of light, the Kunpeng actually split into two. The Kun fish returned to the water and the great peng soared into the sky. The northern ocean clone's entire aura was no longer the same. Even without the imperious cold martial armor, Jinjie would not be able to dominate him. Let me correct a misunderstanding of yours, Yan Zhaoge smiled. This clone of mine is not at the first level of the martial saint realm. He had obtained many top-notch absolute arts and cultivated them successfully, improving even further. More importantly, he had refined a large amount of essence energy left behind by the true dragon in the dragon tomb into his body. After the vast, surging power had been integrated with his martial arts, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm. The Northern Ocean clone gripped the dragon scale spear with both hands, stabbing out with it. Kunpeng and Kunpeng combined attacks accompanied by a surging icy sea, instantly shattering Jinjie's jade sword aura into smithereens. Roaring, the Northern Ocean clone struck out with a spear once more, forcing Jinjie to hurriedly retreat. On the other side, Huang Su was shocked. He currently felt regret, feeling that he had been too hasty. Still, seeing that the Myriad Dragon Palace was on the verge of being unable to suppress Yang Zhanhua and the Dawn Sun Crown, Huang Su felt slightly reassured. He hurriedly retreated. As long as Yang Zhanhua and the Dawn Sun Crown extricated themselves and joined forces with Jinjie, victory would immediately be reversed. However, Yan Zhaoge arrived before Huang Su in a single step, the dark green bamboo cane in his hand striking downwards, instantly causing Huang Su to nearly lose his grip on the heaven-cleaving axe. Looking at Huang Su, Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. Right, this thing does not belong to your Sacred Sun clan. You won't feel pained if it is broken. He drew a circle with the bamboo cane in his hand, his movements turning from ferocious to gentle. The bamboo cane pressed down on the heaven-cleaving axe, suppressing it such that it was unable to move. Huang Su's expression changed greatly. Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane flicked lightly, sending the heaven-cleaving axe to the side. Then he raised his left hand high into the air, striking down towards Huang Su with a palm. Huang Su emitted a muffled groan, striking upwards with a palm. A heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also an altar rose, shining with all-encompassing sunlight as 8 great golden suns slowly rose into the air. However, Yan Zhaoge's palm struck the heavens, a cyclic heavenly seal mightily slamming down, directly shattering that great golden sun along with that heavenly altar. Yan Zhaoge's tone was cold and indifferent. Today the sun sets. The terrifying momentum of his palm swept along the shattered golden light, resembling the descent of the sky as the great sun was extinguished. Huang Su's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as his brain was smashed apart by Yan Zhaoge's heaven-flipping palm. Chapter 579. The current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, was slain on the spot by Yan Zhaoge with a single palm outside Broad Creed Mountain. The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners present were all dazed like wooden chickens. Even Zhang Kuan, He Ning and the others on Broad Creed Mountain were somewhat dazed for a time. When Yan Zhaoge had appeared, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all felt complex emotions. While Yan Zhaoge seemed to be the main culprit, with 2 experts of the Radiant Light sect descending upon Broad Creed Mountain precisely because of him, as if it was Yan Zhaoge who had brought such a calamity upon Broad Creed Mountain. Still, when Yan Zhaoge had truly appeared, while they were thankful for his responsibility and even more glad that he had been safe and sound during the Seal of the East Sea, they could not help but worry for him. After all, the enemy in front of them was too powerful, and they were completely suppressing them. Already heavily injured, He Ning had originally intended to hand the clear chi robe over to Zhang Kuan so that he could save Yan Zhaoge. Now, however, all the longtime Grand Elders of Broad Creed Mountain collectively fell into a daze at this moment. Seeing Yan Zhaoge resist Yang Zhanhua and Jinjie, these 2 great experts, seeing Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane causing his sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, to be hard-pressed to withstand, watching Yan Zhaoge kill the chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, with a single palm, even though Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had long since been irreconcilable enemies, seeing the chief of the other side's clan being beaten to a pulp by Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Kuan and the others could not help but shiver all over. If this had been Yan Di or Yuan Zhengfeng, it would have been fine. However, Yan Zhaoge having slain Huang Su so casually just like that, not only did it cause those of the Sacred Sun clan to feel dazed, Even those of Broad Creed Mountain felt as though the world had become unreal. Especially when Huang Su had the holy weapon, the heaven-cleaving axe, in his hand, yet it was completely useless. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he shook the bamboo cane in his hand, the heaven-cleaving axe already breaking free of Huang Su's control and landing within his hand. The surging black light faintly resisted, but then it returned to silence. Jin Jie's face was ashen. Even if it was the death of the chief of the Sacred Sun clan Huang Su, he did not care. However, Huang Su had traveled alongside him, accompanying him and Yang Zhanhua to Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, someone of Broad Creed Mountain had killed Huang Su right in front of him. How could Jin Jie not feel ashamed and furious at this? Yet, facing the Northern Ocean clone who was similarly at the second level of the martial saint realm and possessed the sacred artifact, the imperious cold martial armor as well as the dragon scale spear, he was completely unable to rescue Huang Su at all as he could only watch on helplessly as Yan Zhaoge slew Huang Su, wresting the heaven-cleaving axe away. What made Jin Jie even more embarrassed was that he couldn't even protect himself now. The Northern Ocean clone violently struck out with a spear, shattering Jin Jie's sword light. Evading with all his might, Jin Jie was still wounded, his blood staining the sky. Now, however, the myriad dragon palace shook unceasingly, the dragon-shaped radiance it emitted gradually beginning to shatter. A glowing figure broke free from the suppression of the myriad dragon palace. Jin Jie was overjoyed. Yang Zhanhua had finally escaped. Yang Zhanhua possessed the sacred artifact, the Dawn Sun Crown, which should be able to stand against Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor. The only thing he was wary of was that strange dark green bamboo cane of Yan Zhaoge's. Jin Jie had just wanted to warn Yang Zhanhua when he saw Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone retreating instead of advancing after a feint. It was not that the Northern Ocean clone was afraid. Instead, he shot towards the vicinity of Yang Zhanhua and the myriad dragon palace at a speed that was hard for others to see clearly. Having originally been at a disadvantage, Jin Jie was also inferior to the Northern Ocean clone in speed as he was unable to stop him at all. He could only yell, "Zhanhua, be careful." Yang Zhanhua had just shot out of the suppression of the myriad dragon palace, the streams of dragon chi before him still having yet to disperse when he felt his vision blur. The violent spear was just inches away from him in the blink of an eye. Yang Zhanhua didn't even have the time to evade as he could only circulate the power of the radiant light illuminating art to the maximum, combining it with the power of the sacred artifact, the Dawn Sun Crown, executing the radiant light sect's direct lineage martial art, the inextinguishable light body with all his might. It was like light illuminated the entire world, eternally inextinguishable. Infinite radiance condensed on Yang Zhanhua's body, causing him to resemble a person of light. His powerful defensive power forcibly withstood the Northern Ocean clone's attack. This spear of the Northern Ocean clone was actually unable to break through his protective treasured light. Even so, however, Yang Zhanhua's body mightily retreated as he was sent flying backwards. Behind him, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, resembling a massive dragon opening its mouth as it swallowed him in a single gulp. Then, the great gate shut tightly with a bang, resembling a massive dragon closing its mouth. Yang Zhanhua, who had been radiating infinite radiance a moment ago, was instantly nowhere to be seen again, trapped by the myriad dragon palace once more. The ups and downs of life really came too quickly. Jin Jie, who had just relaxed due to Yang Zhanhua's escape, immediately tensed up once more. Indeed, the Northern Ocean clone did not enter the myriad dragon palace to continue pursuing him. Instead, he turned and aimed his spear at him once more, shooting over amidst flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Unarmed and only able to rely on his cultivation base, facing the Northern Ocean clone who was armed to the teeth, Jin Jie instantly fell into a perilous situation as he found himself in dire straits. I hope that Elder Lu and the others are still in that Earth domain, not having gone to the East Sea in time. That way they should be able to arrive very quickly. Jin Jie emitted a muffled groan, a jade pendant suddenly appearing in his palm which he crushed forcefully. Now the Northern Ocean clone strode forward, stabbing towards Jin Jie with his spear. Jin Jie barely evaded it, but the Northern Ocean clone's speed was like lightning as he strode forward, closing the distance between them before he struck out with the shaft of his spear, striking out horizontally at Jin Jie's chest. The other party spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Having gained the upper hand, the Northern Ocean clone grabbed the spear shaft with his right hand, his left hand shooting out at lightning speed, grabbing Jin Jie's arm with the Fishrock Divine Claw, preventing him from retreating any further. Then, wielding the spear with his right hand, he stabbed it into Jin Jie's chest. Jinjie did not look at the Northern Ocean clone, instead glaring at the distant Yan Zhaoge. "Brat, what vicious methods you have." Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "Is there still any meaning in saying all this now?" Blood leaked uncontrollably from the corner of Jinjie's mouth. "I originally only wanted to ask you about the whereabouts of that treasure which suppresses the crevice to the 9 underworlds in the earth domain of your world. Now, however, it is you who is seeking death. You and the clan behind you shall all be exterminated." Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. "Oh, that treasure that you are looking for is with me. Still, I do not intend to give it to you." Jinjie's eyes widened. "How dare you?" Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. "If we say that we are trading on equal terms, from the looks of it, firstly, you do not feel that we are equal, and secondly, you also do not intend to trade. Also, speaking of which, I very much doubt whether you have anything that is more valuable than this treasure." Jinjie stared at Yan Zhaoge. "Kid, you really don't know the height of the heavens and the boundlessness of the earth. Some treasures are not something that you can control and possess. Those treasures are not something that this world of yours can contain in the first place. Holding them in your hands, you are only inviting trouble for yourself. Offer it to the Radiant Light Sect and the Radiant Light Sect won't mistreat you. This is your only way out." Yan Zhaoge laughed. "Therefore you see we still had to make a move at the end of the day. I said that I was going to keep it, but you all seem to not intend to give up, still wanting to snatch it away. You want to snatch it, but I don't want to give it to you. What should I do? We can only fight. Higher world experts, hee hee." Yan Zhaoge said plainly, "What I'm fighting are higher world experts like you." The Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force. Jinjie's eyes widened as he shouted, "You?" Before he could finish speaking, the Kuanpeng's immense strength directly split open his abdomen. Chapter 580. The Northern Ocean clone slashed downwards with his right hand that grasped the spearhead, the terrifying spear directly cleaving open Jinjie's chest beneath the impetus of a boundless, immense force. Rays of black and gold light shattered Jinjie's internal organs, bones and blood vessels. A series of crackling sounds rang out between heaven and earth, as if countless rocks were shattering. Even the fleshly bodies of martial saints that were tougher than metal and mountain rocks were unable to withstand the terrifying power of the Northern Ocean clone as they were unceasingly destroyed. Fresh blood burst out. It was even hotter than the magma of a volcano. When it splattered on the ground, it was like a raging inferno that covered the mountains and plains. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he waved his hand, the blazing prairie fire extinguishing. Jinjie's eyes widened. The light in his eyes gradually faded, and the flame of his life extinguished. Whether it was the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners in midair or the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners at the top of the heaven-rising peak, they all stared dazedly at this scene. The impact of the scene before them was even greater than when Yan Zhaoge had slain Huang Su with a single palm earlier. While Huang Su was the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, he was still someone of the Eight Extremities world at the end of the day. Whether it was on the enemy side or on the other side, he had interacted with them quite a bit, being extremely familiar with them. Having clashed openly and covertly for so many years, while it was shocking that Huang Su had perished at Yan Zhaoge's hands, it was also very quickly accepted. However, Jinjie was not someone of the Eight Extremities world. Instead, he hailed from the legendary world beyond worlds. It came from a place that many people didn't even know about and couldn't imagine. It was as though it resided above the 9 heavens, on a completely different level from the Eight Extremities world that they all lived in. In their eyes, it was an existence akin to the heavenly court, the immortal realm. Even the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners did not know how powerful the Radiant Light Sect was. They only knew that after receiving the news, the other side had immediately dispatched manpower to descend into the Eight Extremities world. From their limited conversations in the eyes of Yang Zhanhua, Jinjie and the others, descending to the Eight Extremities world was not a good thing. If not for treasures like the Extreme Yin Crown and the Extreme Yang Seal, no one would be willing to descend. Just like that, the descending experts of the Radiant Light Sect were sufficient to sweep through the Eight Extremities world. Even though there was Yen Di here who was comparable to an expert of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, the other side had already made preparations, wanting to surround and kill him through sheer numbers. Jinjie was not of the Radiant Light Sect's direct lineage, but as a martial saint, his status in the Radiant Light Sect was different. Now that Yan Zhaoge had actually domineeringly slain Jinjie, how could they not be stunned and at a loss as to what to do? The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge. Has he gone mad? Does he not know that with this, there will no longer be any room for reconciliation with the Radiant Light sect? The Radiant Light sect did not just send these two experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm to the Eight Extremities world. There are also experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm and even the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm. While they could not wait for the Radiant Light sect to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain, seeing that Yen Zhaoge had actually domineeringly slain Jin Jianao, those of the Sacred Sun clan also felt terrified. The Radiant Light sect won't vent their anger on the entire Eight Extremities world on us, right? I don't know about other things, but since this kid has caused such a great disaster, he must have a plan. On Broad Creed Mountain, the faces of Jianghu and the others were also rather pale. In a situation where death was certain, having been bullied at their doorstep, they would not lack the courage to resist to the end, putting their lives on the line. However, seeing that the situation was no longer as dangerous as it seemed, Yen Zhaoge had domineeringly slain his opponent, sowing great enmity. Zhang Kuan, Chang Ning and the others instantly felt bitter within their hearts. Zhang Kuan could not help but raise his voice. Zhaoge? The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who descended from the world beyond worlds are not just these two. There is at least one fourth-level martial saint and two third-level martial saints who have descended. Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head and glanced at Heaven Rising Peak, nodding nonchalantly. While I do not know their exact numbers, it is obvious that they will not be lacking in experts. The Sacred Sun clan must have already informed the Radiant Light sect of my father's situation. Wanting to make things difficult for us, they will definitely have to include my father within their calculations. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and pondered for a moment. Descending to the Eight Extremities world of the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm would be suppressed to the peak of the third level of the Martial Saint realm. That would be equivalent to 3 third-level Martial Saints. Zhang Kuan said, "That's right. Your father will still need some time before he can emerge from the seal of the East Sea. Even if he does emerge, he will still be hard-pressed to stand against so many." As he was speaking, Yen Zhaoge flicked his hand, that dark green bamboo cane landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. Then, the Northern Ocean clone directly turned and entered the Myriad Dragon Palace. Everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Zhang Kuan stared. Zhaoge, that Jin Jie claims to be a guest elder of the Radiant Light sect, not of their direct lineage. Meanwhile, this Yang Zhanhua is probably of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage. Yen Zhaoge smiled. I know. It is precisely his direct lineage that we are fighting. Zhang Kuan opened his mouth, yet was unable to speak. Over the years, Yen Zhaoge had unceasingly accomplished great feats as he was like the number one heaven's favored son of the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world, able to stand on equal footing with the longtime elders of the various sections. His status and strength could not be measured by the standards of ordinary youths. It was to the extent that even those of Broad Creed Mountain would sometimes forget that beneath that graceful exterior of the youth before them was an arrogant, domineering soul. This number one heaven's favored son of the younger generation was renowned for his ability to cause trouble as well as his ability to render meritorious service. It was just that he was different from others in that even if he pierced through the heavens most of the time, he would not need the help of others to deal with the aftermath as he himself would have the ability to reverse the collapse of the heavens. Therefore he had his great reputation today. The Myriad Dragon Palace was currently shaking unceasingly as Yang Zhanhua wanted to charge out from within. Just as he was about to break through the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace, it suddenly opened. Yang Zhanhua wanted to charge out before his vision blurred as the sharp tip of a spear instantly arrived before him. Such a familiar feeling, Yang Zhanhua was greatly enraged, yet could do nothing about it. It was as if time had flowed in reverse as a familiar method, a familiar posture, everything was repeated once more. The Northern Ocean clone struck out with his spear once more, forcing Yang Zhanhua back into the Myriad Dragon Palace. This time, the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace was not closed. The Northern Ocean clone charged in as well, his spear striking towards Yang Zhanhua like a tempestuous storm. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone who was garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yang Zhanhua roared, "Good, let's see how great your capabilities are." Bolstered by the dawn sun crown, his palms seemed endless, all-encompassing light illuminated without interruption, day and night as the heavens and the earth were eternally bright. The Radiant Light sect's direct lineage martial art, the infinite bright light palm. This time, however, the Northern Ocean clone did not forcibly clash against it. Wielding his spear with one hand, his spear turned from tough to soft as he dispelled the force of Yang Zhanhua's palm. With his other hand he raised the dark green bamboo cane, striking towards Yang Zhanhua's dawn sun crown. Yang Jianhua had been completely entangled with the myriad dragon palace earlier. Seeing that the dark green bamboo cane was completely ordinary and unremarkable, not seeming to stand out in the least, he felt greatly puzzled. While he felt stifled to the extreme, he still chose to play it safe with regards to this abnormal situation, wanting to first evade it. However, the Northern Ocean clone's spear turned tough to soft as it entangled Yang Jianhua. Yang Jianhua's footsteps slowed as the dawn sun crown was struck by the dark green bamboo cane. The golden crown that emitted infinite radiance instantly shuddered, its radiance dimming. Yang Jianhua could not make heads or tails of this. Looking at the dark green bamboo cane which still did not emanate any power or aura, he could not help but feel rather dazed. Chapter 581. After discovering that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was actually at the second level of the Martial Saint realm, Yang Jianhua finally grew serious. His opponent's strength was outstanding among cultivators of the same realm, and he could be considered a strong opponent. However, just as Yang Jianhua was about to have a proper battle with the Northern Ocean clone, the Northern Ocean clone raised his dark green bamboo cane, smashing down fiercely towards his face. The saint weapon, the Dawn Sun Crown, was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the raging waves, swaying back and forth. The Rising Sun Crown withstood the attack. The Rising Sun Crown also withstood 2 hits. However, the violent winds and torrential rain came wave after wave, as if there was no end to it. The light of the Rising Sun Crown dimmed, and that light was like a candle in a storm, about to be extinguished at any moment. Yang Jianhua's heart ached to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do. What made him even more furious was that as the light of the Dawn Sun Crown dimmed, the spiritual energy gradually disappeared. It was difficult for him to obtain any additional power from his saint weapon. This directly led to him being suppressed and beaten up by the Northern Ocean clone who was wearing the Imperious Cold martial armor. The Northern Ocean clone's domineering stance became tough and sharp once more, each spear faster and fiercer than the previous as it forced his opponent to the point of being unable to control himself. Flames of fury surged within Yang Jianhua's heart as he simultaneously extended his hands, abruptly bringing them together as he actually accurately caught the Northern Ocean clone's dragon scale spear between his palms. "I'll first destroy this spearhead of yours that looks good but is useless." Yang Jianhua roared furiously, infinite light surging madly as it mightily struck the Northern Ocean clone's dragon-scale golden spear. The majestic and overbearing power was about to break the spear that was not yet a holy weapon. Wielding his spear with a single hand, the Northern Ocean clone did not appear weak in the slightest. The immense power of the rock broke through the heavens and parted the sea, bolstering the spear with even more ferocious power than Yang Jianhua's. The boundless power was like a Kunpeng emerging from the sea, crashing into the pillars of the sky, wanting to collapse the pillars together. Yang Jianhua's expression was extremely solemn, and his palms were forced to retreat slowly. In terms of pure power, although his was domineering, it was not as vast as the power of the Kunpeng. Still, Yang Jianhua did not panic as he slowly retreated, unceasingly wearing down the pressure that the Northern Ocean clone was exerting on him, wanting to engage in a prolonged battle with him. His holy light illuminating art was derived from the true meaning of eternal light, illuminating the boundless universe. His palm technique, the endless bright light palm, was also characterized by its unending radiance and endless power, as if it would never end. In terms of endurance, a battle of attrition, Yang Jianhua was confident that he could compete with any martial artist of the same realm. As long as he wasn't defeated by his opponent within a short period of time, Yang Jianhua was confident that he could defeat his opponent. However, the icy sea around the Northern Ocean clone surged, numerous ice dragons shooting out from within before coiling around the dragon-scale spear, shooting towards Yang Jianhua. Yang Jianhua's eyes widened as he watched the cold chi continuously extinguish the brilliance of his palms. It was as if the end of the universe had arrived. Everything returned to darkness and coldness without light or heat. The power of Yang Jianhua's infinite light palm instantly weakened, no longer able to withstand the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear. The spear tip pierced into Yang Jianhua's body amidst the dragon's roar. Yang Jianhua emitted a muffled groan unresignedly, only able to focus fully on defense. The radiant light sect's most powerful defensive martial art, the inextinguishable light body, was executed once more. Bright light emanated from his entire person from the inside out, as if he was eternally inextinguishable amidst boundless darkness. The light condensed on his body, causing his entire person to seem like a transparent person of light, the light turning tangible as it was indestructible. As the Northern Ocean clone's spear pierced into his body, its momentum slowed as well. However, the Northern Ocean clone did not care about this as he raised the dark green bamboo cane, continuously striking down once more. Yang Jianhua could only watch on helplessly, unable to do anything at all. He dared not even move his little finger now, lest the Northern Ocean divine spear immediately pierced through his chest. Finally, a muffled bang resounded as the golden crown on Yang Jianhua's head was directly sent flying by the Northern Ocean clone's cane, landing in a corner of the Myriad Dragon Palace, cracking sounds resounding as it rolled. Having completely lost the boost of the Dawn Sun crown, Yang Jianhua appeared even more powerless against the Northern Ocean clone who was garbed in the imperious cold martial armor. Currently, he could only unleash the power of his inextinguishable light body to the maximum. The inextinguishable light body was indeed worthy of being a direct lineage martial art of the Radiant Light sect as it forcibly resisted the sharpness of the Northern Ocean divine spear with all his might. Looking at Yang Jianhua before him, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly smiled. He kept the dark green bamboo cane neither hurriedly nor slowly, still wielding the spear with a single hand. Yang Jianhua looked rather astonished at the Northern Ocean clone, yet heard the Northern Ocean clone suddenly say, "Don't be hasty. It is still not the time to claim your life for the time being." While his voice was different, his tone was the same as Yan Zhaoge's. Carefully observing the Northern Ocean clone, Yang Jianhua discovered to his astonishment that this expert of the second level of the martial saint realm before him was actually a clone that Yan Zhaoge had refined. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Jianhua recovered from his initial shock, looking coldly at Yan Zhaoge. "Kill me and you will be seeking your own death." Yang Jianhua's expression was terrifyingly calm. "You, your father, the clan that you hail from, even this world that you hail from, only death awaits you." His tone was so calm as if he was speaking of something that was only natural. Yan Zhaoge was not angered. "I have already slain those who came with you. There is no need for you to be one more. Even if I let you off now there would be no difference, right?" Yang Jianhua glared at the Northern Ocean clone. "Jinjie was really killed by you." The Northern Ocean clone smiled nonchalantly. Yang Jianhua slowly shook his head. "You are dead for sure. Your father and this Broad Creed Mountain are all dead for sure. If you have the ability, kill me as well. The myriad life forms of this world that you hail from will all be buried along with me in Jinjie." The Northern Ocean clone had just been about to speak when his gaze suddenly flickered slightly as he swiveled his head to look outside the Myriad Dragon Palace. The heavens and earth of Broad Creed Mountain were shaking. The heavens and earth of the entire Central Heaven region were shaking as well. It was not just Yan Zhaoge. Everyone present gazed towards the east. There, an incomparably powerful existence was currently approaching Broad Creed Mountain. That was an existence that caused the entire heavens and earth to shake, an existence that stood at the peak of the current Eight Extremities world. And it was not just one. Before the other party had truly arrived in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, the clear Qi Grand Formation was already rippling and distorting like water. As three figures appeared in the distant horizon, the clear Qi Grand Formation that had guarded Broad Creed Mountain for many years began to break apart unceasingly. Looking at those three figures through the entrance of the Great Hall, Yang Jianhua said coldly to Yan Zhaoge, "You had best immediately commit suicide. If you can die a little more easily, if my senior apprentice uncle and the others are in a good mood, they might even let your lineage off." Yan Zhaoge laughed. "What is it that gives you the misconception that I dare not kill you?" Yang Jianhua stared, seeing the Northern Ocean clone gripping the shaft of his spear with his other hand before stabbing out mightily. The power of the imperious cold martial armor was stimulated to the maximum, numerous dragons of light descending from the Myriad Dragon Palace, bolstering this Northern Ocean divine spear. The violent force mightily broke through Yang Jianhua's inextinguishable light body that was already on the verge of collapse. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. "Having suffered a setback here, the people of the Sacred Sun clan will definitely inform your fellow disciples. In having descended into the Eight Extremities world this time, you have primarily come for me and the Extreme Yang Seal. Knowing that I am here, your fellow disciples will definitely temporarily give up on the Seal of the East Sea and rush over here. Not killing you earlier was in order to leave all of you here now." The Northern Ocean clone's violent spear pierced through Yang Jianhua's chest. Chapter 582. Even before his death, Yang Jianhua's face had still been filled with shock. He could not understand how Yan Zhaoge had dared to kill him, daring to do so right in front of his fellow disciples. If Yan Zhaoge had secretly killed him before fleeing and hiding, While he did not think that Yen Zhaoge would have been able to escape death, he would still be able to understand his actions. Yet, Yen Zhaoge had actually intentionally left him alive now, only making a move after his fellow disciples had arrived. As Yang Zhanhua saw it, this was already no longer a matter of being audacious to the extreme. Instead, it was madness. How dare he do this? What gives him the confidence to do so? What gives him the right to do so? Even though Yang Zhanhua hailed from the Radiant Light sect, possessing a high cultivation base and vast knowledge, he could only feel that this was absurd and inconceivable at this moment. Just with that martial saint clone? Yes, that was right. This clone of a second-level martial saint was extremely powerful, also possessing a sacred artifact. Just with that strange bamboo branch? Yes, that was right. Yang Zhanhua had never seen such a strange treasure in his life, beating down a mid-grade sacred artifact like beating up a grandson. Just with this palace that was filled with dragon chi? Yes, that was right. This palace could temporarily trap a second-level martial saint like him. However, all of this added together was still insufficient to support a single person making such a crazy decision. It was still unknown whether all of this would be able to do anything to a single expert of the third level of the martial saint realm, let alone 3 of them. Yang Zhanhua felt his life flowing away, his pupils gradually losing their luster as they lost focus. The final scene that remained in his field of vision was the 3 figures appearing in the distant horizon through the wide-open great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Lu Feng, a third-level martial saint. Like Jin Jie, he was a guest elder of the Radiant Light sect, not of their direct lineage. However, his shocking cultivation base was sufficient for him to rampantly dominate this 8 extremities world. Sun Hao, a third-level martial saint, of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage, cultivated in the sun-moon interchanging art of the Radiant Light sect's 3 direct lineages, which was domineering beyond compare like the Radiant Light illuminating art that he cultivated in. Deng Sen, a 4th-level martial saint, of his direct lineage, the number 1 expert of the Radiant Light sect who had descended to the 8 extremities world this time, being even more powerful than Lu Feng and Sun Hao. Yang Zhanhua believed that even if that Yen Di of the East Sea truly possessed the strength of a third-level martial saint, as long as Deng Sen acted, the other party would not be able to overturn the heavens. Yang Zhanhua found it hard to imagine how Yen Zhaoge would be able to withstand the combined might of these 3 great experts. But all of this had nothing to do with him anymore. The Northern Ocean clone's spear completely destroyed his life force. After Jin Jie, another expert of the second level of the martial saint realm, the direct lineage martial saint of the world beyond world's Radiant Light sect, Yang Zhanhua, perished at Broad Creed Mountain. All of this was seen by the crowd. At this moment, no one had any other thoughts. They were shocked to the point of numbness. In the distance, the 3 great experts of the Radiant Light sect descended together, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as their minds virtually blanked out. As the 3 neared, the entire space surrounding Broad Creed Mountain shook, the heavens and earth seemingly suffering from immense pressure as it seemed as though it might collapse completely at any moment. That powerful force seemed to have surpassed the limits of the universe and was about to burst the sky. The scene of Yang Zhanhua's death was also witnessed by Deng Sen and the other 2. The 3 experts were all taken aback, not having thought at all that Yen Zhaoge would actually mercilessly kill Yang Zhanhua right in front of their faces. After being taken aback, there was rage. Yang Zhanhua's direct lineage senior apprentice uncle, the strongest of the 3, strode out, instantly arriving within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Wherever he passed, space collapsed as the patterns of light of the clear Qi Grand Formation directly shattered, dissipating within the air. As Deng Sen entered the Myriad Dragon Palace, the dragon Qi within it directly surged. However, Deng Sen's entire body glowed brilliantly, sweeping aside the streams of dragon Qi as he struck out towards the Northern Ocean clone with a palm. The Northern Ocean clone was jolted into retreat as Deng Sen caught hold of Yang Zhanhua's body, his roiling true essence unceasingly pouring within. Yang Zhanhua's body began to emit streams of light, his skin seemingly regaining the color of blood. However, there was still no aura. Deng Sen's face was sunken as water, his true essence surging unceasingly as he attempted to rouse his junior apprentice nephew's life force once more. The Radiant Light sect's guest elder Lu Feng's eyes involuntarily lit up as he sensed the overflowing qi of true dragons within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Seeing the Myriad Dragon Palace and feeling the overflowing qi of true dragons, the guest elder of the Radiant Light sect Lu Feng's eyes involuntarily lit up. He too rushed into the Myriad Dragon Palace, sucking in a deep breath as an expression of satisfaction and admiration appeared on his face. I really would not have guessed that there would actually be such abundant essence qi of true dragons here. my trip down here this time was really not in vain. Even as Deng Sen pressed down on Yang Zhanhua's back with his palm, he said expressionlessly, "Lu Feng, kill everyone here." Lu Feng raised a palm, striking out towards the Northern Ocean clone. Streams of crimson light instantly filled the entire Myriad Dragon Palace. The Myriad Dragon Palace shook mightily, actually seeming like it was about to disintegrate. Bolstered by the imperious cold martial armor, the Northern Ocean clone raised the Dragon Scale Spear, the Northern Ocean Divine Spear not retreating in the slightest as it clashed with Lu Feng. However, that crimson light mist was vast and endless, entangling the tip of the Northern Ocean Divine Spear as it was unable to advance even an inch further. The terrifying light mist even swept towards the Northern Ocean clone, suppressing the imperious cold martial armor. The vast icy sea was actually gradually dyed red at this moment. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Now I can compete with my father when he had just transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Lu Feng similarly clicked his tongue in admiration. Good spear arts, good skills. Sadly, you are unable to adapt to the circumstances. If you had offered up your treasures and pledged allegiance to the Radiant Light sect, you might still have had a good future ahead of you. However, having killed an elder of the Radiant Light sect of the direct lineage as well as a guest elder of a martial saint, no one will be able to save you. I advise you not to struggle. Dying by this old man's hands, you will still feel good. If Elder Deng makes a move, you will die an extremely miserable death. The crimson mist formed of his palm force roiled forward, shocking the Northern Ocean clone to the point of trembling unceasingly as he toppled backwards in retreat, the imperious cold martial armor vaguely emitting a mournful wail. However, the Northern Ocean clone was not panicked as a hint of a smile was even revealed at the corners of his mouth. You don't have to worry about me. I only know that the two of you will die very miserable deaths. Ha! Deng Sen's and Lu Feng's expressions simultaneously changed. The great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace mightily closed. Within the palace, space changed illusory, suddenly transforming into countless overlapping chaotic spacetime as it was like innumerable small worlds had been stacked together. Streams of terrifying black chi surged simultaneously from the various spacetime, resembling thick ink. The extremely dense chi of death was condensed to the extreme, transforming into an incomparably terrifying chi of extermination that filled the entire Myriad Dragon Palace. The chi of extermination transformed into a terrifying, frenzied tide that swept through the heavens as it shot towards Deng Sen and Lu Feng. How can there be chi of extermination on such a scale? Such chi of extermination is virtually sufficient to destroy this entire Eight Extremities world. The expressions of Deng Sen and Lu Feng both changed. The chi of true dragons here was all agglomerated after the deaths of dragons. Apart from the chi of true dragons, there is also an infinite chi of death. How many true dragons have died here? Guided by the Myriad Dragon Palace, the Northern Ocean clone had retreated into the chaotic spacetime, vanishing without a trace. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. The chi of death is a hidden threat at the end of the day. If it is not cleansed, I will also be unable to freely refine the essence chi of true dragons here. I have always been waiting for someone to help me block this tribulation. Now it shall be the two of you. Chapter 583. Don't stop even if you ask for monthly votes. Let us continue charging upwards together. Charge. Charge. The entire Myriad Dragon Palace was shaking as it seemed like it might collapse at any moment. The terrifying chi of extermination formed a frenzied tide, not only rampaging amidst the spacetime within the palace as it expanded towards the outside world as well. The power of extermination that resembled the tribulation of the end of the world was virtually able to destroy an entire world. Not long ago, such things had already consecutively occurred within the Dragon Tomb several times. Each time, the vast ocean world that was closest to the Dragon Tomb would experience a great calamity that resembled the end of the world, causing that world to be unable to recover its vitality even after a long time had passed. Those few times had merely been people who had entered the Dragon Tomb in search of treasures triggering the restrictions, causing a portion of the chi of extermination to be released. Now, under Yan Zhaoge's intentional guidance, the accumulated chi of extermination within the Myriad Dragon Palace was completely released. In the Dragon Tomb, at the depths of the ancient, cold abyss, most of the true dragon corpses had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, stored within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Now that the chi of extermination had been completely released, the frenzied tides of destruction formed would truly be able to sweep through the entire Eight Extremities world, bringing it to its end. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not worried. He wanted to slay these experts of the third level of the martial saint realm, not to perish together with them. It was precisely because of Deng Sen and Lu Feng that the Eight Extremities world was safe. The two third-level martial saints could only forcibly exert all their power to resist the frenzied tides of destruction before them now. However, even they would be hard-pressed to resist this terrifying power that virtually destroyed the world. Seeing that the situation was bad, Deng Sen even wanted to forcibly break through the suppression of the power of dimensions, recovering his strength as a fourth-level martial saint and directly ascending out of the Eight Extremities world. However, swept along by the chi of extermination, he was unable to take that step. Because of this action, even more power of extermination was drawn in, madly bombarding his body. Beneath the power of extermination that resembled the heavens and the seas, Deng Sen and Lu Feng seemed to be experiencing the agony of being dismembered as their entire bodies decayed and collapsed. "You Junior, you shall die a horrible death." Light flickered madly about Deng Sen's entire body, yet was extinguished unceasingly. Meanwhile, the protective crimson mist of light around Lu Feng's body had already gradually dissipated. The two experts of the Radiant Light sect would be able to do as they pleased in the Eight Extremities world. Yet, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as they were engulfed by the destructive tides of destruction. Outside the Myriad Dragon Palace, the other third-level martial saint of the Radiant Light sect, Sun Hao, did not enter the palace, instead remaining outside. He didn't think that the other party could stop Deng Sen and Lu Feng. In fact, if it wasn't for saving Yang Zhanhua, one of them would have been enough. When Sun Hao saw the great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace slam shut, he slowly shook his head, naive. Looking at Yan Zhaoge who was outside the Myriad Dragon Palace, Sun Hao said calmly, "A frog at the bottom of a well who views the sky from the bottom of a well, feeling that jumping up and nearing the well is already an incredible thing. I feel like I'm at the top of the world as high as the heavens. But in fact, this world is far vaster than you can imagine. In this world, there are people who are unimaginably powerful and stand at heights that you cannot comprehend. Even if you jump out of the well, wanting to crush you to death would also be as easy as lifting a finger. Moreover, you are still within the well?" Sun Hao's tone was indifferent as he raised a single hand, the silhouettes of a sun and a moon alternating within his palm, light and darkness intermingling. The profound principles of the variations between light and darkness were deduced with a single palm, the constant cycles of the sun rising and the moon setting. From a certain perspective, your words are indeed correct. People indeed need to reflect on themselves from time to time, lest they become frogs at the bottom of a well. Looking at him, a slightly strange smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. "Still, these words are applicable to both you and I. Let's encourage each other." Sun Hao was expressionless, not moved in the slightest as he looked at Yan Zhaoge like he was looking at a speck of dust that was devoid of life. "While I don't like leaving the world beyond worlds and coming to these lower worlds, I have still traveled quite a few times over the years. Having traveled to so many worlds, I have seen too many scoundrels like you in the lower worlds who do not know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. All of them think highly of themselves as extraordinary, their hearts higher than the heavens as they reign supreme over a region of their own little heavens and earth. All of them think that they are powerful enough to rampage unhindered between the heavens and the earth, able to go wherever they want, free and unfettered wherever they want. Still, in the end, you will all discover that you are but mere specks of dust. In the eyes of us from the higher worlds, we can make you vanish with just a casual wave of our hand." As Sun Hao's palm descended, light and darkness intermingled between the heavens and the earth, the sun and moon seemingly competing in radiance simultaneously as space distorted as a result. That violent palm sought to shatter Yan Zhaoge along with the broad Creed mountain beneath his feet with a single blow, directly erasing them from this Eight Extremities world. The Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked nervously at Yan Zhaoge. Even though Yan Zhaoge had domineeringly consecutively slain two experts of the Radiant Light sect who were at the second level of the martial saint realm, as they saw it, it was still insufficient to stand against Sun Hao who stood at the peak of the Eight Extremities world at the third level of the martial saint realm. Moreover, the Northern Ocean Clone, the Imperious Cold Martial Armor, the Myriad Dragon Palace and that strange bamboo cane that Yan Zhaoge had relied on to kill Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie were all unable to help him now. However shockingly talented Yan Zhaoge was, his talent outstanding, he was merely a martial grandmaster. Facing an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm, he was truly like specks of dust. How would he be able to escape death? Those of Broad Creed Mountain could not even bear to watch as they wanted to help, yet were helpless to do so. Sun Hao's palm enveloped them, wanting to kill them all together. Looking at Sun Hao, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. That's right. There will always be some people who think themselves to be extraordinary, thinking that they can rampantly rampage wherever they go, liking to posture. Still, you have to be careful. If you meet someone who is even better at acting than you might just end up playing to your death. Amidst his laughter, brilliant sunlight shot into the skies, seemingly stealing away the radiance of the true sun up in the sky in an instant. A great golden seal appeared amidst the sunlight, its majestic, tyrannical power seemingly not tolerating this region of the heavens and the earth. As the great seal appeared, with Broad Creed Mountain and the heaven domain as their center, the entire Eight Extremities world trembled together as it seemed like it would soon be unable to bear this boundless, tyrannical power. High-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal. Shock finally appeared on Sun Hao's face. This treasure is different from that Extreme Yin crown. Even experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm would be unable to wield it. How is it that you, a martial grandmaster, can do so? Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, you are lucky not having to be as miserable as the two of them. I will bestow upon you a more straightforward way of dying. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge punched forward. The Extreme Yang Seal mightily shook, light illuminating all. It was even more dazzling than the power of light born of the radiant light sect's martial arts, even more blazing than the power of sun born of the sacred Sun Clan's martial arts. Everything else was illusory, only this light being the only reality. Everything else was insignificant, only this sun being the sole ruler. The great golden seal swept along with a heaven-shocking, earth-shaking force, descending towards Sun Hao. Chapter 584. The violent Extreme Yang Seal virtually forcibly ripped the Eight Extremities world apart with a single strike. The great golden seal became incomparably massive, obscuring the sky as it smashed downwards, crushing the third level of the Martial Saint realm, Sun Hao, beneath it. Sun Hao mobilized all of his strength, but it was futile. He couldn't beat him. He couldn't block it. He couldn't avoid it. He couldn't escape. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, always maintaining self-reflection, you and I will encourage each other. Let's not talk about me for now. You should seriously consider whether or not you can withstand this attack of mine. Sun Hao opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He turned his head with great difficulty to look at the myriad dragon palace by the side. Deng Sen and Lu Feng were his only hope now. As if hearing Sun Hao's thoughts, the great doors of the myriad dragon palace suddenly swung open at this moment. A figure escaped from it, and there were traces of destructive energy chasing after him. That person was precisely the Radiant Light sect's strongest expert who had descended to the Eight Extremities world this time, Deng Senator. At this moment, however, this expert who had originally been at the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm was in an indescribably miserable state as he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His entire body was badly mutilated with not a single part of his skin unscathed. With his current injuries, let alone ascending to the world beyond worlds, even if he were to flee from the Myriad Dragon Palace, how long he would be able to survive would be a problem. This was only because he was powerful and had even executed the Radiant Light sect's most powerful defensive martial art, the inextinguishable light body. The other expert of the third level of the Martial Saint realm, Lu Feng, was directly obliterated amidst the frenzied tides of destruction. Deng Sen hissed, "Junior brother's son, hurry up." His voice came to an abrupt halt, leaving only a trace of it echoing in the air as if someone had grabbed his neck. Right before his eyes, he saw Sun Hao directly reduced to nothingness by that terrifying Extreme Yang Seal, not even his bones remaining. The tremors between heaven and earth did not subside for a long time. After having slain Sun Hao with a single strike, the Extreme Yang Seal that surged with ferocious might hovered in midair. The golden light on the surface of the golden seal gradually disappeared, and the powerful aura converged. It quietly floated in the void and once again looked like an ordinary red copper seal platform. Currently, the Extreme Yang Seal did not seem to possess any of its earlier berserk look at all. Still, it caused everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill run down their spines. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he kept the Extreme Yang Seal before swiveling his head to look at Deng Sen. "It looks like your fellow disciple was ultimately unable to revive. The dead cannot come back to life. My condolences. Anyway." Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. "You are about to go down and accompany him." At this moment, the aura of the Myriad Dragon Palace had also become much dimmer and weaker. Due to the frenzied tides that had erupted from within earlier, it had virtually fallen apart. However, it was all thanks to Deng Sen and Lu Feng that the Myriad Dragon Palace had instead been preserved. A streak of light flickered from the wide-open great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace as the Northern Ocean clone emerged in pursuit. Deng Sen watched as Yen Zhaoge kept the Extreme Yang seal before looking at the Myriad Dragon Palace and then at Broad Creed Mountain. His gaze was so focused that it was as if he wanted to imprint everything into his soul. Then this expert of the Radiant Light sect turned and fled. Before this, Deng Sen had never thought that having descended into this Eight Extremities world, they would actually end up in such a state. His fellow disciples had all died, and he himself was heavily injured and on the verge of death. With Deng Sen's current injuries, it was a question how long he could live without fighting. The Northern Ocean clone whom he normally didn't take seriously at all and could casually slap to death casually now might immediately claim his life. As a result, he could only flee. If he could flee back to the world beyond worlds, to the Radiant Light sect, he might still have a chance at survival, requesting for more experts of the sect to descend and exterminate the other party, obtaining the Extreme Yang seal. Dragon Chi. That oceanic amount of true Dragon Chi assisted him in wielding this high-grade sacred artifact. Even so, this should not be something that a martial grandmaster should be able to do. Could it be that he obtained the true legacy of the original owner of the sacred artifact? Deng Sen was also astonished that Yen Zhaoge was actually able to wield the Extreme Yang seal as a martial grandmaster. Still, with his vision he could tell that Yen Zhaoge only had the power for a single strike as he should not be able to use the Extreme Yang seal for a very long time afterwards. Still, whether or not this was the truth, he did not dare to remain in front of Yen Zhaoge any longer. There was only a single choice before him, and that was to flee. Seeing that Deng Sen was fleeing towards the south in the direction of the Sacred Sun clan, Yen Zhaoge could not help but smile, bringing along the Myriad Dragon Palace and the Northern Ocean clone in pursuit of Deng Senator. Everyone else was still dazed as they were unable to recover for a long time. While it was because the three great experts of the Radiant Light sect were either dead or injured, it was also because of the majestic, unparalleled power of the Extreme Yang seal that completely surpassed their imaginations as it shook their very souls. The battle just now had virtually ended in an instant, even faster than when Yen Zhaoge had clashed with Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie earlier, as no one had been able to react to it at all. Deng Sen and Lu Feng entered the Myriad Dragon Palace. As the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace closed, it shook intensely. When the gate reopened, Lu Feng was nowhere to be seen. There was only Deng Sen, who was covered in injuries as he fled in a sorry state, his fate unknown. Sun Hao, who had been left outside, had still been domineering in all directions a moment ago, wanting to flatten Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain with a palm. The next moment, he had been directly smashed into smithereens by the Extreme Yang seal. The five great experts of the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds who had descended into the Eight Extremities world to suppress Broad Creed Mountain. 1 4th level Martial Saint, 2 3rd level Martial Saints and 2 2nd level Martial Saints. In a flash, 4 had been killed and 1 injured, all of them having perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Perished at Yen Zhaoge's feet. Everyone could only feel dazed as though they were in a dream, the heavens and earth before their eyes overturning as the entire world became unreal, hard to understand. When they regained their wits, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners immediately fled in all directions, their hearts filled with panic as they were dazed out of their wits. Meanwhile, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had their earlier gloominess swept away now as they began to switch from defense to offense, pursuing their enemies. At this point there was nothing more to be said. Other than the heavily injured He Ning, even Zhang Kuan had left the mountain, leading them in slaughtering the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. Yen Zhaoge traversed the lands of the Heaven and Fire domains, pursuing Deng Sen all the way to the Sacred Sun clan's headquarters, the world-illuminating peak. Blood spurted from Deng Sen's entire body as he seemed like he might plummet from the sky at any moment. Looking at the world-illuminating peak that was already just a short distance away from him, looking at that spiritual light that pierced straight into the heavens at its peak, the glow of hope finally surfaced within his eyes. Deng Sen struggled, extending his hand towards that pillar of spiritual light. Now, however, a streak of light flickered across the northern horizon. The roar of a dragon resounded as a spear descended from the heavens, directly piercing through Deng Sen's body as it nailed him alive onto the peak of the world-illuminating peak. Deng Sen stared wide-eyed, turning his head with great difficulty. "Kid you?" Before he had finished speaking, the Northern Ocean clone's hand had already pressed down on the sand above his head, slamming him completely into the mountain rocks. A lofty expert of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm had perished just like that. Many of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners on the mountain had yet to react as they saw Deng Sen's body transformed into a mist of blood beneath the violent force, staining the world-illuminating peak red. The Guardian Grand Formation was unable to withstand this massive force as it collapsed along with the mountain peak. Yan Zhaoge did not look at Deng Sen as he calmly gazed at the spiritual light at the peak of the world-illuminating peak. His voice reverberated within the air. Today this yin shall flatten this world-illuminating peak. Chapter 585. Please don't stop with your monthly votes. Thank you all. The Sacred Sun clan still had long-time elders of the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm guarding over it. However, even with the protection of their grand formation, they were still powerless against Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge walked neither quickly nor slowly towards the gradually collapsing world-illuminating peak. At this moment, the world-illuminating peak had descended into unprecedented chaos. All the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were first panicked and then dazed. How did things turn out like this? This was the doubt in everyone's hearts. Didn't the Sacred Sun clan communicate with the world beyond worlds of legend that was like the heavenly court of the immortal world? Didn't this unique advantage make the Sacred Sun clan like the chosen ones of the heavens, destined to become the hegemons of the Eight Extremities world? Didn't supreme experts of the world beyond worlds of legend descend upon this Eight Extremities world, resembling immortals descending into the mortal realm, aiding the Sacred Sun clan? Didn't they plan to directly destroy Broad Creed Mountain's Tao tradition, simultaneously taking care of Yen Di, Song Wuliang and the others within the Seal of the East Sea as well as bringing back their old chief Huang Guanglia? Didn't they want to intimidate the other sects with this, completely ascending to the peak of the Eight Extremities world and unifying the Four Seas? But this wasn't right. The Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all had dazed looks on their faces now. Yan Zhaoge walked over step by step, casually killing any Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner who came to obstruct him. The spiritual light pillar that shot straight into the horizon at its peak, seemingly breaking through the 9 heavens, shook slightly now. With a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, the Myriad Dragon Palace appeared, breaking that pillar of light. While the Myriad Dragon Palace was currently weak, streams of light emanated, disrupting the spiritual light as it was unable to continue. Yan Zhaoge walked to where the spiritual light arose, seeing it penetrate the roof of the Great Hall, disregarding the bricks and tiles as it rose upwards. The Great Hall broke apart, a pale-faced youth seated within. It was precisely Huang Guanglia's grandson, Huang Su's son, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie. Huang Jie appeared extremely weak, his face devoid of any color at all. However, his gaze on Yan Zhaoge was extremely bright. Looking at Huang Jie, Yan Zhaoge slowly shook his head. When Huang Guanglia lit up a golden lamp during the Seal of the East Sea, connecting to the world beyond worlds, I knew that there was someone in your Sacred Sun clan with unique circumstances who could create that golden lamp that could connect to the world beyond worlds. For those of the Radiant Light sect to be able to accurately descend into the Eight Extremities world, especially that 4th-level martial saint who was able to descend and remain in the Eight Extremities world, it was not without your assistance. Their target is the Extreme Yang Seal and perhaps the Extreme Yin Crown as well. Having obtained those items, they have to send them back to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. Therefore, this passageway will have to be maintained for a period of time. At the very least, let's wait for them to make a trip to the East Sea according to the original plan. Before there are results, we have to try our best to maintain the channel. Yan Zhaoge said casually, coming before Huang Jie. However, I didn't know before that the one bearing this responsibility in the Sacred Sun clan was you. Raising his head, Huang Jie looked at the Myriad Dragon Palace up above that obscured the sky as he sighed. I had not thought that things would actually fall on you. He looked straight at Yan Zhaoge. You are very powerful, extraordinary, incomprehensibly powerful. I have always known this. I still cannot understand how you were able to deal with 3 elders and 2 guest elders of the Radiant Light sect. Elder Yang and Mr. Jin aside, the other 3, Huang Jie's brows were knit tightly. I had originally thought that the only thing that could have gone wrong would have been your father having stepped into the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm when he left the East Sea. However, the possibility of that was very small. As for you, while you really gave us too many surprises, and I believe that you will definitely be a great threat in the future, your strength should not have swelled to such an extent this time. That treasure which suppresses the crevice to the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain should logically be something that you should not be able to wield. Even if you could, would you have been able to deal with Elder Deng and the other 2 at the same time? Yan Zhaoge lowered his head, looking calmly at Huang Jie. You can't understand it? Huang Jie shook his head. I really can't. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Slowly think about it together with your father down there. Very soon your grandfather will also be accompanying you down there. Huang Jie raised his head, meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Their gazes were both cold and calm. Yan Zhaoge said, Meng Wan and the Extreme Yin Crown did not go to Broad Creed Mountain, nor are they here. From the looks of it, they have already been sent to the world beyond worlds. Huang Jie said very calmly, this is only natural. Since the Radiant Light sect wants to interfere in the Eight Extremities world, it will definitely be a full-fledged one. The Extreme Yin Crown will definitely be taken away at the first possible moment, the Sacred Sun clan also receiving their full support. Having been trapped between the heavens and the earth for many years, Ancestor Purple Sun has finally taken that final step, ascending to the world beyond worlds. With his guidance and the protection of the treasure, the Sacred Sun clan has 3 young disciples who can accompany the Extreme Yin Crown to the world beyond worlds. Junior apprentice sister Meng, senior apprentice brother Tang and I. It is just that in order to assist Elder Deng and the others, I have temporarily stayed behind. Glancing at the myriad dragon palace that blocked off the spiritual light, Huang Jie sighed. From the looks of it now, I won't be able to leave. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the Extreme Yin Crown will ultimately belong to Yunxing. She will have the chance to openly defeat Meng Wan. These are my words. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Huang Jie said softly, long ago during the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, I had already felt that you would be my lifelong enemy, but not in terms of the martial Tao. Clashing with force is always only a final method, a final step. Many a time, the true victor is already determined even before they begin. It is just that from the looks of it now, I still underestimated you at the end of the day. You are stronger than me and I still have yet to understand how I lost. Huang Jie suddenly closed his eyes. However, while I lost this time, you did not win either. Before his words had landed, the sky above shook mightily as an extremely terrifying aura emanated over, far stronger than even Deng Sen of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Huang Jie's entire body blazed with flames, the pillar of spiritual light above his head actually jolting the myriad dragon palace aside, guiding that aura into the Eight Extremities world. In an instant, that aura was so powerful that it completely surpassed the tolerable limits of the Eight Extremities world. I will use my life in exchange for my master of the Radiant Light sect making a move once, breaking through the suppression of the power of dimensions on our cultivation bases. Huang Jie opened his eyes. Yan Zhaoge, I will definitely die in exchange for you dying together with me. Yan Zhaoge was already unable to wield the Extreme Yang Seal, seemingly only being dragged down by Huang Jie to the point of mutual destruction. However, his expression was relaxed as he instead smiled, blood drawing in the heavenly light and shaking the golden lantern. Is this very rare? Hearing Yan Zhaoge call out the name of his technique, Huang Jie's pupils abruptly dilated. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand and made a slash on his wrist before lightly tapping out with his finger. A streak of blood flew into the air, merging within that pillar of spiritual light. A mist of blood instantly arose from within the spiritual light, its radiance becoming chaotic and scattered as it could no longer be maintained. That terrifying power that originated from the sky seemed to have encountered a barrier as it was unable to descend into the Eight Extremities world any longer. A cold snort that seemed to originate from above the 9 heavens contained rage. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not care about it at all as he lowered his head to look at Huang Jie, saying calmly, You die, I live. It's just that simple. A stunned look appeared on Huang Jie's usually calm face. His body moved as he tried to stand up. Yan Zhaoge extended a finger, tapping lightly on his forehead. Bang! Huang Jie's entire person transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating within the air. Chapter 586. Having slain Huang Jie, Yan Zhaoge's expression was neither sad nor joyless as he gazed upwards into the sky. The pillar of spiritual light was completely dissipating. That burst of anger seemed to still be lingering in the sky. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, We will meet again in the end. Even if you don't look for me, I will still look for you. The Northern Ocean clone appeared by Yan Zhaoge's side, standing on the top of the world illuminating peak as he stomped on the ground. The entire world illuminating peak instantly collapsed completely, turning into shattered rocks that fell downwards. Following in the footsteps of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Sacred Sun clan that had once ascended to the position of the #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world, having been established many years ago, had their world-illuminating peak completely destroyed by Broad Creed Mountain's Yanzhaoga today. It was as if the scene of the exalted heaven-shaker Zhandonga flattening the Black Nightmare Mountain that year was playing out once more. The Sacred Sun clan that had managed to escape this tribulation that year had fallen and been destroyed today. Yanzhaoga's figure seemed to envelop the entire Eight Extremities world, obscuring the entire sky. Other than the world-illuminating young master Huangjie, all the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan who had remained behind had all been slain by Yanzhaoga. Accompanied by the collapse of the world-illuminating peak, the numerous Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who had been unable to flee in time were directly buried alive. As the mountains collapsed and the earth split apart, other than fear and despair, the people of the Sacred Sun clan were also shocked and at a loss. Deng Sen's flesh and blood were badly mangled, already making it hard to distinguish his features. However, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who were in the know could tell from the radiance that his body had emitted earlier that it was precisely the unique characteristics of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage martial arts. While they could not identify which expert from the higher worlds Deng Sen was, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners could still distinguish his identity. However, this made them even more confused. What happened to the masters from the upper realm? What happened to sweeping through the Eight Extremities realm? Where were the immortals descending to the mortal world and the deities descending to the mortal world? While there was only Deng Sen here, unable to see the other experts of the Radiant Light sect who had descended, Yanzhaoga having directly fought his way over to the Sacred Sun clan's headquarters, even slaying Deng Sen here. If the other experts of the Radiant Light sect were still here, they would naturally not sit by and watch as such a thing happened. But now that it had really happened, there was only one explanation. The other experts of the Radiant Light sect had all perished as well. But those were 3 experts equivalent to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm and 2 experts equivalent to the 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm. Not counting those 2 experts of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm, just those 3 alone are equivalent to 3 great Flame Devil Kings. What kind of power can defeat them? How exactly did that Yanzhaoga do it? No one could answer their questions, leaving them with only eternal darkness. The world-illuminating peak that flickered with radiance all year round like the sun never setting was completely extinguished at this moment, returning to decay. As Yanzhaoga pursued Deng Sen in the central heaven region of the heaven domain, the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain also began exterminating the remaining Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. He had been worried about Yanzhaoga killing those of the Radiant Light sect earlier. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying any further. He might as well just get things done. The Grand Elder Jianghu led the troops in pursuit of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who had come to Broad Creed Mountain this time. The other party was currently in a daze, completely having no intention of battling at all. In his panic, he could only flee in all directions, being pursued and killed by those of Broad Creed Mountain. Having witnessed the entire process of Yanzhaoga's great battle against the experts of the Radiant Light sect, they felt it more deeply than anyone else. Currently, after having been shocked to the point of numbness and terrified to the point of numbness, there was only a single feeling left, that of despair that penetrated deep into their very bones. These Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners found it hard to imagine how Yanzhaoga had been able to defeat so many experts of the Radiant Light sect, even less able to imagine how they could stand against such a Yanzhaoga. Therefore they could only flee, fleeing with all their might while Yanzhaoga was not here. As Yanzhaoga pursued Deng Sen southwards, the world-illuminating peak was likely doomed. Even as the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners fled, they were also at a loss. While the heavens were great, while the earth was vast, where could they possibly hide? How could they possibly escape this tribulation? Fu Enshu accompanied Zhang Kuan and the others in hunting down and exterminating the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. After slaying a number of opponents and slaying an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan who had lost the will to battle, Fu Enshu swiveled her head, seeing that Elder Qin had also slain an enemy with his saber. Exchanging glances, the two could both see the emotional look in each other's eyes. Elder Qin said, "I really never thought that he would possess such divine abilities that transcend the heavens and the earth. Even now, this old man still feels like he has fallen into a dream." Fu Enshu naturally knew who the he in his words referred to. "Let alone you, senior apprentice ant, even I find it hard to imagine, surpassing my predictions." Fu Enshu said, "While he usually performs miraculous feats, it was really too difficult this time. Before this, he really broke out in cold sweat, thinking that he could only fight to the death. Elder Qin was rather taken aback. Seeing that you returned together with him, I even thought that it was indeed so. In the Seal of the East Sea earlier, it was he who saved me. Afterwards, we also traveled together before returning to the Eight Extremities world. Fu Wenshu nodded, a rare bitter smile on her face. Still, never would I have thought that he would possess such miraculous methods, endless and endless. Elder Qin suddenly thought of something, his expression turning solemn. Right, you were ambushed earlier. What exactly happened? Fu Wenshu gave a brief introduction. Seeing that Elder Qin's expression was not right, she instantly knit her brows. What happened? Hearing her fellow disciples mention in the East Sea earlier that Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua had both been swept up in the disciplinary hall's investigation, Fu Wenshu had vaguely felt that something was wrong. Hearing Elder Qin narrate what had happened now, her brows directly shot up. Standing in mid-air, Fu Wenshu's face alternated between green and red as she ground her teeth loudly, not saying a single word as she turned and returned to the mountain. Seeing Fu Wenshu like this, Elder Qin knew that something was wrong. Seeing that the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners had basically all been exterminated, no longer posing a major threat, he immediately turned and returned to the mountain with Fu Wenshu. Heavily injured, the Grand Elder He Ning had not participated in the pursuit as she remained on the mountain to recuperate. After returning, Fu Wenshu and Elder Qin went to see He Ning, only to learn that Chang Zheng had already returned earlier, having just left. A rather strange feeling suddenly arose within Fu Wenshu's heart. Subconsciously, she did not go to the disciplinary hall or the assignment hall, instead directly returning to the residence that she, Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua resided in. Having come close, Fu Wenshu's heart jolted as she saw a figure currently standing outside the residence of Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua. Sensing Fu Wenshu's arrival, that person turned. It was precisely Chang Zheng. Looking at Fu Wenshu, Chang Zheng's expression did not change. What is senior brother Chang doing here? I already know about my disciples' matter, but there are currently many things waiting to be done in the clan. While senior apprentice brother Chang is the first seat of the disciplinary hall, there shouldn't be a need for you to be overly concerned about one or two people, right? Fu Wenshu looked straight at Chang Zheng. Chang Zheng said mildly, just now, the Sacred Sun clan and the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds attacked the mountain. While they were stopped and taken care of in time, they also caused considerable damage to the mountain. The Clear Qi Grand Formation was damaged, and just the aftershocks of their battle alone caused damage. I was patrolling the area for a bit and just happened to come here. Junior Martial Sister Fu, you survived a great calamity and returned safely. This is truly worthy of celebration. You've also helped us solve an unsolved case. Fu Wenshu stared at Chang Zheng. However, I have a question. Why is this matter still unresolved even now? Chang Zheng's gaze darkened while Elder Qin appeared thoughtful. Both sides were actually rendered speechless for a time as they just stared fixedly at each other. Now, however, in the distant horizon outside the mountain, the silhouetted figure of a massive Kunping instantly approached Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone was shocked. He's back so quickly? On the back of the Kunping silhouetted figure, Yan Zhaoge stood with his hands behind his back, lowering his head to look at Broad Creed Mountain down below. Chapter 587. Please support the official subscriptions, the monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Currently, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were still at the clan looked up into the sky at Yan Zhaoge on the back of the Kunping. Shocked and reverent expressions appeared on their faces. Before this, Yan Zhaoge's position in the clan had already long since been incomparable to that of the younger generation disciples. In the hearts of many, his position had been even higher than that of many seniors of the clan. However, at that time they had only regarded him with respect. It had never been like now, as though they were looking at a divinity, wishing that they could prostrate themselves in worship. An expert of the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm, 2 experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm and 2 experts of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm, more than half of them bearing sacred artifacts. Such a powerful lineup had never appeared in any era of the entire history of the Eight Extremities world. Normally speaking, this was truly a force that could sweep through the entire Eight Extremities world without question. Now, however, it had been defeated by Yan Zhaoge alone. Such a miraculous feat was unparalleled throughout the history of the Eight Extremities world. How could this not leave the eyes of every Broad Creed Mountain disciple dazzled, filled with endless reverence? Fu Wenshu and the others were astonished that he had returned so quickly. This had truly surpassed all their predictions. They had indeed spent quite a bit of time on their return after exterminating the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. However, Yan Zhaoge had instead left the Heaven Domain, heading to the distant world-illuminating peak of the Fire Domain. Even Fu Enshu, who knew about the Northern Ocean clone's divine speed, felt surprised. Still, seeing Yan Zhaoge return, Fu Enshu felt reassured. This was a rather inconceivable thing for her, who had always been headstrong. Before this, there had only been Yuan Zhengfeng, Yan Di and a few others who had given her such a feeling. Fu Enshu had never had such a feeling even from seniors like Zhang Kuan and He Ning, transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Now, however, there was a young man who was not even 30 who also gave her such a feeling. If it was the past Fu Enshu, she would never have believed that she would have such a change in mentality at this moment. Now, however, she only felt that it was only natural, not feeling that it was abnormal in the slightest. While Fu Enshu's heart had calmed, Chang Zheng instead felt vaguely uneasy. Stabilizing his mind, he looked at Yan Zhaoge and said, "Zhaoge, congratulations on your great improvement in strength, having established an unparalleled feat." While He Ning was injured, looking at Yan Zhaoge now, she also nodded repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards He Ning in return before directly descending towards where Fu Enshu, Chang Zheng and the others were. He glanced at Chang Zheng asking, "What is going on now?" Fu Enshu stared at Chang Zheng while Elder Qin told Yan Zhaoge about how the disciplinary hall had investigated Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua earlier. After hearing this, Yan Zhaoge was expressionless as he lowered his head and looked in the direction of Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua's residence. Barriers were erected around the two people's houses. Those barriers were set up by the people of the disciplinary hall. Their purpose was to keep them under house arrest and to keep them in custody rather than to protect them. When the Radiant Light sect and the Sacred Sun clan had attacked earlier, the entire Broad Creed Mountain had been shaken. Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua had long since been alerted. When Deng Sen, Yang Zhanhua and the others were executed and the mountain gate was finally safe, Feng Yunxing and Li Wuyo came out of the house and stood inside the barrier, carefully looking outside. Chang Zheng and Fu Enshu arrived one after another. Seeing Fu Enshu, joy instantly appeared on Feng Yunxing's face while Yin Liuhua's face was pale as she unconsciously wanted to hide within her house. When she saw Yan Zhaoge's figure appear, the joy on Feng Yunxing's face grew even denser. She revealed a bright, radiant smile, extending her hand and giving Yan Zhaoge a big thumbs up. Yan Zhaoge said nothing as he directly strode towards Feng Yunxing's house. As his figure descended, the light of the barrier soundlessly shattered into nothingness, transforming into a gentle breeze as it instantly vanished. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's actions, Chang Zheng's eyelids twitched. Elder Qin said quietly from the side, "Enshu has already told this old man about her experiences. Yin Luhua and Hong Jieqi's accusations against Feng Yunxing are purely false accusations." Chang Zheng was silent. According to the rules, even if it was false accusations after the truth had been made clear, it should still be the people of the disciplinary hall who should remove the barrier. However, looking at Yan Zhaoge now, how could he do so? This action of Yan Zhaoge's caused him to feel increasingly uneasy. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing smiled, "I was still guessing earlier that you would definitely be fine. Perhaps you were just waiting there, appearing at the most critical moment and giving everyone a fright." Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge's familiar features did not contain any air of despondency. She had once been just a short distance away from the peak, finally about to ascend it. In the end, she had fallen to the bottom of the valley due to someone else's scheme, never to see the light of day again. However, Feng Yunxing's eyes were still bright, just like when the two had first met in the Eastern Tang that year. She had not blamed the heavens or others, had not been despondent. Her first words upon meeting him had not been pleading for help, nor had they been filled with worry. It had always been that bright smile, that high-spirited valiant stance. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well. The movements this time were indeed a little big. He reached out, very naturally grasping Feng Yunxing's palm. In that instant when they met Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Feng Yunxing seemed to understand something. A rare hint of shyness appeared on her face despite her usual valiant demeanor. Still, it was gone in a flash as her smile grew even more radiant, bright as it had never been before. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's actions, everyone was slightly shocked. While Fu Enshu had been mentally prepared for this, she was also rather taken aback. It was just that she had been taken aback by Yan Zhaoge's straightforward expression. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I am a person who likes to take risks, often making big movements. Who knows when I might get myself into it? I'm preparing to find a housekeeper to manage me." Feng Yunxing smiled as well. Who knows, she might go crazy along with you. You want someone like that too? Yan Zhaoge brought Feng Yunxing's palm closer to him before he lightly touched her forehead with his lips. I'll suffer a little, just make do with it. Feng Yunxing lowered her head, laughing non-stop. Right, it's really been hard on you. Leading Feng Yunxing away, Yan Zhaoge gazed at Fu Enshu, smiling. Forgive me, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. Your disciple has been abducted. Gazing at the two for a long time, Fu Enshu smiled. That will depend on your own abilities. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Right? Still, before abducting her, there are some things that have to be dealt with first. Hearing his words, Chang Zheng's expression did not change, but his heart jolted. He looked first at Feng Yunxing and then at Yan Zhaoge. Logically speaking, if Yan Zhaoge wanted to clear Feng Yunxing's name, he would first have to avoid arousing suspicion. If he spoke for his lover, it would undoubtedly affect the perception of bystanders, weakening his own persuasiveness. Yet Yan Zhaoge had not done so. On the contrary, he had acted openly without any reservations at all. Such a move did not put Chang Zheng at ease. Instead, he vaguely felt fear, as if the domain of ghosts and shadows had been exposed to the bright sunlight. What he felt from Yan Zhaoge's actions was both the confidence of being able to sufficiently prove Feng Yunxing's innocence and also the domineeringness of, I will protect my people, who dares to touch them. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept across Chang Zheng and Yin Luhua, the coldness within causing one's heart to palpitate. Chapter 588. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on Yin Luhua. Yin Luhua was still standing within the barrier that sealed her residence, her body trembling non-stop like a leaf. She wanted to turn and flee, but her feet seemed like they had been cast onto the great earth as she was hard-pressed to move. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. I had originally thought that it was just her mentality being wrong, being lazy and easygoing. Who knew that? Still, there is something else apart from that. Yan Zhaoge no longer looked at Yin Luhua, instead glancing at Chang Zheng. I feel that with all of you appearing here together, some problem should already be explained. Fu Enshu said coldly, that's right. I am very curious as to why the usually capable senior apprentice brother Chang would create such an unresolved case. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Chang Zheng slowly answered, Junior apprentice sister Fu, with you all safe and sound, the truth of what happened that day will naturally come to light. However, before that, it will naturally be hard to say for sure. Fu Enshu said bluntly, if Lu Hua lies while there is the blood-soul recollection ceremony, the ceremony can also be faked. I understand my disciple. She has a weak mind. With your cultivation base, senior apprentice brother Chang, you would be able to suppress her to the point of panic, revealing her true self. How could she have been able to deceive us till this day? Fu Enshu gazed at Chang Zheng. I do not believe that you, senior apprentice brother Chang, are unable to see through this. Still, why has it become like this? Chang Zheng answered calmly, Junior apprentice sister Fu, your words are a little too heavy. Junior apprentice Nisin is like this because you personally came here. Seeing that the matter was exposed, she was scared out of her wits. When I interrogated her, she did not show any abnormalities, her mental state being very stable. He looked expressionlessly at Fu Enshu. Junior apprentice sister Fu, perhaps you do not understand your disciple as well as you think you do. Otherwise, how would you not have been able to tell that this girl harbored ill intentions previously, actually committing the great crime of colluding with outsiders and harming fellow disciples? Fu Enshu was greatly enraged, her brows arching upwards. Chang Zheng, who are you trying to fool? Elder Qin frowned. Which master would normally interrogate their disciples? How could this be the same as the interrogation of your disciplinary hall? Fu Enshu stared coldly at Chang Zheng. If you are not guilty, what have you come here for? Although Yunxing has been wronged in this matter, I'm afraid you're not here for her, but for Lu Hua. Yin Liuhua's entire body stiffened as she vaguely comprehended something as she looked at Chang Zheng with a gaze filled with lingering fear. While Chang Zheng continued to investigate Feng Yunxing, he was still acting according to the rules on the surface, unable to find any major mistakes. However, with Yin Luhua here, if Fei Zhen had continued to protect her in secret, she should have long since been exposed. With Fu Enshu's return to the mountain, the truth was revealed. Chang Zheng's treatment of Feng Yunxing, to put it mildly, was merely overly harsh, possibly affecting the overall situation and affecting the extreme Yin bout. He was conservative in his thinking. To put it more seriously, it was at most that he had handled matters incorrectly, neglecting his duties. However, when Fu Enshu had interrogated Yin Luhua afterwards and understood the details of Chang Zheng's interrogation of her, she had immediately discovered that Chang Zheng had other intentions. Chang Zheng had appeared here today precisely to silence them, using the Radiant Light sect expert's accidental injuries as a cover. However, the ones who were to be silenced were Yin Luhua as well as that solitary practitioner Hong Jechi who had come to make a false accusation. Understanding this, Yin Luhua knelt onto the ground towards Fu Enshu, sobbing unceasingly, "Master! Master, please forgive this disciple for being muddle-headed for a moment, being bewitched by the traitors of the Sacred Sun clan." In the process of the investigation, Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang indeed protected this disciple greatly. He should be someone of the Sacred Sun clan. Chang Zheng glanced expressionlessly at Yin Luhua as he thought to himself, unable to accomplish anything at all, only capable of ruining things. Having been pointed out by Yin Luhua, his expression did not change as he instead said candidly, "I have handled matters incorrectly, having let down the position of first seat of the disciplinary hall. I am willing to relinquish my position and reflect on it in seclusion. However, Junior Apprentice Niece Yin's slandering of me is something that I cannot ignore." Chang Zheng said in a clear voice, "The heavens and earth can be my witness. This Chang was born as a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain, having never been associated with the Sacred Sun clan in the slightest. An upright person does not fear a crooked shadow. This is what I say no matter where I go." He looked at Yin Luhua, "Slandering me cannot lessen your guilt. Colluding with external enemies and framing a fellow disciple, even affecting the clan's grand plan to win the extreme Yin crown, such a crime is already punishable by death. Junior Apprentice Niece Feng has proven her innocence, and it was precisely because of you that you were attacked back then that your whereabouts were leaked. I have reason to suspect that it was you who intentionally leaked the news to the Sacred Sun clan in order to harm Junior Apprentice Niece Feng. Now, you even falsely accuse a senior. According to the clan's laws, you deserve to die." Yin Luhua was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as she hissed, "No. It was you, it was you." Chang Zheng no longer looked at her, seemingly completely disdainful of debating with her. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Fu Enshu and Elder Qin, he said solemnly, "Having been hoodwinked by others, I was overly cautious and thus wronged Junior Apprentice Niece Feng, affecting the clan's plan to win the extreme Yin crown. This is my fault. However, saying that I am involved with the Sacred Sun clan is slandering me. Junior Apprentice Sister Fu, I already said just now that I was only passing by while patrolling. You have misunderstood me." Fu Enshu smiled coldly, pushing the blame cleanly, "Do you mean that you were only derelict in your duties?" Chang Zheng said calmly, "The innocent will naturally be innocent." Feng Yunxing suddenly asked, "Since that is so, why did Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang want to frame me?" Chang Zheng frowned, "What did you say?" Feng Yunxing looked straight at him. "During the initial investigation, a shadow spirit talisman was found in my shadow shrinking pouch. That was not mine. Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang, you asked me if Yin Luhua could come into contact with my shadow shrinking pouch. The disciplinary hall went to ask Yin Luhua. Whether it was true or not, she would definitely deny it." Hearing her words, Chang Zheng's gaze hardened slightly. Feng Yunxing said, "I answered then that she could. But in truth she did not have this chance. The only ones who could touch my shadow shrinking pouch, other than myself, are Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang who took it away from me and you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang, who finally managed to preserve my shadow shrinking pouch. The shadow spirit talisman is not mine or Yin Liuhua's. Then it can only be you or Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang. How about we invite Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang over to verify it now?" Chang Zheng's expression did not change, but he looked deeply at Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing's gaze was bright, her expression fearless. "I had originally thought that it was Yin Luhua who had colluded with outsiders to harm me. However, after hearing of the existence of that shadow spirit talisman, I suddenly realized that it was not just Yin Luhua who had a problem. Martial Uncle Chang, the person who is in charge of the law and is someone with a high position in the sect. I'm not sure if you're the only one, and I'm not sure who I should report to, so I can only patiently deal with it. Fortunately, Master and Zhaoge are blessed by the heavens." Chang Zheng sucked in a deep breath, saying mildly, "Junior Apprentice Nephew Feng, I know that you feel aggrieved, but there is no need to take revenge on me in such a manner. Back then I was also carrying out my duties. After today, I would have accepted the blame and abdicated my position as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, accepting the punishment for my dereliction of duty myself. You, on the other hand, need to know that slandering your elders is a serious crime. Do not make a mistake because of a moment of anger. The sect does not prohibit disciples from keeping shadow spirit talismans. Feng Yunxing's expression did not change. Senior Uncle Chang must be joking. I just don't understand. With your experience, why would you do something that would leave behind such an obvious weakness? There must have been something that made you extremely anxious to convict me of my crimes, or perhaps it was something that would make me unable to escape for a long period of time. If you are not of the Sacred Sun clan, what benefits would you get from doing this? Chang Zheng had still wanted to say something when Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I think that I know why. Chapter 589. Looking at Chang Zheng, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm yet icy cold, causing Chang Zheng's heart to involuntarily jolt. You are looking for something, right? You think that it is with Yunxing? Yan Zhaoge asked Feng Yunxing, did you obtain anything at the East Sea? Right, it should have been destroyed afterwards. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing's eyes suddenly lit up. An orb. I did not understand its use, so I brought it back to the mountain. After returning, I did not bother with it. The night before Hong Jiechi ascended the mountain, the orb suddenly shattered on its own. Hearing Feng Yunxing's words, Chang Zheng's pupils abruptly dilated, his body seemingly wanting to move, yet he forcibly stopped himself. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, that is a unique treasure, the heaven spying orb. It can be used for long-distance surveillance, also having the effect of recording the scenes of the time. The orb is the mother of the orb, and the child orb can only monitor. However, everything that the child orb can see can be seen elsewhere through the heaven spying orb. Also, the heaven spying orb itself can record it. Yan Zhaoge glanced deeply at Chang Zheng. The scenes recorded by the heaven spying orb can be destroyed, but they are hard to tamper with. It is truly irrefutable evidence. As he said this, an orb appeared within Yan Zhaoge's palm. Seeing that orb, Chang Zheng slowly lowered his gaze. Feng Yunxing stared at that orb. It's like mine, just a little bigger. Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly on the heaven spying orb, a scene instantly being projected from it. It was shockingly the scene of Chang Zheng plotting against Infinite Boundless Mountain's Grand Elder Li Jingtu on the East Sea back then, attempting to wrest the heaven-cleaving axe. Feng Yunxing, Fu Enshu and Elder Qin were all greatly shocked. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, this is what Chang Zheng wanted to conceal. It was precisely because I saw this scene that I slew the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Jie and obtained this treasure. Therefore, I immediately rushed back to the mountain. At the time, I still did not know the specific situation over at Yunxing's side. Therefore, I was more worried that Chang Zheng might have been threatened by the Sacred Sun clan earlier and had done something to the mountain. After returning and understanding the situation, I realized that Chang Zheng probably still did not know who exactly possessed this heaven spying orb. Under his control, 3 grooves appeared on the surface of the heaven spying orb. One of them flickered with light while the other 2 were dim. Logically speaking, the heaven spying orb only has 1 son and 1 mother, but Huang Jie's orb is special, being the only one with 3 sons and 1 mother. One of the sons recorded the scene back then, which was destroyed after being discovered by Chang Zheng. The second orb is still in Huang Jie's possession. A slightly smaller pearl appeared within Yan Zhaoge's hand. Chang Zheng abruptly raised his head. He was not a fool. Seeing the 2 orbs on Yan Zhaoge's head and hearing Yan Zhaoge mention that this heaven spying orb had 3 orbs and 1 orb, he gradually understood. Yan Zhaoge continued, the 3rd orb fell into Yunxing's hands. Chang Zheng was misled by Huang Jie into thinking that the orb in Yunxing's hands was the heaven spying orb itself. The reason why he framed Yunxing along with Yin Luhua and Hong Jiechi was in order to obtain this heaven spying orb from Yunxing, lest his secret be revealed. Sadly, from the very beginning, Huang Jie destroyed that sun orb remotely through the heaven spying orb itself. It is destined that Chang Zheng will never be able to find it. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at Chang Zheng. Chang Zheng, there is no need for you to pat your chest so loudly. You are indeed not in cahoots with the Sacred Sun clan. You are merely Huang Jie's marionette, a puppet. If he wants you to dance, you will dance. If he wants you to sing, you will sing. Chang Zheng could only feel the heavens and earth spinning at this moment, a chill spreading throughout his entire body. He was actually also a proud person. The truth of the matter was just too great a blow to him. Infinite scenes seemed to appear before Chang Zheng's eyes. What awaited him was not just the utter destruction of his reputation but also the pointing and mocking mockery of countless people. Dazed, his entire body shuddered. Regaining his wits, Chang Zheng inhaled deeply as he said stubbornly, That's right, infinite boundless mountains. Li Jingtu was killed by me. However, I was not aware of the matter of the heaven spying orb that you speak of. I killed Li Jingtu, harmed an ally and obtained the heaven-cleaving axe. Still, I did so in order to raise the strength of my clan. I was unclear in the matter of Feng Yunxing and Yin Luhua, but I definitely had no selfish motives. I did not know of the existence of the heaven spying orb at all, much less frame Feng Yunxing for the sake of finding this so-called heaven spying orb. Chang Jing pointed at Yan Zhaoge. Everything that you have said is only your guesses. You have no actual proof. You are truly different from how you were in the past. However, you are just venting your anger for Feng Yunxing. I cannot accept this. Before he had finished speaking, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at Chang Zheng, who had lost control of his emotions, and pointed at him. He grabbed Chang Zheng's hand, directly shattering his fingers, the bones of his hand and his wrist all at once. Chang Zheng regained consciousness amidst the intense pain. Just as he was about to speak, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. It is already enough for me to understand the ins and outs of the matter. There is no need for you to accept this. Yan Zhaoge exerted force with his palm, Chang Zheng's body breaking apart unceasingly, starting from his fingers, passing through his arm and extending towards his shoulder. The skin and flesh of his arm were lacerated, fresh blood dripping as his dense white bones were completely shattered, twisting as they pierced out of his flesh and blood. Chang Zheng felt a massive force that could not be resisted, starting from his fingers as it slowly crushed down on his entire body. It shattered together as though it was being crushed by a millstone. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I want to kill you. So what if you are unconvinced? The shattering of his flesh and blood stopped at Chang Zheng's shoulder as Yan Zhaoge released his hand. However, before Chang Zheng could heave a sigh of relief, his legs and other palm that had not been caught by Yan Zhaoge also began shattering from the end, his flesh and blood becoming indistinct as it extended upwards. Chang Zheng roared furiously as he struggled, You do not have the authority to kill me. Even if I relinquish my position as the first seat elder of the disciplinary hall, only the chief or the trusted first seat elder of the disciplinary hall can convict me and punish me. With the chief not present, all the higher echelon long-time elders of the clan must decide on how to deal with me. Before this, you can only imprison me at most. You cannot kill me. You cannot. He wanted to struggle, yet discovered that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was standing behind him, his palm pressed against his back as he was unable to move at all. Yan Zhaoge looked indifferently at Chang Zheng. You are right about one thing. I am really very angry now, even angrier than when I killed those of the Radiant Light sect and the Sacred Sun clan. Even as I was tirelessly taking care of external enemies one after another, there was someone on my side stabbing me in the back. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Lowering his head and looking down at Chang Zheng, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, You don't have to speak so loudly. Even if you roar all the way to the Flame Devil world today, they will still be able to hear you. No one will be able to protect you. Chang Zheng howled madly, unable to form a sound. The Northern Ocean clone did not cease exerting force as Chang Zheng's limbs were completely shattered before converging towards his torso, his entire person finally being crushed into a pile of flesh and blood. Chapter 590. Starting from his forelimbs to his entire body, Chang Zheng was like a rag that had been wrung into a pulp. His flesh was badly mangled and his bones were exposed. Seeing this, Yin Luhua nearly fainted within the barrier. While she had bitten back at Chang Zheng earlier, hearing Yan Zhaoge's words now, she could not help but tremble in fear. Yan Zhaoge now swiveled his head to look at Yin Luhua. Yin Luhua shook her head in panic. Senior apprentice brother Yan, I know I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment, I didn't do it on purpose. Master, disciple knows his mistake. Please save me, disciple won't dare to do it again. Fu Wenshu looked at Yin Luhua with a complex expression on her face. Chang Zheng was wrong, but what he said about you earlier was not wrong. The crimes you have committed this time are more than enough for you to die. Yin Luhua's heart chilled as she cried unresignedly, Master, I really didn't intend to harm you back then, I really didn't intentionally reveal my whereabouts to that person. I didn't know that he was someone of the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Wenshu stared at her. I believe what you said, but what about everything after that? Yin Luhua stammered, I was threatened by them. Your fate was unknown and you had disappeared. I was scared silly at that time. Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Wenshu's gaze was disappointed to the extreme. You were scared silly back then. Have you been muddle-headed for such a long time after returning to our clan from the East Sea? Elder brother Chang said that I don't understand you. That's right, but it's also wrong. I understand many things about you, but there are some things that I really don't understand. Even now, I still don't understand how you got to this step. Fu Wenchu shook her head slowly as she spoke. Yin Liuhua's expression turned dazed before her gaze gradually turned somewhat neurotic, chaotic and unfocused. She laughed, pointed at Fu Wenchu and said loudly, "Why did I come to this step? You ask me why I came to this point? Ah, do you really not understand? From day to night, it's always the extreme Yin crown and the extreme Yin bout. Ever since I entered the clan, all of you have been looking down on me, always liking to compare me with this woman." Pointing at Feng Yunxing, Yin Luhua said furiously, "Why must I be like her?" Fu Wenchu gazed at Yin Luhua. "If you are really unwilling, really wanting to give up, while I would feel pity, I would not force you to continue." Yin Luhua snorted, "You are already so dissatisfied with me. If I were to say that I give up, wouldn't you all be looking down on me even more? How would I be able to maintain my footing in the clan in the future then?" Looking at Yin Luhua, Yen Zhaoge raised his brows lightly. "Oh, I understand a little now." As he spoke, Yin Liuhua's body immediately trembled. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "So it's not just that she enjoys leisure and abhors work, her willpower not being firm. Even as she doesn't want to put in the effort, she is also unwilling to part with the treatment and position of a maiden of extreme Yin in the clan. Wanting to drink water, yet not wanting to bear the burden." Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunxing. "It's not purely jealousy and disparity arising from the comparison of superiority and inferiority. It's not competition but wanting to monopolize everything. It couldn't be that the heavenly thunder halls Nian Lei and infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui gave you inspiration? Without Yunxing, the clan would only be left with you, a maiden of extreme Yin. However much of a trash you are, however lazy you are, as long as you have not completely lost all hope of competing for the extreme Yin crown, the clan would have to tolerate you. You would then be able to have a clear conscience, leisurely eating and not working." Yin Luhua looked at Yen Zhaoge both fearfully and hatefully. She seemed to have thrown caution to the wind as her gaze shifted between Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. "The two of you have long been together. Therefore you take special care of her. Whatever good things you have, you give them to her first. I am inferior to her in the first place, yet you are always biased towards her, causing the gap between us to grow larger and larger. You are basically intentionally using me to set her off. The worse I am, the better I set her off." Feng Yunxing frowned. "Biased towards me in what way? Other than the fact that the clan really doesn't have any Qilin stones, you having the heavenly spring baptism and I having the Qilin spring baptism, whatever I have, you have it all. You are so unjust just for a single Qilin stone?" Yin Luhua yelled, "Nonsense. That cold marrow needle technique is not something that humans can bear at all. That is one of the 7 great punishments of ancient times. If not for him taking special care of you, how would you have been able to bear it?" Hearing her words, Feng Yunxing was angered to the point of laughing. Yin Luhua was even more hateful. "You still have the face to laugh. If there's one, there'll be 2. Besides, who knows how many benefits he's given you in secret. Don't act like you're innocent after taking advantage of him." At this moment, she no longer concealed her emotions and glared at Feng Yunxing with hatred. "Bitch, do you know that every time you pretend to care about me, it only makes me feel so disgusted that I want to vomit?" Feng Yunxing was speechless. Feng Yunxing glanced fixedly at Yin Luhua, as though meeting her for the first time. After staring at Yin Luhua for a while, Feng Yunxing slowly shook her head, her gaze gradually turning sharp and intimidating. Being stared at by her gaze, Yin Luhua felt a chill in her heart. Feng Yunxing had never looked at her with such a gaze before. It should be said that Feng Yunxing had virtually never displayed such a domineering aura in front of her fellow disciples. Feng Yunxing, who especially cherished her current life, had always been gentle in Broad Creed Mountain. To the extent that Yin Luhua had always forgotten that the girl before her was actually an extremely tough and proud person. She recalled that she had also seen such a Feng Yunxing before. That Feng Yunxing who had been domineering, sharp, arrogant and domineering when she had participated in the extreme Yin bout and whose might surpassed even that of a man. Feng Yunxing said resolutely and decisively, "I have always thought that without Zhaoge, without Master, without Broad Creed Mountain, there would be no me today. But everything that I've obtained has been fair and above board. There are no clandestine tricks at all." Feng Yunxing looked at Yin Luhua. "In your eyes, I have done something that you are unable to do. Is that me cheating? Then let me tell you now. In this world there are some things that I can do while you cannot. Therefore, I am me and you are you. You don't like others comparing me to you. I also want to say not to compare you to me. There are indeed some things that you cannot compare to. Feng Yunxing's tone was calm, but the calmer she was, the more stifled Yin Luhua felt within her heart. This was the first time she had faced such a sharp, domineering Feng Yunxing. Looking at her, she felt like she had become increasingly small. This feeling caused her to feel humiliated and furious. Yin Luhua even ignored the barrier before her as she howled, wanting to rush towards Feng Yunxing. Yin Zhaoge looked at Fu Enshu. Fu Enshu appeared to be in low spirits as she opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet was unable to utter a sound as she could only sigh in the end. Nodding slowly, Yin Zhaoge glanced mildly at Yin Luhua, who was lunging over madly. He did not do anything else, just glancing at her. Yin Luhua's movements gradually grew sluggish before coming to a halt. Her skin was blood red, her entire person resembling a cooked prawn. This was because all the blood vessels of her entire body, big and small, had already been shattered. Yin Luhua wanted to speak, yet discovered that she was unable to. There had originally not been a single wound on the surface of her body at all. However, accompanied by this action of opening her mouth to speak, blood began spurting out from every single pore of her entire body. Her entire person from the inside out was completely covered in blood. As Yin Zhaoge glanced at her, she was a dead person. Chapter 591. As Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept past her, Yin Luhua was directly turned into a person of blood. Accompanied by the shattering of her internal organs and blood vessels, her life left her. Looking at Yin Luhua, Fu Enshu's expression was complex and hard to understand. Having an irritable and unyielding personality, she was exceptionally disappointed in Yin Luhua as she virtually could not help but personally take care of her. However, they had been master and disciple at the end of the day. While Yin Luhua had committed a capital crime, the softness in her heart had still been touched at the end of the day, causing her to feel sad. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was happy to do it for her. To him, people like Chang Zheng and Yin Luhua who stabbed him in the back were much more detestable than external enemies. Their deaths were not to be regretted. In the distant horizon outside the mountain, figures flickered as Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners returned. As he neared, it was the Grand Elder Jianghu. He was precisely Chang Zheng's master. At the same time, the other Grand Elder He Ning, who had originally been recuperating, was alerted as well as she hurried over. As the two arrived, they saw two pools of blood on the ground, the scene reeking to the extreme. Zhang Kuan and He Ning both watched all of this rather bewildered and uncertain. Elder Qin was silent for a moment before he walked forward and explained everything that had happened. After hearing it, the two Grand Elders both felt shocked and incredulous. Being experienced people, they were still not that surprised at Yin Luhua's false accusation of Feng Yunxing after knowing the truth. The two gradually realized that Yin Luhua and Hong Jiechi had been able to stir up so much trouble. Chang Zheng, who had been in charge of investigating this matter, would not be able to escape blame. However, never would they have thought that Infinite Boundless Mountain's Grand Elder Li Jingtu had actually been killed by Chang Zheng. It was also precisely because of this that Chang Zheng had fallen into Huang Jie's hands, his every move having been predicted and manipulated by Huang Jie as he had unknowingly become his puppet accomplice. Zhang Kuan stared dazedly at the pool of blood and flesh left behind by Chang Zheng, his face pale. He Ning's expression was similarly complex as she looked at Yin Zhaoge. Zhaoge, could there be some misunderstanding here? The evidence that proved that Chang Zheng had sought the heaven-spying orb out of his own selfishness, intentionally framing Feng Yunxing, was not strong enough. While the various pieces of evidence had reconstructed the entire matter, He Ning and Zhang Kuan still held on to that tiny bit of hope within their hearts. Yin Zhaoge glanced calmly at the two old men. How would he not be able to tell that He Ning's words held some hidden meaning? Even if Chang Zheng had really framed a disciple of his clan out of his own selfishness, even killing people of Infinite Boundless Mountain with the intention of snatching the heaven-cleaving axe, as long as he had not intentionally colluded with the Sacred Sun clan, having committed a private offense of his own accord, he would not necessarily be punished with death. Even if he was sentenced to death, he should still be dealt with after the clan had carried out the punishment. Now that he had been directly killed by Yin Zhaoge here, even if he deserved to die, a conservative old man like He Ning would also be dissatisfied. It was just that the one who had done this was Yin Zhaoge, the Yin Zhaoge who had just raised the heavens with a single hand, reversing the raging tides and completing an impossible miracle. This caused He Ning to feel suffocated for a moment. She wanted to say something but she couldn't. For old people like her, the most important thing in the sect was order and rules. In the eyes of He Ning, Zhang Kuan, and the others, order and rules were the foundation for a sect to be passed down for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Because of the existence of order and rules, even if a sect fell into a trough, it would not fall apart, and there would always be a day when it rose again. Perhaps it could not be seen when one was flushed with success, but it was of utmost importance. He Ning was not prejudiced against Yan Zhaoge. This youth was too outstanding, far surpassing them old people. Yan Zhaoge's current accomplishments were already heights that they might never be able to reach in their lifetimes. However, the more this was so, the more she feared that Yan Zhaoge would make a mistake. This youth liked taking risks too much. If he made a single mistake, he might never have any hope of making a comeback again. Meeting He Ning's gaze, Yan Zhaoge immediately felt her thoughts. Without saying anything more, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at his Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm, light flickering as a person landed on the ground. Zhang Kuan, He Ning, Fu Enshu, Elder Qin and the others all looked over, basically recognizing this person. It was a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan. It was just that this elder was currently extremely haggard, already completely lacking his former sharpness and arrogance. Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, "Tell me what I asked you earlier. The Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan, what is the situation now?" That longtime elder raised his head and scanned Zhang Kuan, He Ning, Fu Enshu, Elder Qin and the others, pulling back the corners of his lips. There is already no meaning in saying all this now. Someone from the higher worlds directly brought Meng Wan and the Extreme Yin crown away. The seventh Extreme Yin bout no longer exists. However, if there is a seventh Extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan has already made preparations for it. Her injuries from the East Sea have already recovered, and she is confident of suppressing the other maidens of Extreme Yin once more. The only exception is, this longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan glanced at Feng Yunxing, his gaze also rather complex. The only one who she might not be able to defeat is Feng Muge. Zhang Kuan and He Ning's gazes froze as they stared at each other. Elder Qin knit his brows slightly. So fast? The injuries she suffered at the East Sea this time were even more severe than before the second Extreme Yin bout. The people of Broad Creed Mountain exchanged looks, their faces all sunken. Actually, just thinking about it slightly, one would know that before deciding to guide those of the Radiant Light sect into the Eight Extremities world, since the Sacred Sun clan had schemed against Feng Yunxing and secured the Extreme Yin crown, there had been a precondition that aside from Feng Yunxing, they were confident that Meng Wan would be able to defeat the others. This included Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu, Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting and the others. Yan Zhaoge said nothing, but Zhang Kuan felt a fiery pain on his face. He suddenly realized that it was not just Chang Zheng's reactions and actions that had fallen within the calculations of the Sacred Sun clan and Huang Jie. The thoughts and responses of him and He Ning of the moderate faction had similarly fallen within the other party's plans. In order to seek stability, under the circumstances where they could not be certain whether Feng Yunxing was a spy of the Sacred Sun clan, they had simply given up on this Extreme Yin bout, giving the chance to Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu. From a certain perspective, while there had been no communication whatsoever, no hints or guidance whatsoever, Zhang Kuan and the others had also followed Huang Jie's lead like Chang Zheng, helping him achieve his goal. If the Sacred Sun clan had been able to resolve the problem of the Seal of the East Sea during this period of research, they would not have guided the Radiant Light sect experts of the world beyond worlds over. Meanwhile, in the seventh Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunxing had been unable to participate due to her clan, while Meng Wan had fully recovered from her injuries, suppressing all others without any suspense once more. The Extreme Yin crown had still remained stably in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Everything had gone according to the plans of the Sacred Sun clan and Huang Jie. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm and gentle as he did not have any domineering intent of denouncing them. However, Zhang Kuan and He Ning both fell silent, finding it hard to interrupt Yan Zhaoge's direct killing of Chang Zheng. It was as though there was a silent question surrounding and drowning them out. Stably, stably, stably all the way to the end. Is this the result you stably managed to achieve? Chapter 592. Looking at that longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan before her, He Ning finally let out a long sigh, her expression bleak as she shook her head, not speaking. Zhang Kuan remained silent, his expression complicated. In the end, all that was left was disappointment. Elder Qin walked over, saying, "The Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds sent 5 Martial Saint experts this time. While they all perished in the Eight Extremities world, I wonder if there are any more reinforcements. Yan Zhaoge did not continue the earlier topic as he said, just now, I chased her to the world-illuminating peak. On one hand, it was to have fun, and on the other hand, it was also for this reason. The Sacred Sun clan's connection with the world beyond worlds has already been broken for the time being. Still, this Radiant Light sect possesses great strength and profound legacies. Having descended into the Eight Extremities world for the first time, if they have the intention, they will be able to accurately locate the Eight Extremities world and descend once more on their own accord. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. The forces that have descended this time may only be the tip of the iceberg. This deduction was based on the strength of that person who had nearly borrowed Huangjie's strength to descend with his full power back at the world-illuminating peak. This person was also the master of the Radiant Light sect whom Huangjie had spoken of. If this person was the strongest in the Radiant Light sect, then the situation would still be slightly better. If the Radiant Light sect had even stronger experts, then they would have to guess the Radiant Light sect's strength even higher. Hearing this, everyone's expression became solemn. Zhang Kuan and He Ning were equally worried. Now that things had come to this, the enmity between them and the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds was clearly already irreconcilable. Thus, they could only think of a way to deal with it. He Ning knit her brows tightly. While it is impossible for those from the world beyond worlds to surpass the third level of the Martial Saint realm, if many experts descend at once, it would similarly be a calamity. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge was deeply convinced. Previously, when he swept away all his enemies and obtained a complete victory, he did not lose his mind. While the extreme Yang seal was extremely powerful, it also took up a great amount of energy to use. At the same time, it could only be used for a single strike. After being used, it would fall into slumber once more, unable to be awakened for a very long time. Meanwhile, the great extinguishing chi within the Myriad Dragon Palace could erupt in one go, being a one-time deal. However, after the problem of the Nirvana chi was solved, he could freely use the true dragon chi that he had obtained to improve his strength. However, refining and absorbing the dragon chi for his own use required a process and time. Yan Zhaoge's mind was currently very calm. Counting Deng Sen, whose cultivation base had been suppressed by the power of dimensions, 3 experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm had descended this time. What if next time there were 8 or 10 of them or even more? Of course, it was not that there was no chance for things to turn for the better. For example, if his father Yan Di could break through to the second level of the Martial Saint realm within a short period of time, things would be much easier then. If Yan Di had attained the third level of the Martial Saint realm, Yan Zhaoge believed that it would be useless no matter how many enemies of the same cultivation level descended. As for Yan Zhaoge himself, if he had sufficient time as his strength rose a step further, he would also not have to fear his opponents. Now he needed time and opportunity. Yan Zhaoge said, the Radiant Light sect is far from the only power in the world beyond worlds. Their mortal enemies exist within as well. It is not that the Radiant Light sect is invincible and without worries. He took out the paper fan he had obtained from the dragon's tomb, opened it and showed the fan to everyone. Dim Darkness Sect. Feng Yunxing, Fu Enshu and the others exchanged looks. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right, the Dim Darkness Sect. When I obtained this paper fan, some of the will of the fan's original owner still remained within. His greatest regret before his death was that he had not been able to personally witness the destruction of the Radiant Light sect. From his tone and the contents of his words, they are irreconcilable mortal enemies. While the Dim Darkness sect might not be able to surpass the Radiant Light sect, they are still a power of the same level at the very least. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Elder Qin asked, you mean that we should try to form a connection with the Dim Darkness sect, borrowing their strength to stand against the Radiant Light sect? Yes and also no. Yan Zhaoge said, how would it be so easy to borrow their strength? Even if we want to, they would first have to be willing first. While the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect are mortal enemies, if the Radiant Light sect wants to deal with us, the Dim Darkness sect might not necessarily help us. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. This is established on the premise that there is not much of a difference in our cultivation levels, that we are all on the same level. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, otherwise if we rashly go looking for them, they would only look down on us or ignore us. They might even covet our treasures like the Radiant Light sect. Still, since their relationship is so bad and they are massive entities of the same level, if an intense battle erupts between them, it would be very hard for the Radiant Light sect to find trouble with us. After all, we are not clay to be trifled with. Yan Zhaoge closed his fan with a clack. The frame of this fan is made from the legendary world beyond worlds. With this treasure, even before reaching the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, one might still be able to head to the world beyond worlds. Everyone was shocked, Fu Enshu asking, "You want to head to the world beyond worlds now?" Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, "Of course not in such a hurry. Even if I really want to go, I would still have to spend some time preparing. It is not that simple. First, I have to completely stabilize the situation in the 8 Extremities world. Then, I still have to wait for my father to emerge from the seal of the East Sea before making further plans. Still, it is definitely better to go to the world beyond worlds sooner rather than later, understanding the situation there as soon as possible." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao's successful ascension is still a threat at the end of the day. More importantly, the Extreme Yin Crown has been brought to the world beyond worlds by them as well. This matter definitely cannot be let off just like that. Feng Yunxing did not look dejected as she merely nodded calmly upon hearing his words. Yan Zhaoge then sighed, "Also, my mother very likely came from there and may be returning there now as well. I do not know the specifics of the situation. I have long since wanted to go search for her as well. There was no way to do so before, but there is finally hope now." Hearing his words, Fu Enshu turned her head away. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly as he shrugged. Zhang Kuan and the others who had a general understanding of the situation with Yan Di, Shui Chuqing and Fu Enshu were all rendered speechless for a time. Yan Zhaoge straightened his expression, asking, "Right, how is second apprentice uncle's condition now?" He Ning said, "He retrieved the clear chi robe to face the enemy earlier. Still, he should be fine. I just checked on him and his condition is still rather stable. Still, his injuries are still very serious, and it is unknown when he will awaken." Yan Zhaoge said, "I'll go take a look at him." With the Northern Ocean clone's physique of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, Yan Zhaoge was able to use many healing methods that required a rather high cultivation base to execute at this moment. After helping Fang Zhuan for a while more, he saw that the effects were virtually immediate as Fang Zhuan's complexion immediately improved greatly. At the same time, Broad Creed Mountain was also dealing with the aftermath of the attack on their mountain. With the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall both destroyed, the situation in the 8 Extremities world abruptly changed as well. The entire world was shocked, all caught unprepared. Chapter 593. With the descent of the Radiant Light Sect experts, their strength would be sufficient to sweep through the entire 8 Extremities world. The Sacred Sun Clan believed that the situation had already been decided. Therefore, on the way to Broad Creed Mountain, they spread the news throughout the world, even inviting others to head to Broad Creed Mountain together. Within Jade Sea City, Elder Yu and the other longtime elders of Jade Sea City all had heavy hearts. World beyond worlds and whatnot, is it really like that? I'm afraid it's not empty words. Otherwise, the Sacred Sun Clan itself would become the greatest joke under the heavens. Could it be that this is a ploy by them to purposefully disrupt us, before their target of attack is actually our Jade Sea City or Infinite Boundless Mountain? With both the City Lord and the Jade Sea Pillheart Sword not present, it is already very difficult for us to protect ourselves by guarding the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. If we want to rush out and assist Broad Creed Mountain, we really do not have the strength to do so. If the news is true, the Sacred Sun Clan's actions are intended to intimidate all the heroes of the world, completely establishing their position as the absolute ruler of the 8 Extremities world in the future. With Broad Creed Mountain destroyed, Yendi, Song Wuyang and the others taken care of in the Seal of the East Sea and Huang Guanglia successfully returning, even if the Radiant Light Sect's experts all retreated or did not interfere, the Sacred Sun Clan would still have sufficient confidence in sweeping through all beneath the heavens. In the previous Great Tribulations, the losses that Jade Sea City had suffered were amongst the highest amongst the 6 great sacred grounds. Now that their experts had fallen, hearing such news at this moment, they felt even more despair. Elder Yu, the sole remaining long-time transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Jade Sea City, sighed, "Currently there is nothing we can do. There is news that the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Shunli has left the mountain. It is unknown whether he is hurrying over to Broad Creed Mountain or coming to deal with us, or perhaps to tie down Turbid Wave Pavilion." The expressions of those of Jade Sea City were all extremely grave. Right at this moment, a disciple suddenly rushed over with an extremely strange expression, requesting to see Elder Yu and the others. "Senior Apprentice Granduncle, Senior Apprentice Uncle, Senior Apprentice Uncle, we have just received news that the Heavenly Thunder Hall has been destroyed. Elder Yu and the others were all shocked. What did you say? The person who spoke had a look of disbelief on his face as well. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Marshal Saint Xunli, was slain on the spot. The people of Jade Sea City all felt disbelief. With Yen Di and the others temporarily unable to leave the Seal of the East Sea, the Eight Extremities world currently shouldn't have such an existence that could completely flatten the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Who did it? An elder of Jade Sea City asked anxiously. Could it be that the Sacred Sun clan led the Radiant Light sect into attacking the Heavenly Thunder Hall first? But that shouldn't be the case. The reporting Jade Sea City martial practitioner's throat bobbed as he said softly in an extremely strange tone, I heard that it was Yen Zhaoga. Oh. Broad Creed Mountain, Grand Rider of Dragon Yen Zhaoga. There was dead silence in the hall. During this period of time, the mountain gate of Turbid Wave Pavilion was no longer as peaceful as it was in the past. On the highest floor of the pavilion, a tall and slender woman with ordinary features but an extraordinary aura was leaning against the railing and looking into the distance. Behind her stood a group of Turbid Wave Pavilion upper echelon experts, their expressions somewhat complicated. Today they had received too much shocking news. In the world beyond worlds, the appearance of the Radiant Light sect caused everyone to feel suffocated. With Broad Creed Mountain facing the pressure of a great army, what should Turbid Wave Pavilion do next? Everyone was discussing this with different opinions. However, the news that soon followed was that Broad Creed Mountain disciple Yen Zhaoga had flattened the Heavenly Thunder Hall, slaying thunder moving all directions Xunli on the spot. After confirming that there was no mistake in the news, everyone, Pavilion Lord and Qinglin included, was stunned. Broad Creed Mountain disciple Yen Zhaoga. The word disciple should have been removed. Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoga, that youth who was only in his 20s, had really done all this? While they had long since known that Yen Zhaoga was extraordinary, also accepting the various miraculous feats of Yen Zhaoga over the years, the news this time still left them feeling that it was inconceivable. It was just that it felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The crisis that Broad Creed Mountain was facing this time was far from something that the Heavenly Thunder Hall could compare to. If the Sacred Sun clan did not exaggerate, it was a powerful force that even the entire Eight Extremities world combined would not be able to face. Earlier, chaos had erupted in the East Sea and the Earth domain. The Eight Extremities world had been in a precarious state as they had barely managed to tide through it. However, if the Radiant Light sect's forces that had descended into the Eight Extremities world this time wanted to destroy this place, that would indisputably be the greatest tribulation in the history of this world, one that could not be resisted. Pavilion Lord, are we just going to do nothing like this, just wait? Someone asked. Another longtime elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion asked instead, what can we do now? The gap between the two sides is too great. The person who had spoken first said slowly, it is precisely because the gap is too great that we have to do something. Otherwise, it might not be Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain's turn after Broad Creed Mountain, instead being my Turbid Wave Pavilion. The other party's gaze turned cold. Could it be that you, that person nodded, the situation is beyond our control and we have no choice but to lower our heads. If the Sacred Sun clan can do it, why can't we? We can even try to replace the Sacred Sun clan's position. Everyone was shocked, their expressions all different. Some were unwilling, some furious, some hesitant, some in agreement, some in deep thought. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin remained silent throughout. Just as they were debating, news suddenly arrived. A streak of light hovered in midair. And Qinglin's expression was solemn as she extended a finger and tapped lightly on it. The light dispersed, condensing into a line of words. After seeing the words clearly, everyone simultaneously fell silent, indescribably shocked expressions appearing on their faces as they could only feel that this was preposterous and inconceivable. Even Qinglin was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. 3 experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm and 2 experts of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm were all exterminated by Broad Creed Mountain. The Sacred Sun clan exterminated? No, not exterminated by Broad Creed Mountain, but by Yen Zhaoga? They finally regained their wits with great difficulty, exchanging looks as their first reaction was that this was preposterous. Someone directly sent down orders to verify the veracity of the news. However many times they checked, the news was the same. While the Turbid Wave Pavilion experts finally digested this news with great difficulty, they did not relax as they instead grew even more solemn. Some even felt fear. How exactly did he do it? Being able to slay even such powerful existences, how terrifying must Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge be? Yan Zhaoge, that youth who was only in his 20s, exactly what kind of power did he possess? Someone murmured, the earlier topic was not wrong, just that the target of our discussion has changed. The main point is still where exactly should our clan go from here on out? Everyone fell silent. At Infinite Boundless Mountain, the chief Chu Yen, who had originally been in secluded cultivation, still having yet to recover from his heavy injuries, had already left seclusion at this moment. His expression was complex, and it was the same for the Infinite Boundless Mountain elders before him. They all faced each other in silence. After a long time, the still very pale and weak Chu Yen stood up. Contact Broad Creed Mountain. This old man intends to pay them a visit. Someone asked, Martial Uncle Sect Leader, your injury? Chu Yen said slowly, this old man can still move. At this time, even if I can't move as long as I still have breath, you will have to carry me to Broad Creed Mountain even if you have to. Chapter 594. Pavilion Lord and is polite. This Yen is not someone fond of battle. It is just that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall think that my Broad Creed Mountain is weak and easy to bully. In that case they will have to pay the price for their arrogance. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards An Qinglin before him. An Qinglin solemnly returned the greeting, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall have committed perverse acts. They naturally deserve to be punished. Looking at Yan Zhaoge before her, she could not help but sigh emotionally. While elders like Zhang Kuan and He Ning, who held high positions and authority, were still present, the current Broad Creed Mountain was clearly under the control of this youth before her. Even when she met him, he was the one in charge. After seeing Yan Zhaoge, An Qinglin vaguely felt that while he was still in essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, his cultivation base already shocked the heavens and shook the earth, as even transcending mortality Martial Grandmasters might not be able to stand against him. While she still did not understand how exactly Yan Zhaoge had been able to slay experts like Deng Xin, Sun Hao and Lu Feng, who completely suppressed the entire Eight Extremities world, An Qinglin naturally did not dare to take it lightly. In her eyes, the youth before her was very possibly the strongest expert of the current Eight Extremities world. Deng Xin and the others had been able to dominate the Eight Extremities world. Then, how terrifying would the person who had slain them all be? Moreover, even if Yan Zhaoge did not have such terrifying methods, just looking at himself, having reached the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm at such a young age, the late Essence Talisman stage, such talent and strength was unparalleled throughout history. Geniuses who had yet to mature could not be considered geniuses. However, Yan Zhaoge had already matured to such an extent that it was sufficient for bigwigs like An Qinglin to view him as an equal. What reassured An Qinglin was that while it had always been said that Yan Zhaoge was arrogant and domineering, from the looks of it now, he still didn't have a tyrannical, domineering air to him. Broad Creed Mountain's battle had shocked the world, repelling the Radiant Light sect of the higher worlds and exterminating the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had always been enemies with them. It was already indisputable that they reigned supreme beneath the heavens. Even if the remaining Holy Lands joined forces, they would not be able to resist. Everyone could only express their obedience and submission, but how would they get along with each other and how far they would go? This made people worry. If Broad Creed Mountain wanted to take whatever they wanted, it would be no different from their clan being exterminated, and they could only helplessly resist. However, from the looks of it now, at least Yan Zhaoge himself did not have such intentions. According to An Qinglin's observations, the current style of Broad Creed Mountain was somewhat similar to that era when the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge had ascended to the peak that year. In the past, when Zhan Dongge ascended to the top, it was true that no one dared to disobey him, but he did not overly oppress and plunder the other powers. Only Black Nightmare Mountain had attacked Zhan Dongge when he was in seclusion, causing Zhan Dongge to come out and destroy Black Nightmare Mountain's orthodoxy. While the Sacred Sun Clan had ill intentions, they had not truly made a move. In the end, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao had imprisoned himself in the Southern Desolation volcano to atone for his crimes. Thus, Zhan Dongge had not made things too difficult for the Sacred Sun Clan. However, even exalted Han Tian wasn't this young back then. And Qinglin sighed emotionally. While Yan Zhaoge is domineering, his ambitions probably do not lie in the Eight Extremities world. It is no wonder that he is so peaceful and open-minded now. The Eight Extremities world is also unable to contain his talent. And Qinglin left Broad Creed Mountain. As she walked, she turned and gazed. the great rider of dragons, one hand supporting the heavens. The painting saint probably would not have expected that the latter half of the words would come true so quickly, right? One hand supporting the heavens, one hand covering the heavens. After sending in Qinglin off, Yan Zhaoge looked at Fu Enshu and the others beside him, smiling. The heaven-cleaving axe can be given to infinite boundless mountain. The heaven-sealing gorgeous first seat Elder Gong said, we have already seen the entire process of the heaven-spying orb. Without Changzheng, Li Jingtu would also have been hard-pressed to escape death. At the end of the day, the heaven-cleaving axe still ended up in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. The Sacred Sun clan snatched the heaven-cleaving axe from their hands based on their own ability. Our clan snatched it from the Sacred Sun clan, not owing them anything. What we owe is Li Jingtu's life. Now Changzheng has already been executed as well. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, saying casually, we are allies at the end of the day. While he was deceived into boarding the ship by me, ever since we formed an alliance, we can still be considered to have advanced and retreated together. Killing and arson is fine, but it is best not to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Having gone through trials and tribulations together before, we can still share prosperity and prosperity together now. Of course, we also shouldn't give it to them so easily. People often don't cherish things that are too easily obtained, and might even take a yard when given an inch, not knowing how much they weigh. Hearing his words, Elder Gong exchanged glances with Fu Enshu and the others, all of them nodding slowly. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious as he continued, to our clan, a sacred artifact is indeed precious. However, with the 4 seas and 8 desolations now, we can gather a large amount of the resources of the entire 8 extremities world. The skyrocketing strength of a martial scholar is right before our eyes. He said slowly, one word at a time, I now have sufficient confidence in improving the internal crystal furnace once more. The spirits of Fu Enshu and the others all rose. Yan Zhaoge was not speaking without thinking. Even if Yan Di still remained in the East Sea now, Yan Zhaoge indeed had the confidence of improving the internal crystal furnace once more. While he himself had yet to step into the martial saint realm, he had the Northern Ocean clone. Like that, the improvement of the internal crystal furnace was a sure thing. The mass production of high-grade spirit artifacts was already no longer a castle in the air. The only limiting factor was whether or not there were sufficient materials. And now that Broad Creed Mountain reigned supreme under the heavens, the entire 8 extremities world within their grasp, even if the vast lands were not directly governed by Broad Creed Mountain, instead being controlled by Turbid Wave Pavilion and the other powers, whatever materials Broad Creed Mountain wanted, they would definitely be given the highest priority. The skyrocketing strength of Broad Creed Mountain was already right before their eyes. Sacred artifacts were still hard to forge, but with the numerous true dragon corpses in the dragon tomb as well as the upgraded internal crystal furnace as well as Yan Zhaoge's artifact forging techniques that could be greatly displayed through the Northern Ocean clone, he could similarly look forward to them. It must be known that as Yan Zhaoge saw it, the materials obtained in the dragon tomb could even be used to forge mid-grade sacred artifacts. It was just that his clan currently did not have any experts above the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. However, Yan Zhaoge did not feel any heartache. Treasures that could be converted into cash in time and used directly were truly valuable treasures. While it seemed a bit of a pity with the treasures he was currently using to raise his strength, he would naturally be able to compete for even better things in the future. Elder Qin said, there's still one more thing. Allowing Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City to enter the Thunder Domain is originally nothing much, but the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's 6 regions. Yan Zhaoge laughed, my father and I have always treated our hometown as the Central Heaven region, and it is the same for many of our clansmen now. There are also those who want to return to the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain. We will naturally not make things difficult for them. With the current situation, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City should also not make things difficult for our clansmen after occupying the Zhao region. Instead, it is these people who might become lawless citizens in their territory, acting domineeringly and unbridled. Yan Zhaoge said, however, the former location of the Heavenly Thunder Hall is something that the 2 of them cannot enter. There is a dimensional passageway opened by Bald Shin there, its destination unknown, having been temporarily sealed by me. Now is still not the time for them to enter. The seal is being guarded, do not touch it. Elder Qin nodded slightly, since you already have a plan, this old man will not say anything more. Afterwards, news from the Thunder Domain caused all of Broad Creed Mountain to chuckle. As if there was some sort of tacit understanding between them, While Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City divided up the Thunder Domain, they only took 2 regions each. The 2 most central regions of the Thunder Domain, the Underworld region and the Zhao region, were left empty. The Underworld continent was also known as the Yen continent, and together with the Zhao continent, they were known as the land of Yen and Zhao. Yen and Zhao had many warriors who sang sorrowful songs. This was the origin of Yen Zhaoge's name. In the 8 Extremities world, there was currently no longer any power other than Broad Creed Mountain who dared to set foot here. Chapter 595. Yen Zhaoge had benefited greatly from the great battle with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Radiant Light Sect. The Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun Clan had both been destroyed by Yen Zhaoge, and the treasures that the 2 sacred grounds had accumulated over the years had naturally been confiscated by Yen Zhaoge. As compared to solitary practitioners, the accumulated treasures of the 2 sacred grounds were naturally much more abundant. It could be said that Yen Zhaoge had benefited the most from the battle outside the Dragon Tomb. Yen Zhaoge naturally kept all of these accumulated treasures without standing on ceremony. Meanwhile, the 5 great experts of the Radiant Light sect had all been slain by Yen Zhaoge. Their belongings that had not been destroyed had all fallen into Yen Zhaoge's hands. The problem is that they were damaged a little badly. Yen Zhaoge smiled bitterly. Deng Sen and Lu Feng had died in the Myriad Dragon Palace. The great chi of extermination erupting as their accompanying sacred artifacts had both been destroyed within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Lu Feng had been directly crushed along with his sacred artifact to the point where not even ash remained. Deng Sen had barely managed to escape with his life, but his sacred artifact had been destroyed as well. Sun Hao and Lu Feng had met the same fate as he had been destroyed along with his body by the extreme Yang seal. As for the other 2, Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie, Yang Zhanhua's Dawn Sun Crown had been successfully obtained by Yen Zhaoge, but Jin Jie had not been accompanied by a sacred artifact. Looking at the Dawn Sun Crown in his hands, Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin rather playfully. Luckily there were still other gains. Other than the Dawn Sun Crown, Yen Zhaoge had obtained an extremely rare treasure, the Divine Crow Golden Plume, after having flattened the headquarters of the Sacred Sun Clan. The Divine Crow Golden Plume was the plume of the divine beast of legend, the 3-legged golden crow. Also, it was not the feather of an ordinary golden crow as it was one of the 3 plume feathers on the head of the golden crow, being the most precious and miraculous. After the great calamity, Yen Zhaoge had not even seen the feather of a golden crow in the 8 Extremities world, let alone the Divine Crow Golden Plume. The Fire Crow bloodline of the Floating Life world contained a first-grade demonic beast bloodline that contained some traces of the Golden Crow's bloodline, possessing the ability to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Yet it was still much. This Divine Crow Golden Plume should have been bestowed to the Sacred Sun Clan by the Radiant Light sect as a core material for forging a new sacred artifact. Yen Zhaoge stroked the jet-black feather that flickered with a golden light, feeling the great power that was deeply concealed yet still shook one's heart. The saint weapon refined from this treasure will be even stronger than the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler. It seems like they are waiting for Huang Guanglia to return from the Eastern Sea to make preparations. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Other than this Divine Crow Golden Plume, there are also many other treasures that the 8 Extremities world does not possess. I wonder if it was because of the Extreme Yin Crown and the Extreme Yang Seal, or because of Huang Jia. With the 3 of them joining hands, they even suppressed the abnormalities of the fire pith vein in the southern underground palace, sweeping away the obstruction of the Sacred Sun Clan's martial grandmasters in their breakthrough into the martial saint realm. If it is ultimately the Sacred Sun Clan who unifies the 8 Extremities world, with a large amount of resources, the Sacred Sun Clan's strength will soar before long, truly becoming a highly valued branch of the Radiant Light sect. Yen Zhaoge shook his head slightly, lightly tapping the Divine Crow Golden Plume with his finger. Let me think about how I should use this thing, how I can bring out its greatest value. As he pondered, a massive black silhouette squeezed in through the door, nearly breaking through the wall before wanting to slam headfirst into Yen Zhaoge's embrace. Yen Zhaoge rolled his eyes exasperatedly, turned smaller first. That black silhouette's claws left the ground as it leapt through the air, its figure rapidly shrinking as it finally plunged into Yen Zhaoge's embrace. It was fluffy like a meatball, a pair of dark circles around its eyes. Now it rolled over comfortably in Yen Zhaoge's embrace before blinking at him. It was precisely Pan Pan whom he had not seen for a long time. When Yen Zhaoge had hurried to the Earth domain to deal with the crevice to the 9 underworlds, he had left him at Broad Creed Mountain. Afterwards, he had not returned to the mountain, instead hurrying to the East Sea without stopping. Afterwards, the seal of the East Sea had been formed. In order to avoid the aftershocks of its power, Yan Zhaoge had saved Fu Enshu and fled to the vast ocean world together. It had indeed been some time since he had seen this little fella before him. Yan Zhaoge rather missed him as he reached out and tapped the tip of his nose. Pan Pan lightly licked Yan Zhaoge's fingertip, his body rubbing against it comfortably. Yan Zhaoge appraised this lazy fella. "Oh, you seem to have grown much fatter than before. Young master, without you keeping him in check, this fella's appetite is getting more and more uncontrollable. Isn't that why he's fat?" A tall man walked in from the door saying helplessly, "Much of my personal savings have been ruined by this fella. Young master, you have to compensate me." This man was none other than Hu. Back then he had escorted Fang Zhuan back to Broad Creed Mountain on Yan Zhaoge's orders. Afterwards he had set off for the East Sea. Who knew that just having arrived there he would receive news that the seal had been completed and that Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts were unknown, his fate unknown. Hu and the others of Broad Creed Mountain had searched the outer East Sea for nothing as they could only helplessly return to the mountain in the end. These days, Hu had also been rather worried about Yan Zhaoge's safety. Now that Yan Zhaoge had finally returned, Hu's heart that had always been hanging in the air could finally be set at ease. After no longer worrying, Hu now had the mind to care about some things that he had overlooked earlier. For example, the many rare treasures that he had accumulated had all been ruined by Pan Pan. Many of them were top-grade treasures that I had kept for myself. "Young master, you probably don't have them anymore." Hu scowled miserably, that miserable look of his as though he had just been gang-raped by more than 10 big men. Yan Zhaoge glared. "Good, you indeed embezzled quite a bit in the past. This time you've confessed it yourself." Hu pulled back the corners of his mouth as though he had bitten his own tongue. "No, young master, Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "No need for this and that. You also said that there are some things that I probably don't have anymore. If you still have them, just take them out obediently." Hu was filled with grief and indignation. Gone. "Young master, they were all ruined by that glutton Pan Pan." Yan Zhaoge shot him a sidelong glance. "Really gone?" Hu hurriedly nodded. Really gone. Otherwise I wouldn't feel so heartache." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll give you a good job. Currently, while our clan can't be said to be rich in the 4 seas and can take whatever we want from the 8 extremities world, most of the treasures in this world are very easy for us to obtain. Follow this list of mine and make a trip to various places, bringing the things back." Hu received the list and looked through it carefully. "Young master, with your and Broad Creed Mountain's current positions, as long as you contact the various sacred grounds, they will naturally help you collect the things, then send them over to the Heaven Domain." As Yan Zhaoge had said to Hu, this was indeed an extremely good job. Along the way no one could say anything about it. Yan Zhaoge said, "There are a few things that are in the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain." Hu was slightly taken aback. Yan Zhaoge had even raised the Zhao region's yans to the ground, trampling over the Thunder Domain once. It was naturally impossible that he didn't dare or couldn't go to the Zhao region. He suddenly understood. Young master. His hometown was also the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain. Hu didn't care much about his hometown. His family had been serving Yan Di since his grandfather's time. He had grown up with Yan Zhaoge in the Central Heaven region since young. Wherever Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge were, that was where he returned to his roots. However, his grandfather and father had both wished to be buried in their ancestral homeland before their deaths. Yan Zhaoge patted Hu's shoulder. "It wasn't convenient in the past, but now you can go wherever you want to go." Hu sucked in a deep breath, the mischievous look on his face as he nodded solemnly. "Yes, young master." Chapter 596. Hu packed up and began to prepare for the moving of his elder's burial. Once everything was ready, he set off. Remaining on Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge also paid attention to the situation of the 8 extremities world as he dealt with the matters on hand. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall had both fallen. If only the leaders and experts of a sect had fallen, as long as they didn't die, there would always be a day when they would rise again. If the mountain gate was destroyed, it didn't mean that it was the end of the world and the end of the orthodoxy. However, in a situation where the wall was down, virtually all of their experts having perished, also having lost the protection of their clan's geographical location, it would be difficult for the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to even struggle. The diehard elements could only flee and hide, not even needing Broad Creed Mountain to make a move. Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City would be able to force them to the point of exhaustion. Gradually, there were also those of the Sacred Sun clan or the Heavenly Thunder Hall who, under the pressure of survival, abandoned their clans, pledging their loyalty to other powers, switching allegiances. At the end of the day, it was Jianghu and Broad Creed Mountain who had destroyed their Dao lineage, asking them to directly switch allegiance to Broad Creed Mountain. There was basically no one who would have such thick skin. Therefore, most of those of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined Turbid Wave Pavilion, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City. Broad Creed Mountain didn't care about this. These people should have already changed sects, forsaking their ancestral legacy. The first thing they couldn't tolerate were the die-hard members of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. And if they harbored ill intentions, they would first not be able to get past Turbid Wave Pavilion and the others. With the control of the various sacred grounds, the possibility of them rising from the ashes was infinitely close to zero. Unless the Radiant Light sect sent a great number of experts down and destroyed Broad Creed Mountain, then pressuring the other great sects with their might. However, if that really happened, the Radiant Light sect would be more likely to choose a new spokesperson from Turbid Wave Pavilion and the other three clans, not necessarily supporting the rebuilding of the Sacred Sun clan. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge focused on his plans to prevent this possibility from coming true. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was mobilized at the same time. Wanting to strengthen their control over the Eight Extremities world, digesting the fruits of victory from the destruction of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, understanding the influence of their enemies in the Fire Domain, the Thunder Domain and the other places, was not something that could be accomplished with just a few words. Much concrete work and a long period of time were required for this to be accomplished. In Broad Creed Mountain, the Myriad Dragon Palace was directly suppressed atop the Water Ridge Peak of the Back Mountains, where Yan Zhaoge himself resided. With Yan Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace, the Heaven Sealing Gorge beneath Water Ridge Peak would naturally be safe. Like this, Elder Gong, who held the position of first seat elder of the Heaven Sealing Gorge, was free to head to the Fire Domain and other places. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain's deterrent power had skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. However, its higher echelon experts who could take charge of an area and defend it alone were comparatively lacking. Now that the power and influence of the sect had greatly expanded, a powerful elder like Elder Gong could be of great use. In the previous great battles, Broad Creed Mountain had suffered severe casualties. Now they felt like they were being overstretched, which was something that could not be avoided. However, Yan Zhaoge was not anxious about this. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, he and the Northern Ocean clones sat facing each other, watching as the internal crystal furnace shuddered before mightily opening. Streaks of bright spiritual light shot out from within, enveloping the entire Myriad Dragon Palace. The door of the palace did not close, multicolored spiritual chi overflowing from within, illuminating the gloomy Heaven Sealing Gorge down below, which the light of day was never visible all year round. Seeing the roiling multicolored light and overflowing spiritual chi of the Back Mountain, the longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain who were still on the mountain were all overjoyed. Success, Zhaoge has succeeded. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, looking at the multicolored light shooting out of the internal crystal furnace, Feng Yunqing's face was also filled with admiration. I have never seen high-grade spirit artifacts being forged so easily and so quickly. Xikong Qing and Ying Longtu also stood within the palace, the two also looking at the internal crystal furnace in pleasant surprise. Everyone knew what the scene before them signified. Broad Creed Mountain could mass-produce high-grade spirit artifacts. To the entire Eight Extremities world, this was an extremely terrifying thing. All along, sacred artifacts had been hard to come by, with high-grade spirit artifacts being the best weapons. Also, they were similarly difficult to forge. In sacred grounds, transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters could only barely produce one each, rarely having any surplus. Now, however, Broad Creed Mountain might be able to arm their Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters to the teeth. With too many Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters having been depleted and lacking in manpower, equipping the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters with high-grade spirit artifacts would similarly allow their strength to rise in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning manner. This way, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely be able to smoothly tide through the period of time required for its younger generation to mature after the death or injury of its higher echelon experts. Yan Zhaoge said, "It has indeed succeeded." He smiled as he looked at Qing. The promise I made to all of you back then can also be considered to have completely come true now. Hearing his words, Qing was slightly dazed as she thought of the scene of Yan Zhaoge displaying the internal crystal furnace for the first time in front of everyone that year. At that time, it had still been before the War of the Eastern Tang, with Feng Yunxing and Ying Longtu still not having entered the clan. Thinking of the past, the usually cold Qing also sighed rather emotionally. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 years have passed. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, heartfelt admiration surfaced within her gaze. First, not mentioning the matter of the internal crystal furnace, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, your cultivation speed these past few years has truly left one gasping in amazement. I am completely convinced. By the side, Feng Yunxing also nodded. A late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, this is unprecedented. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The two of you are also not bad. Yunxing should still be a few days away from her 22nd birthday, but she is already a late Xiantian martial scholar. Meng Wan is also currently at this cultivation level. You were delayed for 2 years in between. Junior apprentice sister Xikong should be 21, right? She is also already a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. Yan Zhaoge patted Ying Longtu by the side. The heavy responsibility of breaking through my father's record as the youngest martial grandmaster will very likely still fall on Han Longer's shoulders. Still, the age at which the two of you became martial grandmasters should not be older than mine. Just don't meet a bottleneck being stuck for a few years at a time. Qing said, but after stepping into the martial grandmaster realm, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, your speed of improvement is really too fast. Even Chief isn't as fast as you. It is really hard to imagine that you were able to leap into the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage, in less than 3 years. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, you should only just be 25 now, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. I'm almost 27. 2 months in the 8 extremities world, a year in the vast ocean world. Other than that, in the Dragon Tomb, some of the spacetime flows very quickly, fragmented. Actually, I have spent quite a bit of time within. Feng Yunxing and Qing exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. That is already an unbelievable speed. You must know that the core direct disciples of the various sacred grounds, under normal circumstances, would only be at our current cultivation bases at your age. Other than Chief, there has never been a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster below the age of 40 in the 8 extremities world before this. Meanwhile, you are directly below the age of 30. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I've made a fool of myself. Seeing his smug look, Feng Yunxing felt both exasperated and amused, while Qing repeatedly shook her head and Ying Longtu had a look of worship on his face. After laughing, Yan Zhaoge looked outside the myriad dragon palace, gazing east. Speaking of father, after a period of time, when the time is right, I will be making a trip to the East Sea. Perhaps I will be able to stabilize the seal earlier, allowing father and the others to come out earlier. Chapter 597. A certain amount of time was needed for the seal of the East Sea to be completely stabilized. After the seal had stabilized, Yan Di and the others would be able to withdraw from within. As the person who had researched the Tai Imperial breaking formation the most in this world, Yan Zhaoge had a way to get them out prematurely. Still, the consequence of that would be that the seal would become unstable, with the Flame Devils possibly breaking out. Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect had thought of this earlier. It was just that they had been confident of being able to take care of the Flame Devils as well. Now that the Extreme Yang seal could not be used, Yan Zhaoge decided to be more cautious. Still, his understanding of the Tai Imperial breaking formation was incomparable to others, as he had a way to help them stabilize the seal prematurely and extricate themselves from within. It was just that this method was related to the circulation of the spiritual qi of the 8 extremities world's earth veins. He would have to wait for the flow of the earth veins to change, waiting for the right time to arrive. Yan Zhaoge raised his cultivation base in peace over this period of time while sorting through the various treasures he had obtained, making good use of them. As time passed, they on Broad Creed Mountain vaguely felt an aura within the myriad dragon palace growing more and more valiant as it was terrifying. Within the great hall that was filled with dragon chi, Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone sat facing each other. Between the two was the internal crystal furnace. While it appeared very quiet at this moment, a powerful aura seemed to be unceasingly brewing and accumulating within. As time passed, that terrifying aura grew more and more valiant, shocking one to the core. The internal crystal furnace was still stable as Mount Tai, yet formed a contrast and disharmony that left one even more worried. The chi of true dragons within the myriad dragon palace condensed into a tangible form at this moment, transforming into numerous dragons that swam about unceasingly, emitting long roars that reverberated unceasingly. As that terrifying aura within the internal crystal furnace gradually approached its peak, Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone punched out simultaneously. Majestic fist intent agglomerated and surged. The internal crystal furnace that had always been suppressed and brewing finally lost its calm, shaking mightily as its lid opened. Within the furnace, space seemed to have expanded infinitely as a golden spear lay within, densely covered with numerous dragon patterns that resembled dragon scales. Surrounding the spear were numerous complete true dragon skeletons that were bright and clear as crystals. As the dragon scales on the spear opened and closed, it was as if the spear had transformed into a living dragon. It soared into the sky, wanting to fly out of the internal crystal furnace. Even the true dragon skeletons in the surroundings seemed to have come to life, flying along with it. Now, guided by Yan Zhaoge, a great amount of true dragon chi of the myriad dragon palace shot towards the internal crystal furnace as well. The draconic chi sank, blocking the spear along with the true dragon skeleton within. Both of them converged within the internal crystal furnace. The Northern Ocean clone stood up and strode before the internal crystal furnace, his palms simultaneously closing the lid of the internal crystal furnace. The internal crystal furnace shook unceasingly as the Northern Ocean clone walked around it, punching out with every step he took. Streaks of Kunping silhouettes flew into the internal crystal furnace, causing the shaking of the internal crystal furnace to become even more shocking. After the dragon had punched of Yen Yang, the Yen dragon of World, the Northern sect Yang, sect of the dragon of Hevoff of Yen sect of He. The lid of the internal crystal furnace opened, a streak of golden light shooting into the skies, piercing through the roof of the myriad dragon palace and into the horizon. There seemed to be a vast ocean within the golden light. Of that ocean of light, of which of the Kunping bobbed and the true dragon rose and fell, the world seeming to have returned to ancient times as an aura of boundless vastness and desolation surged over, containing boundless, vast power within. If not for the Northern Ocean clone stabilizing and suppressing it, the internal crystal furnace would definitely have broken apart amidst the shaking. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, extending his hand into the internal crystal furnace before emerging with a spear that flickered with a half-gold, half-black luster. That spear was incomparably heavy, resembling the sky and the sea as the ancient great wilderness was completely merged within. It was only Yan Zhaoge who cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture. If it were any other martial grandmaster, let alone wielding this spear, even lifting it would be a problem. Fish dragon spear I did not invest so many good materials in it for nothing, Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. This spear is definitely an elite amongst low-grade sacred artifacts. The Northern Ocean clone received the fish dragon spear, the spear trembling as space itself shook as a black hole vaguely appeared at its tip. That incomparably heavy force shook the heavens and shook the earth. The aura of the sacred artifact shot straight into the skies, the pillar of light above the myriad dragon palace beginning to shine, gold and black intermingling. Seeing this shocking scene, all of Broad Creed Mountain felt impassioned, the birth of a sacred artifact. Currently, the slightest disturbance in Broad Creed Mountain would draw the close attention of the other powers. Seeing light filling the entire sky above Broad Creed Mountain, the power of a sacred artifact shaking the surrounding area, the hearts of those of the other powers could not help but waver. As the news spread, first and second-rate powers did not even have to mention what they thought. The remaining three sacred grounds all felt complex emotions. Turbid Wave Pavilion had always been working hard to make preparations, but sadly had never been able to successfully forge their own sacred artifact. Infinite Boundless Mountain could not help but feel greatly emotional at having regained the heaven-cleaving axe. Thinking of the numerous trials and tribulations they had gone through in forging the sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pillheart sword that year, everyone felt rather conflicted. This was especially so when the Jade Sea City martial practitioners thought about how Yan Zhaoge had also contributed to the forging of the Jade Sea Pillheart sword back then. Their emotions were even more complex. The Northern Ocean clone kept the fish dragon spear. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts were linked to his. As he touched the fish dragon spear, it was as though he had an extension of his bloodline, the spear becoming a part of his body as he could wield it freely as though it was his own arm. Yan Zhaoge counted the days. It had already been close to a year since the seal of the East Sea had been established. Normally speaking, the seal would require around 3 years before it could be completely stabilized. However, to Yan Zhaoge the time was already ripe. After greeting the clan, Yan Zhaoge headed to the outer East Sea with the Northern Ocean clone. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge was concealed above the clouds, others hard-pressed to discover his tracks. However, along the way, Yan Zhaoge could sometimes hear the discussions of other martial practitioners. At this point in time, the Eight Extremities world had already gradually come to terms with the drastic changes in the global situation, accepting Broad Creed Mountain's powerful position. The solitary martial practitioners who were active in the outer East Sea could be said to be the most lawless bunch of people, arrogant and unyielding, licking blood from the tip of their blades. Even towards the descendants of the various sacred grounds, they didn't really care about their enemies' backgrounds. If they caused trouble, they would hide in the outer East Sea or even the infinite ocean. Now, however, even these vicious people, while they were still the same as before those of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, would generally restrain themselves greatly when meeting descendants of Broad Creed Mountain, avoiding them as much as they could. Yan Zhaoge headed east, arriving at the outer East Sea. From far away, he saw a mountain peak that flickered with white light, descending into the Great Sea, its peak rising high above the sea's surface. In the air above the mountain peak was a vast, boundless sigil that flickered with a gentle radiance. As compared to when the seal had just been established, the mountain peak and the sigil had both shrunk considerably, but the power within was more condensed. With just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone strode out, suddenly arriving before the mountain peak. Chapter 598. The Northern Ocean clone came close to the mountain peak, pressing down on the mountain rock with his palm. The layers of white light surrounding the mountain peak instantly rippled like water, numerous ripples appearing one after another. Yan Zhaoge extended his left hand, writing numerous spirit talismans in mid-air which condensed and did not dissipate. When the numerous spirit talismans had come together to form a complex, profound spirit pattern, Yan Zhaoge clenched his right fist and punched outwards. Stimulated by his fist intent, this spirit pattern was imprinted on the mountain peak that flickered with white light before him. The Northern Ocean clone did not cease in his actions as he bolstered it with his true essence. The mountain peak began gradually shrinking while the massive sigil that enveloped it rotated at a faster rate. The concept of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation changed unceasingly, sometimes active and sometimes still, sometimes fast and sometimes slow as the surrounding space and time began changing unceasingly. Within the seal, a powerful force seemed to awaken as it began to move. A brutal will seemed about to shoot out from within as a roar even vaguely resounded by the ears of Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. However, accompanied by the unceasing circulation of the seal, that roaring will began to slowly weaken. While it struggled unceasingly, its aura declined unceasingly until it finally vanished. The mountain peak grew smaller and smaller, while the spirit pattern above it instead began to gradually expand. Afterwards, it somewhat resembled the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation as it gradually became complete. Looking within the formation, Yan Zhaoge saw that amidst the layers of white light, 4 figures could vaguely be seen in 4 different directions. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation expanded once more, streams of white light enveloping the surrounding heavens and earth as a world of white light was manifested, isolating it from the outside world. Within the world of white light, that mountain peak gradually vanished, only a sigil remaining which distorted unceasingly. There was a tiny black dot at the center of the sigil. While it looked tiny, it emanated an extremely heavy feeling resembling a black hole. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he glanced at the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone's figure sank, the fish-dragon spear that was half black and half gold appearing within his hands. As the Northern Ocean clone stabbed out with his spear, a jet-black dot similarly appeared at the tip of the spear, seemingly sweeping all the surrounding light within as it was heavy to the extreme. As the 2 miniature black holes met, the surrounding space instantly distorted even more, even vaguely feeling of being ripped apart could be felt from its edges. The black hole at the center of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation emanated a blazing hot aura of destruction as that terrifying roar resounded once more, seemingly making its final struggle. However, streams of white light descended, suppressing it once more. Yet, as streams of white light descended, it was suppressed once more. The little black dot in the center of the Tai Imperial breaking array had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a seal. The seal sank to the bottom of the sea, emitting a faint radiance as it stood in the depths of the sea. The Northern Ocean clone retracted his spear with his right hand, his left palm descending. The undercurrents surged beneath the surface of the sea, the tides converging as they gradually formed a barrier, keeping that sigil within. Now, the white light of the Tai Imperial Tai had gradually dimmed as the Imperial Tai. The ocean to the formation. The Yang. The formation was. After the white light, the white. After the white light. The figures appeared. Mountain. Yin. Mountain. The Sacred Sun clan would definitely hope that the East Sea could remain as it was before they had a solution. The painting Saint Old Man Mo who did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race could be temporarily ignored. Of the other three, Huang Guanglia was alone. Yan Di and Song Wuliang were both trapped here. With the three of them remaining here, the situation in the outside world would definitely be more beneficial to the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Could it be that they guided the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds to descend into the Eight Extremities world? If it was the doing of the Sacred Sun clan, this was the only possibility that Huang Guanglia could think of. Huang Guanglia's heart was filled with complex emotions at this possibility. He did not wish to see this happen. Still, the pressure that Yan Di and Broad Creed Mountain brought to him left him silent. However, as the Tai Imperial breaking formation slowly dissipated, the one who appeared before Huang Guanglia was not someone of the Sacred Sun clan. Instead, it was a youth who had left a deep impression on him. Broad Creed Mountain Yan Zhaoge. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Huang Guanglia's heart instantly sunk. Meanwhile, looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di smiled. A smile also appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. I've waited for a long time. Fortunately, it is still not too late. Yan Di did not speak. On his forehead, there was a white, rhombus-shaped rune that was currently rotating unceasingly. That was him, as the leader of the formation. After the Tai Imperial breaking formation had been unraveled, he was still carefully comprehending the concept of the formation as well as the changes in the surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth. Seeing this scene, Old Man Mo nodded slowly. His comprehension abilities are really high, gaining enlightenment from all things. He is indeed a heaven-defying genius. A slightly envious look surfaced within Song Wuliang's gaze as well. Watching this scene from the side, Huang Guanglia felt rather awkward. He was silent for a moment before his figure flickered, wanting to leave first. However, a streak of light flickered before his eyes as Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already blocked his path. Huang Guanglia had already noticed the existence of the Northern Ocean clone earlier. Now that the other party was truly blocking his path, Huang Guanglia's originally gloomy face turned even darker than the bottom of a pot. Looking at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Where is the East-coming martial saint in a hurry to go? If it is the world-illuminating peak, there is no need for that because that place is already a wasteland." Huang Guanglia's gaze hardened. Impossible. The old man's entire body flickered with golden light, resembling the rising sun as it illuminated the surrounding area as bright as day. He glanced coldly at Yan Zhaoge, his gaze finally coming to rest on the Northern Ocean clone. "Who are you?" The Northern Ocean clone smiled. "Nothing is impossible." Noticing the Northern Ocean clone's expression and tone, Huang Guanglia was taken aback. Carefully appraising Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone again, even he who was used to seeing storms was stunned on the spot at this moment. "This is your clone. You actually managed to refine a clone of the second level of the Martial Saint realm?" Hearing this, Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as well. Even Yan Di felt taken aback as well as he appraised Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, a look of approval appearing on his face after a while. Huang Guanglia composed himself, looking first at the Northern Ocean clone and then at the fish dragon spear in the Northern Ocean clone's hands, saying in a heavy tone, "Even so, this old man believes that you can destroy the Heavenly Thunder Hall. But it is definitely impossible for you to destroy my world-illuminating peak." Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "You are thinking that even if your Sacred Sun clan is unable to stop me, you would still be able to guide those of the Radiant Light sect down from the world beyond worlds, right?" Huang Guanglia's pupils dilated abruptly, his heart directly sinking to the very bottom. In the Seal of the East Sea a year ago they had clashed. Yan Zhaoge and the others had already known that they were connected to the world beyond worlds. However, Yan Zhaoge having been able to call out the Radiant Light sect's name, Huang Guanglia's heart had turned heavy. Having had dealings with the Radiant Light sect before, it was Yan Zhaoge who was standing here now. Didn't that mean? But how was this possible? Huang Guanglia's gaze was rather dazed as tempestuous tides surged within his heart, causing him to feel suffocated as he saw stars before his eyes and vision to darken. Chapter 599. Looking at Huang Guanglia, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, but his gaze revealed unconcealed killing intent. Huang Guanglia, a year ago, right here in this very place, I once said that this matter is not over. When I am free, I will properly settle things with your Sacred Sun clan. If not for Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di having long since been prepared, they would have been viciously screwed over by the Sacred Sun clan when the Seal of the East Sea had just been established. Stabbing a knife in the back and attacking Feng Yunxing, Fu Enshu and the others as well as those of Infinite Boundless Mountain for the heaven-cleaving axe was one thing. On the other hand, Huang Guanglia had borrowed the power of the world beyond worlds with the help of the blood-drawing heavenly light golden lamp, nearly escaping from the Seal of the East Sea. If he had succeeded, the consequences for Broad Creed Mountain would have been inconceivable. Yan Di, Old Man Mo and Song Wuliang would still have been trapped within the Seal of the East Sea, while Huang Guanglia would have been able to escape. Under such circumstances, the Sacred Sun clan would have possessed the strength to sweep through all beneath the heavens without the Radiant Light sect having to descend. Now that the Sacred Sun clan has already been destroyed, it should be your turn now. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, Huang Su and Huang Jia are already dead. I sent them down. Now it's your turn. Huang Guanglia could only feel his temples throbbing. He raised his fist, punching towards Yan Zhaoge. The blazing sun blazed fiercely, the heavens and the earth were instantly engulfed by the golden sunlight. However, the Northern Ocean clone stood between Yan Zhaoge and Huang Guanglia, neither panicked nor flustered as he swept the shaft of the fish dragon spear horizontally, sealing Huang Guanglia's iron fist. Huang Guanglia calmed somewhat, but looking at the Northern Ocean clone before him, a feeling of helplessness surged within his heart. When he had wanted to retreat earlier, the Northern Ocean clone had arrived from behind, directly blocking his path. This had let him know that the person before him was not just a little faster than him. And now that the Northern Ocean clone had unleashed this move, Huang Guanglia was even more certain that he virtually had no chance of dealing with Yan Zhaoge himself. While generally speaking, when two experts clashed, one side would be distracted in protecting others while the other side would hold the initiative and the advantage, the Northern Ocean clone's speed was too fast such that this logic became unrealistic. The stronger the martial practitioner, the more powerful their fighting techniques, their speed would also not be too bad. The Sacred Sun clan even had a top-notch movement technique like the Great Sun Rising East Traversing Heaven technique. When executed by Huang Guanglia, it was truly like the Great Sun traversing the heavens, sweeping across the universe. However, his opponent was Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. At the same cultivation level, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall Xinli who excelled in speed was not a match for the Northern Ocean clone at all. As a result, Huang Guanglia could only suffer a tragedy. Against such an opponent he could only fight to the end and decide the victor. It was impossible for him to retreat. However, after just one exchange, Huang Guanglia's heart sank. Not only was the Northern Ocean clone fast, its power was also vast and profound, shocking as even Huang Guanglia who was tough and fierce with his fists was secretly left speechless. Moreover, as opposed to the currently unarmed Huang Guanglia, the Northern Ocean clone still possessed the sacred artifact, the fish dragon spear. Huang Guanglia couldn't run now, and he couldn't beat him even if he fought. The Northern Ocean clone before him was sufficient to surpass everyone here apart from Yan Di. Even Huang Guanglia who had always had a tough personality looking at Yan Di and then Yan Zhaoge now, he too felt short of breath. Back then he had been in secluded cultivation for several years, having successfully advanced a step further and stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm. How high-spirited had he been, with the sacred artifact, the great sun heaven measuring ruler in hand? He had been the strongest expert of the eight extremities world, virtually possessing the momentum to sweep through all beneath the heavens. Who knew that just having emerged from seclusion, Huang Guanglia would be badly battered by Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Zhengfeng similarly transcending mortality and entering sainthood aside, Huang Guanglia himself had even lost the great sun heaven measuring ruler. Just having seen the light of victory, the situation had instantly turned even worse. Afterwards, just around 2 years later, a junior Yuan Zhengfeng's disciple Yan Di had also stepped into the martial saint realm. Yan Di, who had just entered the martial saint realm, was actually already above him. Huang Guanglia could only feel as though the heavens and the earth had changed as he was caught unprepared. He and the Sacred Sun clan virtually had no time to react as they were instantly pushed to the edge of the cliff. Finally, through the great battle with the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds, the Sacred Sun clan had managed to gain some time and a chance at victory. However, when Huang Guanglia had extricated himself from the seal, it was another powerful figure who was even younger than Yendi Yen Zhaoge. Looking at Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone and the sacred artifact, the fish dragon spear in the Northern Ocean clone's hands, Huang Guanglia sucked in a deep breath, his fists crisscrossing as a powerful, all-conquering force was concentrated within. All the light between the heavens and the earth seemed to be concentrated here, golden and bright as the entire world was transformed into a furnace. He forcibly stabilized his mind now. Yen Zhaoge having learned about the Radiant Light sect, it might also be that his Sacred Sun clan had leaked news of it, or he might have learned of the name of the Radiant Light sect through some other channel, just like how Broad Creed Mountain also knew of the world beyond worlds. The situation might not be so bad as this kid before him was likely bluffing. After all, with the strength that Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had displayed now, it would be impossible for them to stand against the descending experts of the Radiant Light sect. Let alone Yen Di having been trapped within the seal of the East Sea, even if he and Yen Zhaoge were together, as long as the Radiant Light sect sent more than 2 experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, it would be hard for Broad Creed Mountain to stand a chance at victory. This was how Huang Guanglia consoled himself. Watching silently as Huang Guanglia clashed with the Northern Ocean clone, Yen Zhaoge said, Deng Sun Radiant Light Sect Elder, 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Sun Hao Radiant Light Sect Elder, 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. Lu Feng Radiant Light Sect Guest Elder, 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. Yang Zhanhua Radiant Light Sect Elder, 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm. Jin Jie Radiant Light Sect Guest Elder, 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm. Hearing Yen Zhaoge announce these names, Huang Guanglia's heart jolted. Even he had only heard of the names of Deng Sen and Sun Hao before this. Seeing that Yen Zhaoge's expression did not seem to be fake, Huang Guanglia felt his eyelids twitching. Yen Zhaoge smiled, saying, These are the people of the Radiant Light sect who have descended from the world beyond worlds to the 8 extremities world this time. Hearing this, Song Wuyang's throat felt a little dry while old man Mo was silent. Looking at Huang Guanglia, Yen Zhaoge continued, They are already dead as well. It was me who killed them. You 3 generations of the Huang family shall not be lonely on your journeys. If Song Wuyang had only felt heavy-hearted earlier, he was rather dazed now. Even old man Mo was staring wide-eyed at Yen Zhaoge. Beneath their shocked gazes, the Northern Ocean clone pierced through the great sun formed of Huang Guanglia's fist intent with a single spear. Innumerable streaks of golden light transformed into flowing fire, drifting through the air like the afterglow of the setting sun. At the same time, bright red fresh blood splattered into the air. The sharp, tyrannical fish dragon spear penetrated through Huang Guanglia's body. Huang Guanglia's face was filled with despair. He let out a final enraged roar, grabbing the shaft of the fish dragon spear with one hand while striking towards the Northern Ocean clone with the other. The Northern Ocean clone's expression did not change as he parried Huang Guanglia's attack with a single hand, another vast, vigorous force mightily entering Huang Guanglia's body through the fish dragon spear. Chapter 600. The violent force tore apart Huang Guanglia's body. Infinite radiance radiated from Huang Guanglia's body before it was extinguished, resembling the sun losing its light, returning to eternal darkness, also resembling a candle in the wind, finally extinguished. It seemed extremely vast and heroic, yet also insignificant. The East-coming martial saint who had once reigned supreme over the 8 extremities world for many years, the sun-rising East Huang Guanglia, had perished on this East Sea today. And the one who had slain him was a young man who was 2 generations younger than him, not yet 30 years of age. Watching this scene from the side, Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuyang also felt a sense of loss amidst his joy. His Jade Sea City had always been mortal enemies with the Sacred Sun clan. Some years ago, the relationship between the 2 sides had been even worse than that between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, truly being irreconcilable. Having fought together for so many years with some victories and some losses, Jade Sea City had been at a disadvantage overall. However, Song Wuyang and all of Jade Sea City had been rather unyielding. Whether or not the Sacred Sun clan was powerful, they had always been determined to fight it to the end. In this process, Jade Sea City had also accomplished many impressive feats that were praised by the Eight Extremities world. Song Wuyang was of the same generation as Yan Di, Fang Juan, Huang Su and Lin Tianfeng. While he was older and had started cultivating earlier, he was still the first of his generation to transcend mortality and enter sainthood, achieving the martial saint realm. Jade Sea City's disciple Chen Sutting had been the Sacred Sun clan's greatest stumbling block in obtaining the Extreme Yin crown in their early years, even having pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, winning the second Extreme Yin bout and bringing the Extreme Yin crown back to the water domain. The Heavenly Thunder Hall, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City had all been competing to forge a sacred artifact that belonged to their sacred grounds. In the end, it had also been Jade Sea City who had been the first to successfully take this step, forging the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. If not for the invasion of the Flame Devils, this would have caused the alliance of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to face danger even earlier. Including their city lord Song Wuyang, they would have been competing against the Sacred Sun clan, unceasingly breaking through their limits and climbing upwards. However, at this moment he suddenly learnt that the Sacred Sun clan had already been destroyed, and that the Sacred Sun clan's final peak expert, their opponent who had always been a great foe to him, Huang Guanglie, had died right before his eyes, dying without any suspense at all. As a martial saint expert like Song Wuyang, he was unable to recover for a time. The goal that he had been fighting for all this time had suddenly disappeared before he could truly achieve it. It was as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. Now that the bubble had burst, it was like waking up from a dream. From a certain perspective, the blow to Song Wuyang and the martial practitioners of Jade Sea City was actually not much inferior to that of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall having been exterminated. And the instigator of all this was standing right in front of Song Wuyang. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's overly young yet calm face, Song Wuyang's mind wavered slightly. After confirming Huang Guanglie's death and confirming that there was no need to worry about the seal of the East Sea down below, Song Wuyang greeted Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di before taking his leave. He needed to return to his Jade Sea City and meet with the longtime elders of his clan, properly considering where he should go in the Eight Extremities world in the days to come. Their former allies were no longer allies. While he wanted to compete with them, he could only feel powerless. There didn't seem to be many choices left. However, Song Wuyang would have to think carefully about how he should go about it. Yan Zhaoge and the others also generally knew that Song Wuyang's mind was probably in a mess right now. They naturally didn't urge him to stay. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were also overjoyed at their reunion. This was especially so when Yan Zhaoge had used the lofty prestige mirror to open up a temporary dimensional passageway and hide within in order to avoid being affected by the power of the seal. While Yan Di had seen this, he didn't know what the final outcome had been. He didn't know if Yan Zhaoge had been able to safely avoid being harmed by the power of the seal, didn't know if Yan Zhaoge had been safe and sound in other worlds if he had been able to successfully hide there, didn't know when he would be able to return to the Eight Extremities world. All these caused Yan Di to be incomparably worried. It was just that now, seeing Yan Zhaoge having returned safely, his strength having also improved greatly, Yan Di wouldn't voice out his previous worries. He just heaved a sigh of relief, looking happily at his son. It's good that you're safe and sound. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, was unlike his usual self as he became long-winded, virtually narrating everything that had happened to him in the vast ocean world as well as his experiences after returning there in great detail. Yan Di didn't have to open his mouth to ask about the many questions on his mind as Yan Zhaoge narrated them all in great detail. Along the way, there were even many times where Yan Di had asked for praise, causing the Yan Di who had set his heart at ease to instead pour cold water on him. His son being sufficiently outstanding, Yan Di was overjoyed to the extreme. Yet, he instead didn't praise him, instead finding fault with him, only hoping that his son could be even more outstanding. Hearing that Fu Enshu was similarly safe and sound and that Yan Zhaoge had even found Su Fei and Shijun, Yan Di felt even more at ease. Yan Di was not concerned about the possible future troubles that the Radiant Light sect might bring. We'll deal with them when they come. We'll make our own preparations. If they come again, we'll just have to fight them. Yan Zhaoge smiled, precisely so. Swiveling his head to the side, he saw Old Man Mo standing quietly amidst space, not having left. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di reunited and reminiscing about their parting, Old Man Mo smiled. If you are free, why don't you come to this old man's verdant pill island? Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both able to tell that there was more to Old Man Mo's words. Old Man Mo had always been free and unfettered. never getting involved in the internal struggles of the Eight Extremities world's human martial practitioners. While Broad Creed Mountain currently suppressed the Eight Extremities world and appeared to be the hegemon of the Eight Extremities world, Old Man Mo didn't necessarily have to ride on their coattails. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di similarly didn't have any thoughts of conquering Verdant Pill Island at the moment. Old Man Mo issuing an unprecedentedly warm invitation now caused Yen Zhaoge to immediately feel that there was something more to it. In order to support your fellow humans of the Eight Extremities world, your clan has always spared no effort in battling the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds, not fearing sacrifice. This has always been the same ever since the era of Zhan Hantian. This old man has always admired it. Old Man Mo seemed to know the doubts within the hearts of Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di as he smiled. This old man heard little friend Yen mention just now that the Sacred Sun Clan's backer in the world beyond worlds is the Radiant Light Sect? And the experts of the Radiant Light Sect who descended to the Eight Extremities world this time were all slain by little friend Yen? Yen Zhaoge smiled. I have let you see a joke. Old Man Mo shook his head. This old man is not doubting little friend Yan's words. In truth, I am grateful. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he thought of a possibility, focusing his gaze on Old Man Mo. Could it be that you? Old Man Mo smiled and nodded, saying slowly, this old man also hails from the world beyond worlds. Still, after so many years, I feel more that I am of the Eight Extremities world. The old man sighed lightly. The reason this old man went into hiding was actually more to avoid trouble. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di realized, because of the Radiant Light Sect. Old Man Mo said, that's right. He looked at the two. Your future prospects are limitless. The Eight Extremities world is just your starting point. I believe that you will definitely go to the world beyond worlds in the future. And now that you have come into conflict with the Radiant Light Sect, this old man has some words here, some things that might be of some help. Chapter 601. Old Man Mo's origins were extremely mysterious. All these years, no one in the Eight Extremities world had known of his true origins. However, not only was he the oldest martial saint of the current Eight Extremities world, his supreme martial arts were also one of the top legacies of the Eight Extremities world. Compared to the various legacies of the 6 sacred lands, the martial arts of Old Man Mo's lineage were in no way inferior. What the martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world took even more delight in discussing was the fact that Old Man Mo, who had always lived in seclusion and rarely clashed with others, no one knew if all that he had previously displayed was all that he had. Even Yen Zhaoge was more or less able to distinguish the various martial arts that Old Man Mo was proficient in. However, having had very little contact with him, he was also hard-pressed to see through the other party's foundations. He had not thought that Old Man Mo would take the initiative to reveal his identity today, causing Yen Zhaoge to feel slightly surprised. Still, thinking carefully about Old Man Mo's earlier actions, including how while Old Man Mo had been surprised that the Sacred Sun Clan was connected to the world beyond worlds a year ago, he had seemed to know of its existence. Yen Zhaoge looked at Old Man Mo. Perhaps it was because he had slain someone of the Radiant Light Sect that Old Man Mo viewed him in a different light, or perhaps Old Man Mo had some other thoughts in mind. Anyway, this old senior had revealed his true abilities today, even taking the initiative to do so. Do you plan on returning now? Yen Zhaoge asked. Old Man Mo shook his head. The treasure that assisted this old man in traversing the wound of the sky has long since been used up. If this old man does not cultivate to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm or above, I will not be able to return to the world beyond worlds. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, this old man has no intention of returning to the world beyond worlds now. From the looks of it, the Radiant Light Sect is still powerful. This old man does not wish to rely on the protection of other powers. Being able to avoid them and live in this world, this old man is very satisfied. Saying thus, Old Man Mo made a pleased gesture towards Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, inviting them to sit at Verdant Pill Island. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di both agreed. After contacting someone of the clan to send the news back, the two then headed together with Old Man Mo to Verdant Pill Island where he resided. When they arrived at Verdant Pill Island, Old Man Mo's disciples naturally came to greet them. Towards Old Man Mo's return, his disciples were also rather happy. These people also reported everything they had seen and heard to Old Man Mo. Hearing that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall had indeed been destroyed, and that a great battle that shocked the heavens had once erupted at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain, Old Man Imo knew that Yan Zhaoge's words were not false. As they sat down, Old Man Imo pondered for a moment before asking, "How much does your sect know about the world beyond worlds and the Radiant Light sect?" Yan Zhaoge said, "The Eight Extremities world is not the only heavens and earth in this world. While I do not know how many heavens and earth like the Eight Extremities world there are, it should not be a small number. Meanwhile, the world beyond worlds seems to be of a higher level. The feeling it gives off is somewhat similar to the relationship between the world before the Great Calamity and the heavenly court above the 9 heavens. Perhaps the difference isn't that great, but it's still similar." Hearing his words, Old Man Imo nodded. "It is indeed similar. The spiritual qi in the world beyond worlds is abundant, far surpassing that of the Eight Extremities world. It would be easier for martial practitioners to cultivate by breathing and nourishing their qi there. Still, it cannot be said that the world beyond worlds completely surpasses the Eight Extremities world. While people of the Eight Extremities world generally have to surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm before they can ascend to the world beyond worlds, the world beyond worlds does not just have martial practitioners above the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Amongst those who were originally born in the world beyond worlds, there are martial grandmasters, martial scholars and even body refinement martial practitioners, their numbers extremely great as it is unknown how many there are. This old man was born in the world beyond worlds. Afterwards, in order to avoid calamity, I coincidentally descended to the Eight Extremities world. There is naturally not just a single heavens and earth like the Eight Extremities world." Old Man Imo smiled. "From what this old man knows, there are thousands of such worlds." Yan Zhaoge and Yendi's expressions did not change as they nodded slightly. Old Man Imo continued, "In terms of geographical area, the world beyond worlds is who knows how many times larger than the Eight Extremities world. The place where this old man lived that year was known as the Royal Reed Sea, which was already much larger than the Eight Extremities world." Yan Zhaoge and Yendi exchanged glances. The name of the Royal Reed Sea easily made them think of one of the 36 heavens of Taoism's scriptures, the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven. Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. "I wonder if there are Tangyao Mountain and Duanjinggu?" Old Man Imo smiled as well. "I have never heard of them. The name of the Royal Reed Sea must have been given to the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven by those of post-Great Calamity times." After laughing, Old Man Imo asked, "I wonder how much do you and your father know about the Radiant Light sect?" Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "Is it related to the dim Radiant sect of the past? I know that in the world beyond worlds, other than the Radiant Light sect, there is also the dim Darkness sect." Old Man Imo rubbed his palms together in admiration. "That's right, it is precisely so. Once, under the leadership of their chief, the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the dim Radiant sect flourished for a time, possessing great power. However, following the death of their chief, the dim Radiant sect declined as well, internal strife occurring within the sect, finally causing this massive entity to split apart, forming the Radiant Light sect and the dim Darkness sect, which have always been embroiled in conflict." Hearing Old Man Mo's narration, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. "Please wait a moment. I heard you mention the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia just now?" Old Man Imo nodded, Yan Zhaoge saying, "The dim Radiant sect existed before the Great Calamity. Reading through ancient texts, I have some understanding that before the Great Calamity, the dim Radiant sect should not have produced a figure who could claim the title of emperor." "That's right. Yin Tianxia was a figure who only appeared after the Great Calamity, surpassing his predecessors and opening up a new era for the future." Old Man Imo answered, "According to what this old man knows, it was not that he claimed the title of emperor in vain, becoming a laughingstock for others. Instead, with his strength, he was indeed able to claim the title of emperor. It is just a pity that such a figure declined after flourishing, resembling a shooting star. This old man has no intention of offending you. It is just that in the Eight Extremities world, looking at the exalted heaven shaker of your sect that year, this old man often thought of the dim Radiant Emperor." Yan Zhaoge and Yendi did not feel offended as they both nodded. "Since that is so, this Chief Yin is indeed a rare figure." Old Man Imo clapped lightly, a pillar of light rising from within the great hall where the three were, streams of light lingering by the side. Inside the beam of light, there was something that looked like a metal fragment floating quietly. The metal shards were half black and half white. They were one and the same, illustrating the changes between light and darkness. Yan Zhaoge looked at Old Man Imo, who sighed. It was precisely because of this that this old man's family met with disaster that year, virtually all of our clansmen dying tragically. This old man has studied it for many years, yet is still unable to grasp the gist of it. I only know that this item seems to be related to Yin Tianxia that year, which is why the Radiant Light sect values it so much. This old man wishes to get rid of this source of trouble. However, when I think of the enmity of the annihilation of my race, I just don't want to let the Radiant Light sect benefit so easily. Old man Mo did not have the thought of diverting the trouble to someone else. He had also killed more than a single Radiant Light sect disciple that year. If Broad Creed Mountain was exterminated by the Radiant Light sect and he was found by them, it would not end well for him either. Yendi asked, "Why did Senior not seek out the Dim Darkness sect?" Old man Mo smiled bitterly. "It was already a blessing from the heavens that I was able to escape with my life from the heavy encirclement." Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di both nodded slightly. Old man Mo looked sincerely at Yen Zhaoga. "This thing might be of great use, but it might also be disadvantageous to you and your father." Looking at that metallic fragment, Yen Zhaoga pondered. Chapter 602. While it was a relic of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the dim radiant sect had been divided for so many years, the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect having been fighting for so many years as well. It was impossible that the other party would willingly submit to a single relic they had obtained. If the two sides had reached an agreement beforehand, then it would be a different story. However, this possibility was not high. However, this thing in front of him could still be of considerable value. Perhaps there was some secret hidden within it. At the end of the day, Yin Tianxia was an expert who had surpassed the previous generations of the dim radiant sect, a hegemon of his generation who had brought the dim radiant sect to the peak it had once attained in pre-Great Calamity times. The Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect had definitely been greatly affected by the Great Calamity as well. It was just that they had been more fortunate than the other sects in that their lineage had not been severed. Even Yen Zhaoga felt rather commendable towards the person who had been able to lead the dim radiant sect out of its depths under such circumstances, rising to unprecedented heights. Taking a step back, even if the dim radiant sect had not suffered any losses at all in the Great Calamity, it would still not be easy for them to surpass their predecessors. The fact that the Radiant Light sect had killed people for their possessions and made things difficult for Old Man Mo's clan also reflected that this metallic fragment was not simple. Yen Zhaoga pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at his father. Then he saw Yen Di looking over at him as well, nodding slowly. Yen Di was of the same mind as Yen Zhaoga. Their Broad Creed Mountain and the Radiant Light sect were already irreconcilable enemies. They would naturally not be afraid of fighting over one more thing. Increasing his own chips and defeating the other party was what he needed to consider. The only problem was that the dim darkness sect might also covet this treasure. Still, as Old Man Mo had said, while the treasure might bring about adverse effects, it might also be of great use. Yen Di said, "You are proficient in all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge. You can keep this for now and carefully analyze it." Yen Zhaoga nodded in agreement, cupping his hands towards Old Man Mo. "Since that is so, I thank Senior." Old Man Mo shook his head. "What are you saying? This old man should be the one thanking you, thanking your esteemed sect for defeating the Radiant Light sect, allowing this old man's resentment to be alleviated. Speaking of which, this old man has already lost his sharpness, only daring to hide in a corner. I no longer have the confidence to face the Radiant Light sect head-on and exact my revenge. Looking at you, father and son, this old man feels ashamed. I feel ashamed to face my dead clansmen." Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di consoled Old Man Mo a little, and Old Man Mo's heart also very quickly calmed down. The two chatted for a while longer, mainly listening to Old Man Mo talk about the local customs and practices of the world beyond worlds. In the end, Old Man Mo sighed and said, "After all, this old man has already left that place for over 100 years. It is hard to predict whether there will be any major changes now. I hope that this will not mislead you and your father." Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di both said, "You are polite. We should be the ones thanking you." After taking their leave of Old Man Mo, Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di left Verdant Pill Island, finally embarking on the journey back to Broad Creed Mountain. Passing through the Earth domain, thinking of the many experts of Broad Creed Mountain who had died in battle here, thinking of Yuan Zhengfeng who had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di both felt rather heavy. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's detailed narration of what had happened that day, a cold light flickered within Yen Di's eyes from time to time. Thinking of how Xunli had already died at Yen Zhaoga's hands, Yen Di's gaze gradually turned gentle as he looked at his son, his expression filled with praise. After a long time he sighed softly. I hope Master is blessed by the heavens. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently as well. Yan Di asked, is there a way to find Master like how you found Su Fei and Shi Jun? The chances are slim. Yan Zhaoge let out a rare bitter laugh. Without any clues at all, the chances of Grand Master finding his way back might not be as high as Grand Master finding his way back himself. Yan Di thought about it. If that is the case, either Master returns on his own or the possibility of all of us meeting up in the world beyond worlds in the future is greater. Yan Zhaoge said, while that is true, I will not give up. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will still persevere. Yan Di nodded slowly, not speaking for a long time as he looked at the vast territory of the earth domain beneath his feet. His master, Yuan Zhengfeng, could be said to be one of the people who had influenced him the most. Sometimes the word, one of, could even be removed. Like Shi Tai, Fu Enshu and the others, Yan Di had entered the clan at a young age with Yuan Zhengfeng being both a master and a father. After a while, Yan Di retracted his gaze, striding off once more as he asked, that sacred artifact, the fish-dragon spear, was forged by you? Yan Zhaoge nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, having gained much from entering the dragon tomb, I have more than enough to forge another sacred artifact. Still, it would be best if you did it yourself. That way you would be able to infuse your martial true intent within, making it easier for you. Yan Di nodded, that is only natural. Yan Zhaoge continued, in the dragon tomb this time, I also obtained something that can assist us in heading to the world beyond worlds even before our cultivation bases have reached the 4th level of the martial saint realm. He handed the paper fan that he had obtained from the dim darkness sect martial practitioners to Yan Di. Stroking the handle of the fan, Yan Di was slightly lost in thought. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's idea of heading to the world beyond worlds in advance to make arrangements, Yan Di was not surprised. Both father and son were tough people who liked to take the initiative. Yan Zhaoge's idea was exactly what he wanted. Are you able to wield that extreme yang seal again now? Yan Di asked after pondering for a moment. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I still can't for now. This lord is very hard to serve. Unlike the extreme Yin crown, when wielded by a maiden of extreme Yin, the power of the extreme Yin crown increases progressively, gradually increasing along with the cultivation base of the maiden of extreme Yin. However, the power of this extreme yang seal is extremely violent as soon as it is used, just happening to be at the final limit that the 8 extremities world can bear. It cannot be lowered even if you want to. The final result is that after a single use, it will fall into slumber once more, unable to awaken for a long time. Yan Di pondered as he said, it has already been more than half a year since you last used it. With such a long gap, it would be very easy for others to make use of it. If the radiant light sect descends once more, the extreme yang seal might not be able to make it in time. Even if it does make it in time and falls into slumber once more, their third descent might also be stuck during the period of slumber of the extreme yang seal. Yan Di shook his head. After the battle of the Tai Imperial breaking formation and the oceanic amount of true dragon chi that you spoke of, I am confident that I will be able to improve further within a short period of time. It is just that the matter of heading to the world beyond worlds will have to fall on your shoulders. I will have to remain in the 8 extremities world and stabilize the situation, preventing them from descending to cause trouble for us once more. Fortunately, you are no longer the same as you were in the past. Not only has your cultivation base soared by leaps and bounds, you have also refined a martial saint clone. As long as you are vigilant, most people will not be able to do anything to you. Yan Di felt rather regretful. How much he wished to head to the world beyond worlds was not just because there were vaster heavens and earth there, greater opportunities and challenges. The true reason was that the person he had always hoped to meet again might just be there. Still, as a person he had to bear his responsibilities. Yan Di could only suppress his emotions. Yan Zhaoge sighed slightly as well, knowing that his father's decision was actually the most suitable one. The father and son proceeded onwards, Broad Creed Mountain soon appearing before their eyes once more. Looking at Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge blinked. Oh, there is still something that I have to tell you. Yan Di glanced rather strangely at Yan Zhaoge. What is it? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. I have taken a fancy to someone else's daughter. Chapter 603. Liking someone else's girl? Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di was momentarily taken aback before he appraised his son. Who is it? Yan Zhaoge smiled. You also know her, senior apprentice Aunt Fu's disciple, junior apprentice sister Feng Yunxing. Yendi could not help but laugh. As the chief, he knew all the core true disciples of Broad Creed Mountain like the back of his hand, let alone when he had been the first seat elder of the martial inheritance hall. Feng Yunxing was a maiden of extreme yin, her situation even more unique. Yendi naturally couldn't be any more familiar with her. Right, she's not a bad girl, her character and temperament both top-notch, also possessing both looks and talent. Yendi nodded but then changed the topic. Still, while you like her, does junior apprentice niece Feng like you? Yan Zhaoge stared wide-eyed. What a joke, father. If your son, I, were to shout about finding a wife in the Eight Extremities world now, the number of fangirls wanting to give birth to a monkey would be able to line up from the Great Western Desert all the way to the East Sea, then circle back to the Great Western Desert. What are you saying? You're such a good person. Give birth to a monkey for me to see? Yendi glared. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, also realizing that he had been a little careless with his words earlier. Still, while he was laughing in a mocking manner, that smug look on his face could not be concealed. Yendi felt exasperated whilst also amused as he shook his head repeatedly. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said, speak properly. What exactly is going on? Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile, saying very earnestly, I am not being impulsive or lusting after women. Before returning from the vast ocean world, I had already thought things through very clearly. He pulled back the corners of his lips. While the two of us have never communicated before in the vast ocean world, when I confirmed my thoughts, I vaguely had a feeling that that longing that traversed through space and time seemed to have a destination, not being empty. Before this, I had always been worried about the safety of Yunxing and the others after they had been ambushed. Still, at that moment while I was still very worried, I seemed to have a destination. This feeling is so mysterious that even I can't tell if it's real or not. I often wonder if it's the effect of self-suggestion. At this point, Yan Zhaoge smiled again. However, when I returned here and finally saw Yunxing again, just looking at her gaze, I knew that my feeling was right. And she can also understand me. Yendi listened quietly, his usually sharp, domineering gaze appearing exceptionally gentle at this moment. He looked at Yan Zhaoge for a while before smiling. Then you can't get past senior apprentice Sister Fu now? Let me say this first, I can't do anything about this. If I go and tell you, it will only produce the opposite of the desired result. However, I don't think senior Sister Fu will make things difficult for you on this matter. She herself hated the elders of the sect worrying about her marriage. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge instantly became smug again. Relax, father. I've long since taken care of senior apprentice Aunt Fu. Yendi nodded, looking at Yan Zhaoge for a while before he suddenly said slowly, right, but there is someone that you have yet to deal with. All of Yan Zhaoge's hair stood on end. His father had always been swift and decisive, extremely domineering. Such a slow and unhurried manner was virtually non-existent. Yunxing is an orphan, having no parents, he probed. It can't be that you don't agree, right? Yendi shook his head. Of course I agree. Junior apprentice niece Feng is very good. I am very happy that the two of you are in love with each other. Yan Zhaoge's heart had just settled back down when he heard Yendi continue neither hurriedly nor slowly. However, you still have to ask your mother for her opinion on this matter, don't you? Yan Zhaoge was dazed for a moment before he immediately smiled bitterly. Isn't mother not here now? Yendi said leisurely. It's just going on a holiday, not in the Eight Extremities world. Yes, going on a holiday. That's what I meant. Yan Zhaoge held his forehead. Speaking of which, he had really gotten carried away. Knowing that his mother was not here, he had still shown off his love in front of his father. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? It was just that he had really not thought that his usually domineering father would actually play him like this. Under the heavens, there was probably only him who could see such a Yan Wudi, right? Yan Zhaoge had a pained expression on his face. While it would be even more shocking and eye-catching for the two of us to ascend to the throne together, you and mother had invited many friends and relatives back then and performed a grand ceremony. It was once a grand occasion as you were officially married, with no regrets to be made up for. You don't have to accompany me, right? At the end of the day it was his skin that was thicker. Yendi was angered by his lazy look as he raised a hand wanting to hit him. This mouth of yours really has no control now. Yan Zhaoge hurriedly said that he dared not. Yendi retracted his hand. Anyway, your mother's will is my will. Work hard in the world beyond worlds. Definitely, Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly, for your happiness and also for my own happiness. Yen Di nodded, his hands behind his back as he leisurely walked towards the clan. What he had said earlier had naturally only been a joke. While it had indeed stirred up his longing for his wife, looking at Yen Zhaoge, who was growing more and more mature as he walked forward step by step, Yen Di felt incomparably comforted as even his footsteps appeared somewhat lighter. Acting out of character was a manifestation of his exceptionally joyful mood in the first place. By the time he had returned to the mountain, Yen Di's expression had long since returned to normal. Still, seeing Feng Yunxing, his gaze was still warmer than it had been in the past. As the chief of a clan, I want to say that you, junior apprentice niece Feng, possess extremely high talent in the martial Dao as well as an outstanding will. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yen Di said in a harmonious tone, I believe that with your will, you should not be complacent, also not having the heart to retract your brilliance behind a man. That would be a great pity even if that person is my son. As a martial practitioner, one should have the will and perseverance to constantly improve. The people and matters around you should allow you to become better and better, not becoming shackles and obstacles. I would not be wrong about such a talent like you. Yen Di smiled. As a father, I am very happy that Zhaoge has found such a good companion. Yen Zhaoge similarly smiled. While he had still been joking with him earlier, now that he had seen Feng Yunxing, his father had still immediately expressed his stance. In front of others, even when she was standing hand in hand with Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing was still as carefree as ever. Still, in front of Yen Zhaoge's father, a rare look of shyness appeared on Feng Yunxing's face as she bowed towards Yen Di. I will solemnly acknowledge Chief's teachings. It was Fu Enshu who stood by the side who said, I have rarely admired anyone in my life. Still, I have to admit that it would be very difficult not to be overshadowed by Zhaoge's brilliance. Even you, Yen Di, should feel this now. Yen Di smiled. The pupil surpasses the master. This is a good thing. Fu Enshu nodded. These words are true. I also think that Yunxing's future accomplishments will surpass mine. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing took their leave together. Looking at Yen Di, Fu Enshu was silent for a moment before she asked, Are you going to the world beyond worlds to search for Shui Chuqing? Yen Di answered calmly, Zhaoge will be going this time. I will remain in the Eight Extremities world to stabilize the situation and prevent the Radiant Light sect from invading again. Fu Enshu nodded silently before turning and leaving. Leaving the great hall, gazing at the distant sky, Fu Enshu's gaze was distant as she stood there in a daze, not speaking for a long time. Chapter 604. After exiting Yen Di's place, Feng Yunxing instantly let out a long breath, even patting her chest somewhat exaggeratedly. Yen Zhaoge was all smiles as he watched from the side. Noticing his gaze, Feng Yunxing naturally knew what he meant as she said exasperatedly, You are our chief after all, also the current #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. Let alone ordinary people, even other martial saints would not be able to compare to that formless aura of yours. It is very normal for me to be like this. Yen Zhaoge didn't say anything more. He just looked at her and laughed non-stop. Feng Yunxing felt helpless. Her shoulders slumped a little. It's mainly because of your father? Yen Zhaoge smiled. An ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her parents-in-law. Feng Yunxing chuckled, staring at Yen Zhaoge. I'm very ugly? Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. Not ugly, of course not ugly. Feng Yunxing had just nodded satisfactorily when she heard Yen Zhaoge continue. It's just that his face is a little rounder, his ears a little bigger, his eyebrows a little stiffer, his height a little shorter. And that's right. Feng Yunxing looked askance at Yen Zhaoge, nodding exasperatedly. She did not have an oval face like Meng Wan and Sikong Qing, but rather had a goose-egg face. Although it was not a round face, it looked somewhat plump. Feng Yunxing practiced martial arts all day long, so her body was always well proportioned. However, if an ordinary person were to get fat, the first thing that would happen to them would be their face. Her facial features were soft and beautiful. At first glance, she wasn't as eye-catching as Meng Wan and Sikong Qing, but she belonged to the type that was more enduring the more one looked at her. She had a unique charm. However, compared to other women, her eyebrows were a bit harder and thicker. Coupled with her resolute gaze, it caused her entire person to be full of heroic spirit, diluting the gentle beauty of her facial features by a bit. The only blemish was that his ears were a little too big. Feng Yunxing usually let her hair down and draped over her shoulders and back, intentionally or unintentionally covering her ears. Although she was bright and generous, she also loved beauty. As for her short stature, this was purely Yan Zhaoge's fault. Feng Yunxing's height was above average amongst females. Still, being under Fu Enshu's tutelage, she was indeed slightly shorter than Xikong Qing and Yin Luhua, being even shorter than her master Fu Enshu. Having been picked out by Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing could not help but roll her eyes. Looking at her smilingly, Yan Zhaoge finally said, "But I just like those with rounder faces, bigger ears, stiffer eyebrows and slightly shorter stature." A certain someone fits the bill perfectly, not the slightest bit off. Feng Yunxing imitated him and spread her hands. "This is really fortunate. Otherwise, no one in this world would want me." Smiling, Yan Zhaoge took out a long, thin cloth belt and walked close to Feng Yunxing. "I yin feng 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 feng, feng 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 feng. I have my own." As Feng Yunxing said this, Yan Zhaoge had already tied her hair into a ponytail. Looking at Feng Yunxing's exposed ears, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Covering them up is not worth it. Do you know? With your hair tied behind your head, you look even more beautiful. With a childlike face and a youthful appearance, you look like you're 16 or 17. Feng Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You mean that I'm already an old lady?" Yan Zhaoge tied up her hair. "I'm just joking with you. Martial practitioners of my generation, having reached a certain cultivation level, are all able to retain their youthful looks, even regaining their youth. Still, believe me, you are indeed better looking like this. Your other advantages are all more evident. As for your ears being exposed, it's actually not that big of a deal." Looking quietly at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing tilted her head slightly, her gaze gentle as she smiled after a long time. "All right, I'll listen to you." Hands on his hips, Yan Zhaoge appraised her before finally smiling satisfactorily. Perfect. Senior apprentice brother Yin?" Now, a somewhat surprised yet somewhat hesitant voice resounded from the side. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw a youth standing by the side of the road. "Oh, junior apprentice brother Lan?" While they had not seen each other for quite some time, Yan Zhaoge still recognized the other party with a single glance. It was one of the members of the group he had led to temper in the Sealing Dragon Abyss of the Eastern Tang that year. His name was Lan Wenyan. Back in the Eastern Tang, because he had spoken up for Yan Zhaoge, he had been heavily injured by Yi Jing. Luckily, after returning to the mountain to recuperate, he had finally gradually recovered. Many years had passed since then, and the martial artist of that year had already reached the martial scholar realm. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge recognized him, Lan Wenyan was instantly overjoyed, his fingers involuntarily tightening their grip on his sword. That sword, however, was a mid-grade artifact. Speaking of which, it had also been obtained from Yan Zhaoge. That year, after Lan Wenyan had been injured by Yi Jing, Yan Zhaoge had once sent someone to deliver medicine to him, also saying that a mid-grade artifact would be reserved for him. When he had refined his qi into aura qi and stepped into the martial scholar realm, that would be when that mid-grade artifact would be given to him. Mid-grade artifacts were generally only possessed by outer aura martial scholars. To Yan Zhaoge, it was nothing much, but to Lan Wenyan, who was currently still an inner aura martial scholar, it was indisputably a divine weapon. And in Lan Wenyan's heart, the position of this sword was incomparable to other weapons. After bowing to Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lan Wenyan was taken aback. After all, the current him could not be compared to the past, but the changes in the Yan Zhaoge before him were 100 times, 1,000 times greater. The previous Yan Zhaoge had been an even more outstanding senior apprentice brother of the same generation, a role model. After that, various miraculous performances had allowed Yan Zhaoge to surpass the limits of seniority in age, causing his fellow disciples of the same generation to find it hard to view him as one of their own. Within the clan, Yan Zhaoge's authority had risen unceasingly, even becoming a core member of the decision-making and leadership echelon. And now, with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall having been destroyed and the Radiant Light sect having suffered a setback, Yan Zhaoge had virtually become a living legend of the Eight Extremities world, causing Lan Wenyan to feel dazzled even as he looked up at him. In a moment of agitation just now, he had opened his mouth to call out to Yan Zhaoge. However, now that he was truly standing before Yan Zhaoge, he could only feel his entire body trembling slightly, his mouth dry as he didn't know what to say. Yan Zhaoge looked at Lan Wenyan's attire, wearing a blue robe over his white clothes. He had already long since been promoted from an ordinary disciple to an elite disciple. Blue robes are not easy to wear, and wanting to add black borders to them requires effort and toil that far surpasses those of the same generation. Looking at Lan Wenyan, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional as he smiled. Just relying on rewards to motivate people is actually not good. Still, I more or less understand your personality. The two of us can also be considered to have some tradition, some fate. How about this? Just like last time, I'll leave a mid-grade spirit artifact here for you. When you step into the martial grandmaster realm, that will be when it will be yours. Watching from the side, Feng Yunxing smiled but did not speak. Of course, she knew that a mid-grade spirit artifact was not the main point, and that even Lan Wenyan would not think of it as such. What he could feel now was Yan Zhaoge's expectations and motivation towards him, resembling a gentleman's agreement. Feeling that his body was no longer trembling, Lan Wenyan straightened his back, replying in a sonorous voice, I will follow senior apprentice brother Yan's teachings. I will definitely work hard. Chapter 605. Feeling excited, Lan Wenyan forcibly suppressed the excitement within his heart, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing before taking his leave. Looking at his departing figure, Feng Yunxing asked curiously, What do you mean by tradition and fate? Yan Zhaoge roughly explained what had happened back then, smiling at the end. It was also that time when I went to the Eastern Tang, where I inadvertently ran into Meng Wan, afterwards finding you because of her. Feng Yunxing clicked her tongue in wonder. Yan Zhaoge said, This fellow is not bad. The reason why I helped him out a little was not just because of what happened back then. Back then, at the hands of that Yi Jing, he was gravely injured. Although the sect treated him and I gave him medicine, his injuries still took a long time to recover. In the outside world he is a rare genius, but in our sect his talent is not top-notch. With this delay, there is a possibility that he will fade into obscurity. But he painstakingly worked harder than before. Among his peers he could be considered one of the most hard-working. In the end he surpassed many people and gradually stood out. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Since he has some kinship with me and is also willing to improve himself, I will help him out a bit more. Feng Yunxing also nodded slightly. If that's the case, I believe he won't disappoint you. The two of them talked as they walked on the mountain path. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance as he could not help but be amused. I've run into so many familiar faces today. Feng Yunxing also looked over and saw several figures appearing at the end of the road. There were Feng Moyang, Jun Luo, Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji and the others. Feng Yunxing was also very familiar with these people. She also smiled and said, They are indeed all acquaintances. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, Feng Moyang and the others all cupped their hands. Yan Zhaoge smiled and asked, Why have you all come here? Jun Luo said smilingly, Daddy came to Broad Creed Mountain to visit Uncle Yan, so I followed along. Yan Zhaoge came to a realization, swiveling his head to look at Zhao Ming. Since that's the case, has Uncle Zhao also come? Zhao Ming nodded. Yes. Feng Moyang said with a smile, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Jun have come from afar, so my father stopped refining the pills. Their clans were extremely close, their fathers Yan Di, Feng Qi, Jun Ziyuan and Zhao Shiqing having been close friends in their youth. Yan Di's transcending mortality and entering sainthood was a joyous occasion. Jun Ziyuan and Zhao Shiqing naturally had to come and offer their congratulations. It was just that due to the invasion of the Flame Devil world of the East Sea previously, Yan Di had immediately rushed to the East Sea as soon as he had emerged from seclusion as a martial saint. Afterwards, he had sealed the Flame Devils with the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, remaining within the seal all this time, only having managed to extricate himself recently. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Let's go. The older generation can gather their things and we can gather ours. Jun Luo's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Brother Yan, senior apprentice sister Feng, is she going to become my little sister-in-law? Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing could not help but laugh. Yan Zhaoge directly flicked her head, Get rid of the word little. I'm older than you in the first place. Jun Luo clutched her head, Senior apprentice sister Feng, if you tie your hair up, you might not even be older than me. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunxing complacently. Feng Yunxing smiled, shaking her head. Jun Luo scooted over, giggling, I'm the first to congratulate you, shouldn't I get a reward? There will naturally be a reward, but I also congratulate you Luo Luo. Feng Yunxing smiled as she appraised Jun Luo as well as the delicate youth standing beside her. Hearing Feng Yunxing's words, that youth's face involuntarily turned a little red, both joyful and shy. but even more uneasy as he secretly glanced at Jun Luo beside him. This youth was the Lien family disciple Lien Cheng, whom Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing had met in the Sand region that year. Before this, he had already entered the Howling Windsword sect, his master precisely being Jun Ziyuan. Jun Luo had originally wanted to coax Feng Yunxing a little, seeing how the usually valiant and heroic Feng Yunxing looked embarrassed. Who knew that Feng Yunxing would act naturally and gracefully, her expression not changing in the slightest as she instead began teasing her and Lien Cheng. Jun Luo's face turned slightly red, especially noticing Lien Cheng's gaze beside her. She hurriedly straightened her expression, coughing dryly, "Joy, joy where? Don't tease me, senior apprentice Sister Feng." As her words left her mouth, Lien Cheng instantly resembled a frosted eggplant. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge and the others could not help but laugh. Lien Cheng's personality was weak, and he could be considered to have been completely grasped by Jun Luo. However, if he really wanted to get what he wanted, he would probably still have a very long way to go. Between the two of them, Jun Luo's initiative was too strong. However, while Jun Luo did not admit it, having been brought along by Jun Ziyuan, and now having come together with Jun Luo to the side of Yen Zhaoge, Feng Moyang and Zhao Ming, to a certain extent, many things could be said about her. After all, this circle was very small. Feng Yunxing aside, Jing Yunji was already married to Zhao Ming. Yen Di hosted Jun Ziyuan's group, Yen Zhaoge hosted Jun Luo's group. Everyone chatted and laughed, both host and guest enjoying themselves. After Yen Di had returned to Broad Creed Mountain, the atmosphere there had become even better. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin, Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yen and Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang all specially ascended the mountain to pay a visit. The situation of the entire Eight Extremities world had stabilized completely. With Yen Zhaoge's gains in the Dragon Tomb as well as the oceanic amount of resources of the entire Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain rapidly recovered its vitality, expanding further. It was only a matter of time before they returned to their peak, or even ascended to a higher level. And it was precisely this matter of time that prevented Yen Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain from being blinded by the good situation. The powers of the Eight Extremities world were already unable to cause any waves, but the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds would not let the matter rest, as they might come looking for trouble at any time. Yen Di directly entered secluded cultivation in the Myriad Dragon Palace, while Yen Zhaoge also unceasingly tempered himself. Time passed quickly, several months passing in the blink of an eye. One day, after Yen Zhaoge had finished his meditation, he analyzed that metallic fragment that old man Imo had gifted him. There were no remnants of the will or aura of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia within, also no special feeling of power, causing Yen Zhaoge to be unable to get his head around it for a time. However, as Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base had risen in recent years and his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture had deepened, his perception of the myriad arts of the heavens and the earth had grown increasingly stronger. Analyzing this fragment, Yen Zhaoge vaguely felt that there really seemed to be some profundities within, just that he was temporarily unable to see through them. Yen Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he kept the metallic fragment. He felt the Myriad Dragon Palace seemingly shake for a moment, an extremely powerful aura emanating from the depths of the palace. The next moment, streams of purple chi overflowed, suffusing the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Myriad Dragon Palace was even unable to restrict this purple chi. As it exited the palace, it directly enveloped the entire Broad Creed Mountain, even continuing to expand as it merged with the Clear Chi Grand Formation, virtually turning the heavens and earth within 5,000 kilometers purple. A figure walked out neither swiftly nor slowly from the depths of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yen Zhaoge instantly smiled. "Congratulations, Father, on emerging from seclusion and having improved further, stepping into the second level of the Martial Saint realm." Chapter 606. The person who had emerged from the depths of the Myriad Dragon Palace was naturally Yen Di. As he inhaled and exhaled, the all-encompassing purple chi that enveloped Broad Creed Mountain completely vanished. Gazing at Yen Di, Yen Zhaoge could only feel as the acupoints of his entire body pulsed, surging power as well as a sharp, tyrannical saber intent brimming within. With every step he took, the Eight Extremities world seemed to shake slightly. "It's all thanks to my gains from the battle of sealing the Flame Devils as well as the abundant chi of true dragons in this Myriad Dragon Palace," Yen Di said. When he opened and closed his eyes, a faint purple light could be seen, and the shadows of dragons could be seen. There seemed to be countless dragons of light spiraling in the acupoints of his body. Yan Di walked up to Yan Zhaoge. While I have succeeded in transcending mortality and entering sainthood as well as my breakthrough into the second level of the martial saint realm this time, I have progressed rather quickly. I will have to stabilize my footsteps after this. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I thought that your cultivation was like your saber technique, forging ahead with an indomitable will. The more fiercely you walk, the smoother it will instead be. If you stop to stabilize your footsteps, it might instead be harmful. Yan Di shook his head. Right now I have still not reached that level. Therefore I need to stop and sharpen my saber. Still, as you say, having reached a certain height, there is no longer a time for me to stop. Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile. I know that having left seclusion this time, you are preparing to forge your own sacred artifact. However, you will indeed need to temporarily slow down your pace for a while. Yan Di's gaze hardened. Oh, is something the matter? That's right. Our fellow sect members in the fire domain have sent back news that there has been a disturbance in the air at the ruins of the world illuminating peak. It's been a while. Yan Zhaoge said, if you had not emerged from seclusion these few days, I would have been prepared to rush over first. Fortunately, you were faster than me. Yan Di pondered. Those of the Sacred Sun clan previously guided those of the Radiant Light sect to descend at the world illuminating peak. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. While the Sacred Sun clan has already been destroyed and the world illuminating peak destroyed, those of the Radiant Light sect still have a way to find the Eight Extremities world once more. Influenced by the Sacred Sun clan earlier, their next location in the Eight Extremities world will most likely still be in the region of the world illuminating peak. Yan Zhaoge said, let us go there and wait for them. Father and son immediately left Broad Creed Mountain, heading south and entering the fire domain. As Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di arrived, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were keeping watch in the vicinity immediately retreated. The world illuminating peak, which had always been illuminated day and night in the past, had already been directly leveled to the ground by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, no longer existing. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di landed on the ground together, father and son sitting in the meditative position. Looking up at the sky, he could see that the sky was clearly shaking, and the boundaries of the space seemed blurry. Not to mention martial artists, even ordinary mortals could tell that something was amiss. The expressions of the two did not change as they sat quietly in the meditative position, their hearts like still water as not the slightest ripple could be felt within. The father and son sat there, streams of clear air swirling around their bodies, gathering and dispersing, rising and falling in an orderly manner. Just like that, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge began meditating and cultivating on the remains of the world illuminating peak. As time passed, several more days passed. The commotion in the sky above grew even more obvious. 5 days later at noon, when the sunlight in the sky was at its most blazing, Yan Di, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Yan Zhaoge felt something as well. Opening his eyes and gazing into the sky, he saw that the sunlight had suddenly turned unprecedentedly dazzling. The sky seemed to have opened at this moment, light sprinkling down from within, merging with the sunlight as it was so piercing that one was virtually unable to open their eyes. A majestic aura emanated from that opened hole. In virtually just an instant, the space of the Eight Extremities world began to shake, winds surging and clouds surging. Accompanied by that intense radiance, a few figures appeared in the sky above the hole. Infinite radiance expanded in all directions, not just in the heavens and earth around the world illuminating peak, as the entire fire domain seemed to be bathed in light at this moment. The bright light even seemed like it wanted to shoot out of the boundaries of the fire domain, illuminating the surrounding vast world. They're here. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di stood up together. At this moment, the great earth around them was completely fine. Instead, further away, the earth was shockingly shattering unceasingly, numerous deep gorges appearing as they extended over the great earth, resembling numerous massive valleys. The other party had clearly noticed the two as a vast, majestic voice resounded from above the sky. Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge? While it was a question, his tone was very certain. I am Yan Zhaoge. How should I address you? Yan Zhaoge was not surprised by this. While Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect had all perished and the Sacred Sun clan had been destroyed as well, Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao, who recognized him, had been brought to the world beyond worlds. From there, the other party would be able to easily learn of his appearance. That majestic voice slowly said, "This old man is Zhang Chao. the Purple Sun Martial Saint Jianghu. This name had once reverberated like thunder in the Eight Extremities world. The former chief of the Sacred Sun clan and the #1 expert in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, he had finally succeeded in taking that final step, attaining the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm and ascending to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge could feel a gaze seemingly sweeping past him. Beneath that gaze, his qi and blood, his essence and essence seemed about to boil and blaze together. The gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge before falling on Yan Di. Broad Creed Mountain Yan Di? Yan Di said mildly, I have long heard of your name. Purple Sunday. Zhang Chao's voice resounded once more. You being here also means that Guanglia has already met with a mishap. Yan Zhaoge said, Huang Guanglia, Huang Su and Huang Jia, 3 generations of their lineage have already been slain by me. The voice in the sky paused slightly before resounding once more, since that is so, go down and accompany them. Immeasurable radiance flickered even more brightly as one of the figures moved. Then Yan Zhaoge felt as if a sun had appeared in the sky, shooting straight down towards him down below. The entire heavens and the earth seemed to be blazing as they were about to be purified by the sunlight that contained infinite light and heat. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's expression was expressionless as he stood quietly where he was, not moving in the slightest. As the great sun descended, a violent saber light that was tyrannical beyond compare shot into the skies, directly extinguishing that descending great sun. Yan Zhaoge soundless laughed. His father had stepped into the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, but he was completely different from other 2nd-level martial saints. His Northern Ocean clone was already exceptionally powerful amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, rarely meeting a match for him. However, the Northern Ocean clone of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, possessing 2 sacred artifacts, the Imperious Cold Martial Armor and the Fish Dragon Spear, would only be able to fight to a draw against Yan Di of the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm. Now that Yan Di had stepped into the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, even if Deng Sen and the others were resurrected and joined forces, they would probably not be a match for him. The current Yan Di was truly invincible in the Eight Extremities world. Even if those from the world beyond worlds descended, their cultivation bases suppressed to below the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm would still be hard-pressed to withstand Yan Di's terrifying saber aura. If they wanted to deal with Yan Di, they would only be able to surround and attack him together with numerous experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. Yan Zhaoge had sufficient reason to suspect that the power that the extreme Yang Seal could currently wield might not even be able to slay Yan Di with a single strike from it. Zhang Chao had thought that he had returned gloriously to take revenge this time. In the end, he would only be able to smash his head against a metal plate and bleed profusely. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.